late game, real hard. Real hard. But we are playing on 16 times pop. I am only running one mod right now, which is minimal display bars. You'll see it up here when we get in here. And that's just so we can see the numbers behind the Moodles.
What's the worst that could happen?
You found me through Mr. Atomic Duck? Nice. Did Mr. Atomic... I don't think Mr. Atomic Duck is rated. Did he? I think he did. When would that been? I'm aware of Mr. Atomic Duck. He's fantastic. I just sit there like, wait, how did that connection happen? Because you've been struggling with weight already at day 18. You're already under 85 slow metabolism. It's like right now, it's going to be trapping, fishing, or butter. That's okay. We already verified that we don't have the helicopter day, but to kind of give you the quick of what's going on. So we did spawn. Let me mark it because we didn't have a pen when I started. We did spawn here. That's home. But we spawned into that house. We made for the hills because I am running on the highest population settings the game supports, which means you spawn in, you maybe not get to loot your house like that when I got to loot the bottom floor but didn't have enough time to loot the top floor before I got spotted. You turn your tail and run out of town because you cannot fight. There's just too many. We made our way over here. This is our home. We live on the side of a river. And we have secured this area. So we now got ourselves cows. And I'm trying to work my way over to these barn silos, whatever. Hoping we can find some actual weapons and all that. But so far, we got ourselves a nice little campground going. I've got my cabinets here. That got a bunch of goodies inside. We've actually got pretty good luck on magazines and all that so far. Hey, Jordan, how's it going? But we've been struggling quite a bit on getting the things we really need to progress. I also realized I've got my trowel in my hand. I don't want that in my hand. We did plant a bunch of stuff. I have zero expectation things. Can you dismantle anything for nails and planks? It requires a hammer. I will require a hammer for most of it, or a saw, or both. Or a hammer and a screwdriver, a saw and screwdriver. Depends on what we're taking apart. But the problem is, I need maintenance 1 to be able to build a hammer. And maintenance is really hard to get when the only weapons I can make are stakes and spears. So, we either need to get lucky and find a decent weapon like a crowbar or a nightstick or something of that nature that I can actually grind up some maintenance skill with. Or we have a slow grind with what we've got. Do I still... Let's go ahead... Oh, wait, never mind. We've already eaten a poison berry.
Thank you, the very last Lardine, for subscribing for 14 months. Oh my god, big numbers.
Hey, Lardine. I really do appreciate that. Dropping a tier 1 sub, getting to 14 months you've been subbed to the channel, so I really do appreciate that continued support, and thank you for that. So if we watch this, I'm drinking 1,000 milliliters of milk. And if you check to see where our thirst is, yeah, that seems right. So here's the top of our gauge, and it's saying I'm,
Huge for subscribing for 14 months. I'm alive.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
Hey Dick Butte, how's it going? Getting to Prime Gaming sub. 14 months, been subbed to channel as well. So thank you so much, both of you, for a year and 2 months. Really do appreciate it. But yeah, so basically we've hydrated ourselves to the point of 10 times, roughly, the maximum level of hydration. So if I were to not consume anything else that would give me water, I could basically go through in 10 entire gauges worth of hydration. Clearly it's a bug. I would expect that to be fixed. It will reset itself back to the normal max if you consume anything else. I wasn't doing that specifically for it. I just realized I was thirsty and the only liquid I had was my empty leather water bag of milk. Nice to see you back in Product Zomboid. Yeah, no, I told people I was going to be back when Build 42 dropped. That's a big reason why I wasn't messing around with it for so long. Is very deliberately trying to wait until Build 42 drops just to make sure, you know, What? There you go. It's fine. I just won't ask questions. Okay. Yeah, but still a lot of work for build 42? Yeah, no, it's all good. I just realized that cow was not the one we were able to milk before. Interestingly, the other cow only gave me a little bit of milk versus that one. Oh no, both of them only gave me a little milk. Was there like some secret sneaky nerf? I didn't check. You're all still well fed, right? You're not struggling? That's important. Because that's my plan for... Oh. You know, calm, healthy, not thirsty. What kind of ones are the cows you milk? I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, so it looked like the first time I got 200 milliliters from both cows, I was able to immediately milk the second cow a second time for an extra, like, 300 milliliters, so... I don't know. That'll still be useful if we can keep raising them, even if it were to nerf the amount of butter you can get from cows. That'd be fine, as long as I can keep raising them to solve that problem. Because that's the big thing. There was an update today. You don't know what they changed? Yeah, so I'm aware of the update. Sorry, the vast majority of the changes to the update were related to guns. Guns had they were jamming way more often than they were supposed to, so they massively toned down the frequency they jam. There's also been a bug in the guns, both at like what was considered close range. So that made it so you're very likely to keep missing at close range. So they made close range significantly farther from your character. So you're just shy of a guaranteed hit at a much longer range. And a couple things like that.
Thank you, Non-Amaroy, for subscribing for 8 months. Scam train, I'm in.
Absolutely, climb on board the scam train. But thank you, Nana Marie, for the tier 1 sub. That's 8 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Cool. An onion.
Yay.
And maybe the cat's drinking it. I don't honestly know. That's a long hang. There we go. And thank you, Senchi Cookie, for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate that as well. Kicking us up to level 2 and all that. Alright, so let's kill this zombie. But yeah, so right now what we're doing is I'm trying to push towards these barns, sheds, whatever these things are ahead of me, these structures. Just because we're desperate for usable tools and all that kind of stuff. I wouldn't complain about, like, honestly, any loot's fine. One of the things we are going to run into in this run is one of the new features to the game, I believe is on by default, is basically the longer you are alive, the buildings kind of get slowly looted over time. The idea that there being other survivors running around using the materials or whatever. I don't know mechanically how it works in the game engine. If it's just new buildings spawned in will have the reduced loot, or it's something like that will like circle back to old buildings, like how any of that works behind the scenes. Just that as time goes on, loot gets more scarce. But I don't know like how significant that is. Like if it'll be something that like suddenly you go and like now you're at the effectively very rare loot, or if it's just a slight reduction. That's all stuff I'm gonna have to test by surviving that long. And you can turn it off, by the way, if you don't like it. That's one of the big things in Project Zomboid, is almost every setting in the game. If you don't like it, turn it off. Imagine going to Louisville and everything's turned off, like everything's gone. Yeah, like have a sandbox setting where whatever the normal is, you can just keep taking to extreme until it's, you know, quote-unquote none loot. It definitely won't be that severe, because none loot, I've done that setting before. It's pretty brutal. It's still not hard to survive, it's just a foraging simulator. I didn't have another weapon. That's fine. I think that was my last spear anyways. A masonry's trowel.
Thank you Digger_Butte for gifting a sub to Crutan76.
Oh, also, a promotion started. The tier 1, 2, and 3 subs are all discounted right now. Tier 3 subs discounted for way more in tier 1.
Thank you Digger_Butte for gifting a sub to Kyukotsu.
I want something that's like it's 30 and 50%. Don't quote me on that. I probably have those amounts wrong. I'm willing to bet there's a big banner somewhere on your screen being like, buy subs, do all that stuff.
Thank you Digger_Butte for gifting a sub to Eddie Bow.
And thank you, Valorant gifting a tier 1 sub to the community, and Dick Butte for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. Actually, wait.
Butte for gifting a sub
and Valorant
to
gifting
Nuad
another tier 1 sub to the... Oh, that's a promotion. Okay, I was like, why is it all caps? It's... I was unaware that there's like a Valorant promotion where they're throwing an extra sub in there or whatever.
Thank you Digger_Butte for gifting a sub to Apathetic Wombat.
So, yeah, so my understanding is Dick Butte gifted us 5 tier 1 subs, so I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. Those were tier 1s, yeah. 5 tier 1 subs.
Thank you,
I
Valorant,
really
for
do
gifting
appreciate
a
that.
sub to Blue Smock.
And then, interestingly enough, it says Valorant gifted 1 sub. Oh, I see. It delayed the actual who it gave to. Cool. Alright, so basically that 5 gifted subs became 6 thanks to the promotion going on. So cool. Good times everyone thinks that Valorant due to the freebie. Yeah, well there's also a discount going on. Like I said, I don't know the details of it off the top of my head, but something like 30% off a sub. I don't know if it's gifted subs just for yourself, what the rules and all that. I really should, but I've been so busy dealing with Christmas stuff that I haven't had the time to do my homework. Yeah, I didn't know about the Valorant tossing extra subs in the top. Regardless, all of that does help. Oh, we also have a very 90s aesthetic. We got our bright neon yellowish green pants, and you can't really see it particularly well.
Thank you.
Oh wait, what's
Cookie for gifting a sub to Baconator90.
We also have like the bright blue shirt. So Sentient Cookie gifted 5 subs to the channel, so thank you so much for that. Once I could actually figure out the message. 5 tier 1 subs.
Thank you Sentient_Cookie for gifting a sub to
And
Junkie
in response,
_Live.
Valorant gave us 10 tier 1 subs. So literally gave us 2 times as many subs as the initial one. So that is a very generous thing. So it's clearly got an RNG behind it. Where like it can roll the dice between... I'm going to assume it was like the other promotion, whereas like as long as you gift 5 subs, it can gift up to like it can gift from like 1 to 200% of the subs or whatever. They had a promotion like that earlier this year. That's really generous.
Cookie for gifting a sub to OHSO22.
So thank you for all those gifty subs. If it does get to be a thing where we start getting, do we want to? Because I keep having the Twitch API break where the gifty subs come in a group. I do have a thing when someone gives me a bunch of subs that's supposed to do something else. But man, it works like 1 out of 5 times because like the Twitch API will like do the individual subs, then detect the group subs and because the order's wrong.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting a sub to Johnny D. Gordo.
But yeah. If it ends up being a big thing, we'll kill the alert.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting a sub to all_.
Just in case someone gifts like 20 subs and then it follows it up with 40 or something like that. which I would certainly not complain about.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting the sub to Shadow Lady.
Alright, in 1 second I'll get a proper thank you out once we're not in the middle of the fight.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting the sub to SonaCB.
Alright, we got basil seeds. Okay, so what do we have here? So we've got Zidian dropping 5
Thank
gifty
you, Valorant,
subs.
for gifting the sub to RedXXX.
And getting 1 additional gifty sub from Valorant as well. Hey, I mean, it's still an extra sub. I'm not complaining. That does pay my bills.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting the sub to Nuki World.
Is it done? Okay, so thank you so much for everyone who's chipping in and all.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting the sub to Holiday.
I'm too fast. Already kicking us into a level 7 hype train.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting the sub to
What was our
Haunted
record? Like 13 or
_bicycle.
14 or something like that for hype train? Ah, the reason I got confused, I saw the thank you, and I just saw Zidian's name, and I was like, oh, it just called out
Thank you,
Zidian's.
Valorant, for
Oh,
gifting
and then
the
there's
sub
Valorant.
to Kenshin 198.
Yeah, so we're still in the second set of Valorant ones. Then we'll have Zidian, then we'll have the extra Valorant one. But thank you again so very much, everyone, for supporting the channel, for chipping in. It all does help. Yep, 7 more.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting a sub to attention_halls_Germany.
I also love the ridiculous usernames. There's so many good ones we've got on here. Also some cursed ones, but you know, little A, little B.
Thank you, Zidian_ for gifting a sub to drunkpilot_69.
Yeah, so again, thank you, you know, Sentient Cookie, thank you, Lardine, Dick Butte,
Thank you,
Valorant,
for
Zidian,
gifting a
everyone
sub
else.
To Blast Yar 349.
Have you found the new fanny pack skin yet? I have not.
Thank you, Zidian_ for gifting a sub to Narcoleptic Bear 1.
It's a treat. It better be neon colors. If they do something like they make it look like
Thank you,
GAC or
Zidian_
something
for
like that,
gifting a sub to Auristic
oh,
Tauren.
I'll take that. It's terrible, but I'll whack a zombie in the head with it.
Thank you, Zidian_ for gifting a sub to Jojo Says Bree.
We found many of the keychain charms. I have not. But I am playing at 16 times pop, so my ability to loot buildings is really limited.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting a sub to Bill Gamer.
Oh, I actually figured we were gonna be strained already.
What's the worst that could happen?
Got a group of them. Okay, so thank you so much for all that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, so we gotta back off because I don't have another weapon I want to use. Because the fillet knife is utterly worthless as a weapon, in my opinion. It's one of those knives you like poke 3 zombies with and it breaks. So I'd rather keep it as a knife. I'm actually pretty happy that we got that trowel and everything. Wait, don't I have a screwdriver in here? Oh, I see. I'm putting in the wrong bag. Because I was trying to go and put the tools I wanted to keep on my person. Alright, well, I can't keep that much in the fanny pack. I was trying to keep a couple of them in the fanny pack. Because the fanny pack has a very, very good weight reduction now. Why not make tree branches into spears? You can't do it anymore. Spears are still in the game, but they require long poles, not tree branches. Spears are far harder to make than they used to be. And thank you so much for the hype train. With the hype train, we had level 7 at 13% with 30 gifty subs and 100 biddies, so I really do appreciate that. Spears need very long stick now. Yep. No planks. I can't remember if you can make a plank into a long stick. But no sticks, no planks. You can still make the spears, but they're just as fragile as they used to be. The difference is you now can fire harden a spear once you get high enough stats in like your various crafting stuff. Which does make them a bit more able to handle things. But yeah, the early game, way more limited. You only make a rod and handle planks? Yeah. They basically just made it so it wasn't trivial to get spears. So no more cutting and log, getting, your 3 or 4 planks out of it. So like one tree, you end up with something like 12 or so planks. And then, then turning around and turning that into just a small mountain of spears real fast. Those days are over. Fancy shoes is what those are called. And hey, Dark Strider, on your 10 stream streak, catch the last 10 streams without missing one. Biological mom is coming to town after Christmas, staying at the house. Nice. I hope you have a good time, visiting family and all that. You don't know how you get long sticks now? Basically, you get lucky foraging. There is, I believe, I can't remember if it's logs. There's something you can turn into a long stick. But it's not nearly as convenient. That's the important part, is it's not nearly as convenient. So we've been making spears, but only as we have the materials to do it. Saplings, that's right, saplings. So you find a sapling, you carve the sapling, and then that gives you the... I'm surprised it's actually able to fit that smooth stone. Things like 10 encumbrance. But, you carve the sapling, it gives you a twig and a long stick.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. But, we did drag a bunch of zombies away from the buildings in question. And that was because we saw the hiking backpack I'm using right now. And it was like, drop everything. Get the hiking backpack. Too big of an upgrade to ignore. Well, we're making the most of it. The good news is I was able to take 2 car wrecks and yank the radio from them and find the emergency channel. So now I can at least get 1 in-game hour's worth of warning before the helicopter arrives. And that alone does give me enough opportunity to be able to realize the helicopter's on its way and hightail it away from where I live so that we don't overrun our home. Oh, you can get a padded jacket now? Okay, I mean, I'm not going to wear it. Yeah, you can keep your backpack. You just have a regular old book. But, like, the padded jacket, that used to be extremely hard to get a hold of in the other one. You just had to get lucky and find it just, like, laying on a bed or really lucky in a house. Zombies wouldn't be wearing it. Because at the time, it was, like, the best in slot for insulation, which mostly is a non-thing you have to worry about when playing normally. But if you ever do stuff like cryogenic winter and all that, that was always, like, a super-duper hype thing to get a hold of. Because getting the padded pants and the padded jacket basically just solved your entire concern for heat. Barring, like, the most extreme settings. Which is always the big negative with the cryogenic winter. A lot of those environmental challenges are kind of, you get the clothes and they're just solved. And then it kind of stops mattering. Barring the most extreme version of it, which is go hug a fire simulator. Yep, I need 1 maintenance to make that, though. That's the current thing I feel needs a tweak of some kind. Is if we look at the weapons you can make and the sharpening stone, like the whetstone and all that, all of them require maintenance 1, but getting maintenance 1 is extremely difficult without maintenance 1. So it's kind of a chicken and the egg problem where there just isn't a good way to get the stat you need to do the things you need to get the stat. You can still get it, it's just part of it is kind of getting lucky with various items and all that dropping for you. I just need to get some weapons to drop. Because then I can fight using those weapons to slowly get the maintenance. Okay. Let's not tangle with that. It's hard to get maintenance. Now you can't get maintenance to chop down trees now, but the problem is you still need an axe to chop down a tree, which means you still gotta find an axe. Which puts us back into square one, where the stone axe requires maintenance to make. That's the catch. Is just... There's just not really a good path to get your maintenance 1. It's just... You gotta find weapons to hit zombies with to get it. There's probably other ways we haven't figured out yet. But that's kind of the chicken and egg thing it's talking about. Is if you want to do like a wilderness run, getting that first piece, of maintenance is real hard to get off the ground. Alright, so somewhere around here there's one that had boots. The reason I care about that... Well, I mean, we just switched our shoes. We're probably fine. Alright, so let's back off a little. And rest up, and then we gotta work our way back. Let's see. No, I'm saying that Allison mentioned today that most of the items with sort of an exhaust scale decay in storage, even batteries, and buckets of some sort of cement. Could you check if that's an issue for you? I don't really have much that has a decay to check that with, unfortunately. I can check. I think I have 1 battery in storage. But I think that's it. But it does seem to be a thing that those are decaying. I don't know if that's intentional or a bug. Because if it is intentional, it's just, we're going to have a way to be able to craft our own batteries, or to somehow recover them or recycle them or something like that. I know, if you're talking realism, then, that can just check itself at the door. It's a video game. It doesn't need to be realistic. You gotta consider as like, would it be extremely grindy to have to reacquire this thing again and again and again arbitrarily? Or would that be a benefit, that kind of thing? Because, like, yeah, I mean, honestly, in real life, most of the glue bottles, after, like, the first year would be totally garbage. Because it'd all dry out. But it'd be kind of a bummer if in the game it's like, okay, well, glue just doesn't exist in your world. Because that was kind of one of the things that were already a bummer in the game. Like, how does sand even evaporate? Some resources are hard to obtain. Oh, we're talking like everything. Okay, yeah, now if that's a thing, that's a problem. Because we always gotta factor in, like, the counterplay. Well, pitch can be used? But yeah, no, if just you get, like, a container of something and it just vanishes over time, like, it was a deliberate decision, and, like, something that makes no sense, like sand, then yeah, that would definitely be a major issue. Oh yeah, when I ate the berry, it reset my thirst. Yeah, it's most materials. I think the only thing I have of that nature right now is just the batteries. I have a singular battery. I wonder what the workaround for that would be. Would you, like... Oh, nope, that's too heavy. I'm willing to go a little overburden, but actually... That's fine. I'm willing to go a little overburden, but I'm not willing to go to the point of being overloaded. Can you repair the broken long sticks? Not that I've seen. You can still do stuff with them. You can carve them into, like, medium handles and that. I don't have enough carving skill personally yet to do that, though. You know, I got you, Secret, but it's... What matters is it implemented in the game? If it's not implemented in the game, we can talk about how the world should and shouldn't work. But if the stuff is vanishing just arbitrarily, and there isn't an implemented means in the game to work around it, the reality doesn't matter. It need not apply. Do you wonder if that mechanic to loot houses get less over time? You settle down, bitter afraid? Don't know, we'll figure it out. Wonder the mechanic that loot in houses gets less over time effect? A house you settle down in? Bit afraid? No, not usually. So usually when it comes to, like, this would be my guess. My guess is the areas you have already loaded in probably don't lose their loot. Would be my guess. It's probably when you go to a new area and it generates the loot for the first time, it'll decide if it's been looted or not. Just based on what they've done in the past. And thank you, McQueeb, so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Let me get you a shout-out real fast. Never mind, it's already there. Playing some more Stone Shard, according to what Twitch is saying. You know, so I hope you had a really good time playing Stone Shard. For those who don't know McQueeb, absolutely fantastic content creator. Has done lots of, like, challenge stuff in the past and all that. Plays lots and lots of indie games and roguelites and all those kind of things. So if that's your jam, absolutely would recommend McQueeb. Fantastic content creator. But welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you've been having a good one. And if Twitch does lie and you're not playing Stone Shard, I'd love to hear what you're playing. But I do hope it went well. I'll admit I have not played Stone Shard. I've seen good things. It's just not a game I've checked out quite yet. The whole there's too many games and not enough time problem. But I've heard good things. It is a game that has been on my radar, just hasn't happened. Oh yeah, now you're saying cool stuff they can add? Yeah. A lot of that's gonna fall into modding territory. But welcome in. I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. At the moment, we are binging a bit of Project Zomboid for the new update. Because I am very well known in this game. It is one of my most played games, like, just period. And among the top, like, 2 or 3 most played games on the stream. Though I haven't played as much recently until Build 42 dropped. I used to be a world record holder in the game, in that I had the highest kill count run stream. Sorry, the highest kill count run that was streamed for a long time. I don't hold that title anymore. But yeah, so we're playing on super duper sweaty try-hard settings because, I don't know, I just don't make good decisions, I don't know. Alright, random riverbank cabbage, okay, sure. I will take my free riverbank cabbage, I guess. Were the eggs any better than pork in calories? I think they were similar. Back in 41, you get XP disregarding what you found foraging. Now you don't. Yeah, I've been avoiding it, like just doing the pick up everything, mostly because I hate having the ground covered with garbage. Not because it strategically makes sense, but because I get very annoyed at the total lack of, like, the total ground just being covered with crap. It makes me annoyed. But yeah, no, it is the thing right now that when you disregard, you don't get extra foraging XP. So you get the XP for seeing the thing, but not the extra for doing something with it. Yep, exactly. When you used to choose to ignore it or whatever, it used to still give you XP. Oh, you're full? That's not what I want. Drop the stone on the ground. Stone's a bit on the heavy side. Okay. So we're probably not going to be able to craft anything with this. So let's check the seasons of the seeds we found. We got cabbage and basil. So we can check here. Agriculture. Cabbages, I can plant them still this month. And then the basil are out of season. Then go ahead and take the basil, chuck it in the cabinet. I got 2 cabbage seeds. Let's turn off foraging so I can actually see what I'm doing. And we'll do all this. What was the rationale for the change? I don't even know if it was deliberate. It very well might be a bug. We are in the unstable branch. You say, oh, okay. It's saying 2 seeds are in this bag, but I have 19 total. Alright, well, even though most of these will probably not make it, I am down to just keep expanding the farm. But yeah, so I have no idea what the intent, whether it's deliberate or not, or what that goes. I know we asked one of the devs here, but at this point, the team has gotten big enough that no one dev really knows all of the things going on. So this is kind of one of those things that it may be something that had a reason for it, it may not have had a reason for it. It was just, you know, they couldn't answer right here on the spot. But, you know, you always try to be mindful of the devs when they're hanging out, that you're not putting them on the spot to be like, no, we need you to answer all of my questions, and I need you to answer them now. Why did you ruin my game? No, I'm teasing. I've been very happy with build 42. It's got some bugs, it's got some balance issues, that kind of thing. But I mean, it's the unstable branch. The game literally warns you saying, hey, there's going to be some bugs and balance issues. Take that for what it is. I need you to answer all my questions and then run your game. Cool. So we've officially made the most realistic version of Project Zomboid ever. There are no zombies, and it's just Kentucky. You can argue whether or not that's better or worse. I mean, I think that's a matter of opinion. But, like, there. You now just live in Kentucky. You're welcome. Everyone's like, Kentucky, heck nah. I've actually only been through Kentucky. I don't have any real opinion on it one way or the other. It's a place. I didn't run to anything that's like, oh man, this place. Nah, fam. It's gonna be a no. Nothing like that. It was just like, it's Kentucky. It looked good. Like, it's very pretty. Alright. So we can go ahead and eat the berry that's going bad. Yeah, no, Kentucky is definitely a good looking place. Oh, that cabbage is already stale? Well, yeah, we'll just eat the whole cabbage. Cool. Alright, so with that, we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a quick sleepy sleep. Because it seems like it takes me a little bit longer to get a good night's rest sleeping in Arlene than it does other means. Alright, so we can't go too far because I gotta check the radio at 8 a.m. So while we wait, what I'm gonna go ahead and do is something that doesn't really matter. But you know, we're stuck here waiting anyways. And that's because I don't have a radio that's worth dragging with me. I can technically hold that radio in my offhand and listen to it, but it's heavier and we have very limited strength. So I can only carry 8 encumbrance units, and I think that radio takes like 1.5. So, not a big win. We could also take this trowel and unequip it. Put in our pack. I think for this one, let's put the masonry thing. I don't imagine we're going to take that with us. That could just stay back at base. The gardening trowel I'm going to keep with me because I'll just forget to mess with it otherwise. So let's see. So for construction, I can only make a campfire, so let's not worry about that. And for regular crafting, we don't have a whole lot of goodies I could do at the moment, so I'm not going to sweat it too much. I'm going to work on scavenging. We'll go over here till we're like 30 after. We'll go back for the radio, check in the radio, and then depending on what it says is what we're doing today. If it says air activity detected, we drop everything and we're going north, because that means we have a helicopter on the way, and I want to make sure I draw the zombies away from where I live, not towards where I live. That also might work out to my advantage to maybe getting the zombies away from that building I've been trying to reach. If it doesn't say air activity today, it's probably going to be a similar day to yesterday, where we go out, we kill some zombies, we do that whole bit. And then just keep all that going. Oh, wait, we had... But yeah, so building these cabinets as a means of storing my stuff. The problem is a lot of the stuff I'm finding is just really heavy. To such a degree, it's not worth me, dealing with. Okay. Let's go over here. Turn that on. And then meanwhile, I did find a long stick. Why can't I make a spear? No, I have a knife on me. Huh. There we go. What's the arrows in the corner for long stick? The arrows in the corner for long stick. Oh, you mean this? It's basically letting me check stuff, like I can check to see if other materials are acceptable. And then like what I have. So I can check here and see like, hey, what other options do I have here? So like I could tear my t-shirt, but these are all the other things I could tear if I had them. The knife shouldn't be favorited. Hey, Mr. Lamprey, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Mr. Lamprey, by the way? Wait. Okay, I didn't think we got the whole broadcast out of that. Because that radio is at only like 19%. For those who don't know, Mr. Lamprey, absolutely fantastic content creator. Current world record holder for the highest kill count run ever streamed. And all that good stuff. But definitely good times over there. The implication in the game is that it's fully automated, even though for those who know how that system works in real life, you know, there is actual people behind it making it all work. Let me try taking that off the belt. Is it like when it reaches maximum dullness it doesn't work? Let's put that away then. We can figure it out later. You have come to bestow knowledge. Zombies have a bonus sight effect. So how they know the exact location for an additional 14.4 seconds after breaking line of sight. You figure this out. Useful. This will be useful in your brutal run. Oh, so you're saying, like, even if I cut line of sight, there's still, like, 14.4 seconds that the zombie just sees me anyway? That's pretty dirty. That's pretty dirty, actually. It's a window of time that you can't counter. Interesting. I wonder if that played into our last death. It probably did, but I was already in a bad way, so that may or may not have made a difference. Okay. That's actually pretty bad. Because for the people who like to do the stealth gameplay, that, like, having 14 seconds that the zombies just get to know where you are anyway, means you can't do any, like, clever corner cuts unless you can do so and then keep them out of line of sight for whatever. That's a weird decision. That's very counterintuitive from what they've been doing in the past. Is that memory settings or something new? No, so memory setting would be where they remember where you went. That is fine, that the zombie just remembers where you last were and goes to that spot. That's the way it's performed for a very long time. Whereas the implication here is that, like, the zombies almost have a zombie visual radar for where you go for 14 seconds after they've lost track of you. And then it falls off, which would definitely be different than memory. But yeah, no, I wonder, like, that clearly seems like it's a bug. That clearly doesn't feel like, oh, that was an intended thing that maybe went farther than it should or something like that. But yeah, that's just unstable branch kind of things. Well fed, not thirsty, good to know. All right. So I'm a little dubious because it seemed like the radio broadcast got cut off, but I wasn't watching that carefully. Either way, we didn't see air activity detected. I'm wondering if it's the fact that we have such a low durability, whatever you want to call it, radio, because we pulled it out of a wrecked car. I'm wondering if it will just randomly cut off, not work, that kind of thing. Because if that is the case, that's pretty bad. Alright. Yeah, so it does look like when your knives get too dull that you can't carve anymore, which makes sense, like, sure. But it just caught me by surprise. I'm like, why can't I make any more spears because of saving that knife? I did stash the knife versus using a knife with no blade to it. That way when I can get a whetstone, I can potentially sharpen it. Or if I can't find a whetstone, then eventually I'll just use it anyways. It'll just break really fast because it's a dull knife. But yeah. I mean, that just more and more inclines me to go, okay, we'll just fight it. Stealth's the trap. They've done a lot with stealth, but there's definitely stuff like that and stealth in my mind are incompatible. What? Oh, I guess it's just gone. Why is carving important? What do you do with it? It'll let you craft a lot of stuff. Like fishing poles are locked behind carving. Making handles for weapons is locked behind carving. Stuff like that. There's just a lot of good stuff that is behind it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The big things I need right now is I need some planks, I need some nails. When we get a couple of planks and a couple of nails, I can make the butter churn. Bone weapons too, right? Are there boats? No. I don't think we'll ever see boats. It's just one of those things that, as far as like the base game goes, zombies can't go in water the moment you can make a boat. If there's any way I can build out at water, and then, you know, do that, I can make an impenetrable fortress. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, which is totally fine for modded play, but for base play, the devs do want you to have a certain amount of risk that you are dealing with on your base game. You can change all these settings. You like to see bicycles? Yeah. It would be nice to have, like, other forms of transportation that don't require fuel, but have their own negatives. Like, if you're riding a skateboard or a bicycle or something like that, and you bump into a zombie, that's just it, you're eating dirt. Okay. Oh, spears. You're so awful without maintenance. And you don't give me any maintenance to make you not awful. Yeah, let's just walk away. Alright. Because we gotta wait for them to spread out just a little bit more so I can shove them over and deal with them. Oh, I forgot I had you. They're taking many layers of damage penalties right now, which is why we're doing so little. I'm just kind of hoping whacking enough stuff with a stick will eventually get the maintenance skill I need so I can start making actual weapons. Because that's what's killing me right now, is just I can make spears. I can make spears and I can make stakes, and that's all I can make for weapons. So outside of looting weapons, all I can do is rock, spear, stick, stuff like that. Yep, can't sharpen them with a stone without the stone to sharpen, which requires, I believe, a magazine and level 1 maintenance, which puts us back to maintenance. That's the problem. Like all the good sources of maintenance are locked behind maintenance. You can sharpen on a stone without maintenance? Wait, yeah, I can sharpen with a regular old stone? Alright, that's news to me. I'm down to try that. Because if I can do that and it gives me any maintenance, it's at least something I can do. Right, bear with me, chat. We're about to get caught with an ad break. I'm going to quickly take two... Oh, not stone, it is a different name. Oh, whetstone. Whetstone requires maintenance 1. Like, to get the whetstone, you need a recipe and maintenance 1. I can actually show you that right here. Where are you at? Da-da-da-da-da. You are right down here somewhere. Make a crude whetstone. Maintenance 1. Alright, I'll be right back here in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay, just clarifying, that mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? Oh, you absolute jerk! That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing. I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp, but you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And Alright, and I'm back. That last clip you're about, like I just interrupted, was a rip clip. It's also one of those clips that, it was definitely a moment in the game where it was just brain shut off, did the dumb. Because it was one of those things that, like, I was backing up and there ends up being a tree, and I'm like, man, I'm really not feeling good about backing up to this tree. And that was one that's relatively new to the game. And I was worried I was going to back up the tree, like, right into a rally group or something I couldn't see. And so I back up, and there is a zombie there. So I like, kind of panicked and just walk forward into the zombie, like not even fighting, just like walked into it. And I had like 4 different ways I could have gotten out of it, but it was just like the brain just clicked off and just embraced death on accident. But yeah, no, so like getting the whetstone at the beginning is difficult. And I understand you can loot it, I could potentially forage for one I could find in a place. But as far as starting off like a roughing it style thing, where you're going to go off in the wilderness and play, The problem is there isn't a good path to get there. There's no ground floor to stand up on to start trying to level your stuff, is my comment. I don't think it's necessarily a problem, but it is one of the more brutal things with the run.
What's the worst that could happen?
Just gonna go ahead and eat that potato. You are now a rancher, Product Zomboid. You're no longer a zombie grinder game. Yep, we're getting there. I know we're like getting lots of damage penalties. It's just amusing how little time you get out of so many things. Like, that is a stick. I don't expect to get any meaningful time out of a stick. But also, just, you know, one of those things. And unfortunately, I'm nowhere near zombies to see which way that meta event brought the zombies. So they could be heading towards us, they could be heading west, they could be heading south, they could be heading north. We won't know. All really depends on where it happened, what distance they heard it, that kind of thing. I'm gonna hop this fence back over to where my cows are. Your favorite weapon right now? My favorite weapon is bare hands at 431 kills. For a little while it was stone, because I found a bunch of stones early game and I put them to use. I've been saving the stones since then and not just leaning in on that. Mostly to give me some time to, get those collected for making various things. Alright, that should probably be okay. Alright. Eat one of the berries since we don't know which ones are poisonous. That one is poisonous. Excellent. Actually, don't mind. Did you start with any knowledge or traits? No. I always play 0 to hero, and for me, 0 to hero is when I pull up this tab. There is nothing here when I start. So everything you see here, we've worked up ourselves. Because to me, the thing that I like the most about Product Zomboid is the feeling of progression, where I start from nothing and I work my way up. But that's my only reason why I have like a little bit of a complaint about the current situation of maintenance, is outside of looting places, there really isn't that much of an opportunity to get that initial level. Once you get level 1, it's fine from there. It's just that very first level, you know, I either have to like loot a whetstone, or I gotta loot enough weapons that I can bang on zombies enough to get enough things. And there's a certain truth to that as well. But it's the fact that I can only craft spears, and spears basically don't give you maintenance because they break in like 2 hits. That it is just kind of one of those things that right now there's a weird thing. And I know I'm playing like non-standard and all that, so I don't expect to be catered to or anything. But to me, the way I look at it is anyone who's going to be doing like a wilderness play because they wanted to enable that, that is to me a miss in the wilderness play situation. And I think it'd be easy to fix. I think either giving us access to craft the hammer and or the axe as well, or instead just giving us access to like the worst quality whetstone, like just any of those, would be enough. I mean, to keep in mind, the axe requires maintenance 1. So, you do either need to start with maintenance 1 or earn maintenance 1. But yeah, I don't even care which one. Like, it could be 1, both, all 3, doesn't matter. It just feels like there needs to be some route to work on your maintenance. Because even Even then, using the stone hammer to get maintenance is still painful. But at least then it's like, okay, I'm gonna make these and that's how I'm gonna get it. As far as the stone axe has always been a very strong weapon. It's got, like, only okay durability, but not as bad as spear. The damage is relatively good. It's relatively light for what it is. So, I mean, I don't particularly have a problem with it being where it's at, one way or the other. Like, for a while, it did feel like it was a pretty meta weapon. I want to say they added weight to it at some point. You can find a whetstone roll. I know. Alaska, I get that I can find a whetstone. I get that I can loot buildings and find a whetstone. I understand. My comment was, if you want to go with the route of doing a wilderness run, so you primarily live in the wilderness, a gameplay thing they've been very specifically enabling, that there is a gap. That I have to go and loot a whetstone to do so in a meaningful capacity. I am aware you can find it, but the moment you give yourself like a wilderness challenge, it is a thing that feels like a weird place for it to be hard. That so much stuff is locked behind Maintenance 1, yet you don't have a path in the wilderness thing of getting Maintenance 1 that doesn't involve you abandoning the wilderness thing or just grinding spears. Or getting lucky drops in zombie corpses. That's my thing. And as far as gameplay, all that, absolutely, totally fine. Let's see. Did you know that your feeding troughs fills from what? Do you know if the feeding troughs fill from water? Having trouble keeping the cows watered? I have no idea. Let's see. Yeah, playing 16 times pop can count loot. I am trying to keep in mind not just the 16 times pop gameplay. Like, obviously, this is a problem for me personally because I'm effectively in a wilderness run because of the pressures of 16 times pop. Like, I do think it should be hard to get maintenance. That part's fine. It's just, I feel like they do need a path for those who want to go, like, move out in the woods and live. I do feel like that should be a viable way of playing, because it has been in the past. It's not my preferred way of playing long term, but it's just in the past we had a lot of options to make weapons to then get our maintenance skill. But with the new crafting requiring it, that window has been closed. Kinda wish you could get nails in the wilderness somehow. I'm willing to bet with the forge you probably can. I haven't physically looked into it yet. But I would assume that you'll be able to. Like the blacksmithing and all that I haven't had a chance to really dig into because I've been doing sweaty challenge stuff. You get nails? Yeah, no, I figured you would, because that would be almost one of the first things I'd want out of the blacksmithing. Is have, like, relatively low-level blacksmithing, maybe like 3 or something, be able to make nails, or even lower, because it's going to be a thing you're going to do a bajillion times. If you're trying to build someplace entirely from scratch out in the wilderness. Okay. Charming weapon does that? Trees gives maintenance XP, but you need an axe. Yeah, that's the thing. Any actual weapon banging on zombies will also give you maintenance. But right now, the only weapon we can get without maintenance are the stake and spear or loot. And so it's just one of those things that they have the only weapons that you can't really gain maintenance in any meaningful speed. Hey, a disposable lighter. I'll take that. But that's just the issue. This is the chicken and egg issue. And like all we need is one thing dropped down just a little bit, just to give you a place to start. I do feel like the stone hammer or the whetstone, either or, would be plenty. I don't think we even necessarily need both, but I wouldn't complain about both. Either would suffice. I think I'd rather have the, well, no, because if you're out in the wilderness, unless you find a knife, then the whetstone still wouldn't help. Yeah, probably give it the stone hammer. Because that would enable you to do a lot of the building stuff early on, like carpentry and all that. And then once you had that kind of locked in, you'd be able to start working on other stuff. But yeah, no, I don't take it as like a big like, oh, how could they commit this egregious error? It's like, okay, yeah, it's just a balance thing. They can even introduce something new. How are the calories doing? We're doing fine. We're in the healthy range. I do expect to dip into underweight before we can make a butter churn happen. We just haven't had the opportunity to take apart any furniture because I need a hammer. And to get a hammer, I need maintenance 1. As you can see, the cycle continues. I'm just hard gated on maintenance 1, or just RNG and foraging, or getting lucky on zombie loot, or actually reaching some place to get some loot. But that's the thing, like, if I was doing a purely survival run, I would never get the loot opportunity, which is fine. But we're not doing a thing. How much main do you need? Just 1 point. Like, just 1 level. And with all the fighting we've been doing, we're at about 25. We're about 1/3 of the way to level 1. We're at 448 kills, and we've been alive for 21 days. So you get the idea of how the wilderness experience is going. Which that was kind of the way the last one went. Is it kind of went like that. I think it was a claw hammer we got a hold of. That I think it just got a random drop in a zombie from a claw hammer. And once I got that, it's like I blasted through like 2/3 of the first level of maintenance. So it's getting off the ground floor is the problem. Which is just another reason that we're constantly foraging. Is because all it takes is getting really lucky and finding a saw, or finding the right magazine, or finding the right book, or getting lucky and finding a weapon on the ground, or any of those things is all it will take to solve stuff. What we will do is, since people brought up the water concern with the animals, I will check to see if the troughs are filling up with water. Because they're indoors, I don't know what it takes to move them. If I can just pick them up and chuck them outside, or if they're one of those things that you gotta pick up and there's a chance of breaking them, at which point I probably won't take my chances with it. Alright, I'll take a smash bottle. It is a weapon. It's not a good weapon, but it is a weapon. That still might be a couple more points of maintenance. No, I have no calories. Yeah, we are slowly losing weight, but we're in the healthy range. Like I'm at 82. So 75 to 85 kilograms is the healthy range. Like I said, I do expect to go underweight before I resolve our problem with the butter churn. I've got the cows locked in. Now I just need 2 boards and 2 nails, and I believe a hammer. And once we get that I can make ourselves a butter churn, and once I make the butter churn, that should make it so our calories are either completely resolved, or at least we can manage it enough to, like, really buy ourselves some serious time. Versus the last time where we were just actively starving to death the whole time. What was the best item you ever got foraging? I have found the Generator magazine. I have found the Herbalist magazine more than once. I found a sledgehammer before. I think a sledgehammer. You can find just about anything foraging. There's only a handful of things not on the list of items you can forage for. You can even find items that generally are otherwise not available, like the pickaxe handle has been available on the list for a long time, and normally that's not something you can get your hands on. It's not good, but you can get it. Plastic pipe? I don't think I've seen the plastic pipe before. Oh yeah, no, we're losing weight. No, that's fine. I don't, like... I'm going to have to struggle with this. We're actively trying to solve the problem. It's just going to take time. Do we have the thing that tells me potatoes? Nope. Like, that's something we just kind of have to accept in this run. We're going to have a lot of times where we don't have what we need. Okay, people wanted to check to see if this battery, when you grab the battery, is at a full charge. It should be in one of these cabinets. Yeah, so the battery is already mostly drained. So that is a problem, especially with us needing flashlights. That does mean quite literally we can't hold on to flashlights. I'll have to get new batteries. That's going to be a major problem, actually. You notice you lose weight fast in New Branch? It does feel that way. So, I mean, it's not too terrible. When we all consider, I've been alive for just a bit shy of a month now. We've lost some kilograms, and yeah, don't get me wrong, that's probably too fast for what it should be. I would agree. I don't think it's horrific, but we actually ran into the same problem in multiplayer on Build 41. That multiplayer Build 41, until they made changes, people starved to death. There was like no real counteracting it. No, actually, I'm sorry. It was the other way around. There's no way to lose weight hardly. That you just balloon up. So them having issues with like the metabolism and all that is not new to Product Zomboid. It is a problem that needs to be addressed. But this one we can at least manage. We just got to get butter or fish. But yeah, there's going to be some adjustments that need to happen. That's fine. How am I doing on my carving, by the way? That's not the right place. We're getting there. We're a bit over halfway, almost 2/3. And foraging. Let's get pretty close to level 5. Getting really close to Nimble 1 and Strength 3 and Fitness 2. Animal Care, like one more Animal Care action and we'll be at Animal Care 1. I don't really know what that gives us. Let's head back up. About a third of the way on her maintenance. Like I said, it's probably literally going to boil down to, can you spearfish? Nope. Spearfishing is gone. Yeah, no, the conversion rate between milk and butter is pretty solid in the game. You get a lot of milk. Yep, no, you gotta get an actual fishing pole, which I think is honestly fair that it went that way. Because very genuinely, that was one of the things in the game that was a little silly, is just, you could go up to the water, right-click, say fish, and once you got, like, fishing 2, you were just good. Is the game how many people are playing Product Zomboid, the build devs for each other? Play balancing feedback? Yeah. Now, the big thing is there's probably going to be very little in the way of changes for a little bit here, because more than likely the devs are going to take themselves a proper vacation. They've alluded to it on Reddit and everything. They're going to be like, hey, we're going to take like a week off or whatever. Not that they won't have anyone on standby if someone's like, oh no, you have this absolutely critical, insurmountable bug or something like that. I don't think we have anything nearly that jarring, but if it did come up, I'm sure someone would jump in and deal with it as long as it was something dealable. Like, if it was some, like, very egregious bug, like some massive memory leak or something like that, then that would be something that might be a problem. Yeah, so weirdly, so it looks like right now for stuff like the batteries, leave them in their devices. Don't take apart their devices. That's a pretty bad bug there. That one I actually will say is pretty bad. That this battery is just draining rapidly sitting in there. Versus the one that was in the radio did not continue to drain. Considering both this battery and the one that cabinet were full at the same time, and I've actually been using this one. So I guess just hold on to a bunch of radios just to shove batteries into. Yeah, that's clearly a bug. That definitely doesn't seem like something that is an intentional choice. Are there battery chargers? No. That is supposed to be one of the things that's intended to make you want to loot more. Is to get batteries, you have to find stuff. Yeah, I'll be making a base here. That's the intention. Okay. So weather today is good. Weather tomorrow is looking pretty good. Don't. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, so it's clearly a bug that things that run low just gradually run out just sitting on the shelves. And like, don't get me wrong, there's a certain amount of truth that in reality batteries do expire. That, you know, if something sits on the shelf long enough, eventually the battery just kind of goes bad. But at the same time, at least from the in-game mechanics, that's way too fast. That genuinely, it would teach you to be like, hey, just don't loot batteries if you don't immediately have use for them. Or like I said, you'd play around it by chucking the battery into a device to escape the timer. But I don't think it's intentional. Batteries preserving cold better? Yep. But yeah, no, it really is a thing that, like, you know, if you toss that, like, package of batteries in, you know, an emergency pack in real life, and it just sits there for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, it's not that they won't have a charge, but it won't be a good charge. See, there's probably why Build 42 came out last week, to avoid releasing the update. Just they go on vacation, major crash, breaking issues. Yep. And that's the reason why most of the updates you've seen since Build 42 dropped have just been stuff that has been straightforward, like number tweaks, turning this mechanic off, you know, stuff they can implement relatively easily, because those are lower risk of, you know, things going wrong. So as long as they don't have like a very, very like, oh no, this is a severe bug that needs to be dealt with immediately, as long as they don't run into anything quite that severe, then it's not a big deal. Let's see, have they turned any feature off since the start of build 42? I believe with the little update here, I want to say they took jams and they reduced the, or it's almost supposed to like not happen in a lot of cases for guns. And I want to say they changed a little bit about how guns work to be pretty lenient. But as far as like off, like gone, I don't think so. Oh yeah, there was images taken away from the backgrounds of start screens, but that was one of those things that they hired an artist to make those, and there is suspicion of whether or not AI is involved. There's not been anything verified. And you'll have people like, oh well, clearly they are. But it can be one of those things that people can use tool-assisted stuff that isn't AI art, so it is kind of a wait and see. But maybe, maybe not, they had AI art in them. It wasn't a deliberate decision by the devs to do it, but as well as things that very much the devs are trying to get, you know, broad feedback about a bunch of different things. And so stuff like that that just completely and utterly takes over the entire dialogue, they'll probably just do what they can to, you know, make that dialogue go away, just so they can continue to get good feedback in the broad thing versus just the one thing taking over everything. Did you need the cow to give birth to get milk? You do need to, but when I got here, the cow already had a baby. Weirdly, it said it needed to have a baby until I got them all in the pen, and it was kind of like, oh wait, I already have one. Yeah, because I still only have the one calf who's been here the whole time. Alright, so let's check in here. So these are like the feed things. I was not expecting to find nuts and bolts. You have hay, you have hay, you have hay. Okay. Can I pick these up without destroying them is the next question. Yes. Alright, so this feed trough is empty. Then go move one of those. I'm not going to move them all in one day so I don't have to deal with, like, destroying my poor character's back. Try that again. Didn't place it exactly how I expected it. What's next? The 20th? Yep, thank you for catch the last 15 streams without missing a single one. I really do appreciate it. There we go. Alright, that'll do. Either way, the artist went lazy and made low-quality art, or used AI to make art, didn't clean the artifacts with the AI. Both means the artist was lazy. Right, but at the same time, it's also those things like, we do need to consider, it's like, okay, was it really that big a deal? Because there was some of those things that, like, yeah, there was some that people were pretty unhappy about. And then some of it, you know, as someone who has a background that includes computer graphics art, I'd be like, you know what? These kind of things I'm seeing here, no one would care about if it wasn't for, like, the fact that it is a very hot-button issue right now. And for the record, I am very team no on the AI art, just like a hard no for most use cases. There can be some niche areas that it can be fine, but it is those things that the vast majority of use cases we are seeing are not those situations. But yeah, no, genuinely, when someone's paying you, you should do the work. My big thing is, like, almost all the computer graphic, like, the AI art has that same sort of plasticky look, that it's, like, weirdly, they kind of all go that way. The milking's going fine. Alright. So we're actually getting too many branches right now. I'm going to chuck these on the ground because I do want the branches, but going into a situation where I might find something worthwhile. Any chickens yet? No, we're basically exclusively cows at the moment. Because we're at 16 times pop, it just takes me a long time to get anywhere. So you're not going to see dramatic changes in what I have available very quickly. So someone called it oddly high def, high contrast, and somehow low quality at the same time. Yeah, I don't, like, it's one of those things. It depends on what actually happened with the artist. It's one of the reasons, one of my biggest things that's upsetting about the generative AI thing is, again, as someone who has a background doing computer graphics art, I literally started college doing that and then decided I really hated it when someone else told me what I had to make in art and realized I wouldn't be happy continuing to do it. So I pivoted over just to, like, more computer science kind of stuff. It is just one of those things that, like, half the stuff people call out as, like, clear sign, generative AI. You're like, hear me out. I've done that crap as honest mistakes. Getting the numbers fingers wrong? Man, hands are hard. Ask any artist. Hands and feet. Those are the worst parts to do on a person. You're gonna get, like, weird knuckle drawings and fingers not quite right and all that. Having the wrong number of vents on one side of a microphone versus the other, that's the honest kind of crap you make a mistake as an artist. And sure, you'd be like, oh, they need to do more diligence. Sure. But in the real world, has that really mattered? Extra fingers? I haven't done extra fingers. That one, admittedly, I haven't done. But it is one of those things that I feel like there's just as much harm where everyone jumps to that's AI art before we really have more information. And this isn't even talking about Project Zomboid specifically. Just because there are a lot of stuff that people take as, like, hard fact, unquestionably AI art. You know, that aren't really hard fact, unquestionably. Now, it's one thing when you have, like, really weird stuff, like, okay, you've got someone's hair and it suddenly turns into a tire in the background. You're like, alright, that's not an honest artist mistake. Because that's not a mistake, like, you don't just do that by mistake. You look at that and go, what the hell am I drawing? But, like, a hand being a little funky, or maybe something being a little unclear, or maybe something not having the right proportions because it's, like, background, foreground, that kind of stuff. Like, that's just day-to-day art. Did you notice the extra quit sock for the hiking bag? I didn't even pay attention to that. I literally didn't notice that we had another spot until now. I know people kept mentioning that you can attach a sleeping bag to it. I haven't had a sleeping bag to test that. But maybe there's other goodies we can attach to it? You can also attach tent kits. Are you just now telling me that the hiking backpack is officially the oh, that is friends. I can't wait till they do some kind of adjustment to the combat noise and or the pinpoint hearing of zombies in some capacity or another. I don't even care what the change is. Just anything where I could hit a zombie and not have the whole town roll in. It's just so rough that you just cannot pick your fights in any capacity right now. I am curious what the gameplay is like for sprinter players. Sprinter combat is something I have zero interest in. But I can't imagine having this little control of the situation where you hit a zombie and everyone in town rolls in on you. Like sprinting where you gotta keep it down to like 2, maybe 3, unless you're really abusing like windows and fences. I gotta imagine as well as you whack a zombie and you run off real fast and you look behind you and go, okay, how many did I actually get on me? Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of sprinter play. I'm glad it exists. I was probably literally pixels out of being grabbed there. Now we need to drop these broken handles. Oh. That was a weird animation. Couldn't seem to decide whether I was hitting him with the stick or stabbing him with it. Now, as far as grinding maintenance, damage doesn't matter. It's just each time you hit rolls the dice, did it get damaged or did it not? If you win the roll, you get a little bit XP. If you lose the roll, it takes a little bit of damage. Oh, hey, what? Okay, take that. I failed to actually put it in my hands, so I shoved the zombie instead of what I wanted, so it threw me off. Alright. So we went through, it was a glass bottle, 3 spears, and a broken stick. And for that effort, we got about 2 points of maintenance XP. It's so bad. Let's see, put a screenshot in Discord. Just found 45-pound fish, 18,000 calories in a random fire department store locker. Nice. Perhaps the usage of the term AI, technically the door that opens automatically on the grocery store. Well, that's one of the problems we have right now, is AI is a very broad set of things. And you'll have people who use machine learning to mean AI. You have generative AI. You have AI like enemies in games. You have AI so far as predictive mechanics and all that. They're all just being kind of conflated as AI. Even just like simple algorithms now are being called AI. And it's like, but they're not. AI is a very specific set of tech. But it is just, the term is getting bankrupted by the fact that it's being applied to stuff that is not AI. Procedural generation has nothing to do with AI in any capacity. Oh yeah, procedural generation is a whole thing. And AI is an automatically installed. Yeah, that's a problem with just like The thing that a lot of people actually have problems with is very specifically generative AI. Like all of the other stuff, it's like no big deal. But yeah, no, it's just the current tech buzzword. This happens for those who are not in on the like how tech startups and marketing and all that works. There's always like the buzzword of the month. It's actually usually like a couple of years, like 4 or 5 years. One will last, sometimes a little longer, sometimes a little shorter. There'll be like the big buzzword of the week. Everyone will include it in everything. They'll ham-fist it in there no matter how little sense it makes. You know, we've had blockchain was one, crypto was one. For a little while, machine learning was one. On the other hand, though, machine learning actually does have valid and meaningful use cases versus the other ones really... Blockchain has like a very specific niche one. But again, the whole thing with the tech buzzwords, it gets ham-fisted into everything no matter how much or how little sense it makes. Cryptography as the written out word has one. You know, .com boom was another one that was a series of tech buzzwords as well. But like I said, the only one that I felt were like big ones that made some sense. The .com boom was one because, you know, the internet kind of was actually really a big thing and everyone was rushing it. But it was one of those things that, you know, in some cases the implementation to put it on the internet was a meaningful addition, and in other cases it was literally you just put it online and it made no sense to be there, just you put it there to put it there kind of thing. Why Y2K wasn't as much a tech buzzword as like this big like fear thing, because not too many people went and did a bunch of investor stuff with Y2K. It was just an unfounded paranoia kind of thing, which granted, there's reasons, because we did have things that had like dead man switches and all that during the Cold War and all that. Oh yeah, the torso injury we have, we scratched ourselves on a tree. Yeah, Y2K was a real problem. Nothing happened because a lot of work was unmitigated. Yes. But it was like, it was a little bit different from the other ones, because all those other words, I mentioned the vast majority of them were solutions and look for, like, in search for a problem, and getting a whole lot of investors really excited, only to, you know, have most of the early investors get out of there while they were able to get their money and run, while the later investors got stuck holding what was left. Whereas, like, Y2K was a genuine problem for technological oversight that, you know, everyone was trying to get ahead of the fire. Because there was a lot of question mark about what would happen on the broad scale when everyone, like, rolled over. And there were things that did break. But, by and large, it ended up being not that big a deal. The only companies I heard that really, really got screwed by it were the same kind of companies who were running on software they made 20, 30 years prior and no one was updating. Which to me then Y2K wasn't the problem. It was you had software that had gone unupdated in a meaningful capacity in 20, 30 years. Yeah, for those who don't know what the Y2K issue was, you know, you younger folks, or people who just hadn't been around when it was, like, really hot, it's basically a lot of computers weren't using 4-digit years, and so when you ran into it, when you went from 1999 to the year 2000, the computer didn't have a good way of distinguishing between the year 2000 and 1900. So effectively for the computer, it would roll back to 1900. And it doesn't sound like it's a big deal, but it breaks a lot of things. But the good news is it got pretty much resolved. Like I said, it was only kind of out in the fringes that people got themselves in trouble, and it was mostly people who were ignoring best practices anyways. Alright, but yeah, Noah's... Yeah. I think the fear thing, though, where I was talking about is like, people are like, oh yeah, it's gonna hit 1900, the world's going to end, nukes are gonna get launched into the sky, and a whole bunch of stuff like that, and you're like, no, what's realistically gonna happen is some bank software is going to go AWOL, and are gonna have some big financial crisis for a minute because, you know, suddenly Bank of America systems don't know what the heck to do with everything, which would still be bad. But yeah. Some BIOS and mainframes didn't handle 4-digit dates. Yeah, no, it was a thing because, I mean, when a lot of those computers were first built in, like, for the larger systems in the 70s and 80s, they figured that computer wouldn't still be in use 20, 30 years later. That would have been replaced by something. The problem is the things that kept replacing them needed to be backwards compatible in a lot of cases. And like I said, it was mostly companies like Sears who are still running these point-of-sale systems that were barely mainframe machines well into the 2000s. So an IBM that still runs got XP on it. Don't connect that to the internet. These days, if it's got XP on it, don't plug it into the internet without a lot of stuff between you and the outside world. How do you cut up a fish? Think it's too big for you to do any of the cooking stuff? That was, I remember Allison ran that problem. I don't remember what her solution was, but she got a fish that was like 44 or 45 encumbrance and weight. And she had to figure out how the heck to deal with the fish because it was so big. Alright, no problem, Decidus. You have a good one. Because for those who don't know, you have a... Like, even going over burned, you're normally limited to, 50 encumbrance as your absolute max. There are ways to circumvent it. Like a lot of things going through your crafting menu or taking apart cars and that'll circumvent it where you can have over the 50 in your inventory. The catch is, like, if I go over the 50 and then I drop something out of the inventory and go to pick it back up, it won't let me pick it back up if it goes back into excess of over 50. So it is something to be aware of. But it creates interesting problems when you can catch a fish that like weighs over 40 encumbrance. Where you start going, I guess I have to take off my clothes because my clothes weigh too much. I was hoping to finish them before I had to back off, that's fine. The big problem with the big fish, there's no cooking station that you can put in. Well, you'd butcher the fish first, and then you'd cook it. Because I believe you can fillet the fish down to a smaller size. If I remember correctly, it's been a while since I've had to deal with it. It's one of those things that would take me, it'd probably take me a good 5-10 minutes to be like, alright, what do I gotta do to get this fish where I need it? The other alternative is you get like a frying pan, and you just add the fish as an ingredient, and it takes 10 hunger worth of fish and puts it in there. And make a whole lot of stir fry. I was hoping to get an extra second to get you to stand on top of each other. Okay, because our boots are probably getting a little worn. Cool. Alright. You can only cut down to fillets? Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to fish in the new game, or the new version, like, on stream and all that, because I've been doing the challenge just I need enough carving and all that to get my fishing poles all off the ground, and I need the magazine to know how to make it. From my understanding, I don't know what the levels are, but apparently from what I've been hearing more and more, is that, like, say, like, the fishing pole requires 3 in whatever the respective skill to make a fishing pole is. I think it's carving. I actually don't know. If you get to, like, 4 or 5, that you might just unlock the recipe as part of hitting it, that they do more and more of that kind of thing as well, so you don't strictly have to find the magazines. That the magazines give you access to it, 2-3 levels earlier. Now, I don't know about with fishing poles specifically, but, like, my understanding, that's true of the whetstone. That if you don't get it at, like, maintenance, like, if you don't have the magazine and you hit, like, maintenance 3, then it gives it to you. Because arguably at some point, if you did continue to learn that trade more and more and more, the more basic things, even if you didn't find the instructions, you'd be able to suss out just by the fact that you're more knowledgeable on that thing. Maybe the really advanced stuff you can never figure out without a magazine or whatever. But the basic stuff, like attach string to pole to hook, just kind of happens. Yeah, also Stu. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, as I was also thinking, is you could add the fish to Stu. Yeah, respawn is turned off. Generally speaking, anytime you see someone playing at, like, high pop or higher, they're almost always going to have respawn turned off, because you hit that point where the zombies would respawn faster than you could theoretically kill them. I haven't done all the tests yet for build 42, but in build 41 is between like 500 and 700 was about the sustainable max number of population you could kill per day. Now that's not peak, because peak you can get a shotgun full of ammo and go blast through, 1,200 be pretty reasonable, maybe over 2,000 if you really push it with vitamins and everything. But, then you use your shotgun shells and you can only do that for a day or two. And then you're back to going down to the other one. But, like, the sustained kill rate is around 500 to 600 to 700. I usually hovered around 700 in my playthroughs. Barring until I got to the area where it was, like, an area was mostly cleared, and it was a matter of finding targets. I couldn't find them fast enough to keep the pace going. Which is, again, where you get that 500 to 700 range, where sometimes you go over, sometimes it's under. You have, like, your days you're clearing, you might be sitting at, like, 800... But then you gotta stop and take that day to, like, get your food sorted out because you've been, binging on your food, so you gotta do a little bit of gardening to get the materials for your traps, to keep the rabbits flowing, to keep your food up and all that. And so now you're dealing with some 200-300 kill days. But for those who haven't seen the math, at 16 times pop, one of the more populous tiles of West Point, I think, had like 23,000, 30,000 zombies or something like that. It's somewhere in that ballpark. I know it's a big range. But if you think about 10% per 3 days, I believe what the respawn rate was. 10% of what that tile is supposed to have for your population. Which means over the course of 3 days, that tile should be spawning somewhere in the area of 2,300. There's a lot of fuzziness around it, like have you been near it? It doesn't fill up the entire missing thing at once, but you get the vague generalization of idea. If you can average about 700 a day, and every 3 days 2,300 zombies spawn, well, you can do the math there and see how that works out, where your 2,100 zombies you kill on average over 3 days gets replaced by 2,300 zombies, works out. And that's assuming only that one tile is respawning, which is not the case. It's going to be all the tiles surrounding as well. So that's why you turn off respawns at higher populations, because you get into that point where even the sweatiest of sweaty tryhards trying to maximize their kill counts per day and ignoring every single mechanic, you just can't achieve it. Solution, perpetual zombie fire. Zombie fires, you're not going to get that many more than 2,000. Like, you're not going to get into the thousands of kills per day either sustained. Especially now, with the zombies having different walk speeds, I actually feel like that alone is going to break doing zombie burns as a viable tactic for any meaningful number. Because rallying the zombies to drag them through the fire now is going to be way harder since they all move at very different speeds. But you can clear an area of zombies around, say, your base. Does a helicopter bring more zombies? So if you want to look at it, so we have our base here. So we've got our base right here. Now, when the helicopter spawns in the map, it chooses somewhere on the map, and it spawns in it. It flies along that route, and then circles around your area from a certain distance. It will move some of the zombies along its path in your general direction, not that far, but it circles around the area. It's a very large area it circles, and it can be heard from much farther away. Especially, I'm curious now where some of the zombies have pinpoint hearing. With pinpoint hearing, it could be hearing, like, literally from a huge distance away. So it will gradually, if you have multiple helicopters, it will gradually start pulling zombies to your area. Now, realistically, if you're doing only one helicopter event, you probably don't need to worry. But if you do have reoccurring helicopter events, you will have gradually the entire surrounding area will slowly, little by little, be pulled to your area. Now, there's a lot of vagueness and all that. There's also the mechanics for migration and all that, which will try to take multiple zones and split the population between them to balance out what they're supposed to be at roughly. So there's a lot of mechanics that go into moving the zombies around. Didn't hear the end, but you got the gist. Yeah. It's one of those things that, would it technically result in bringing all the zombies to your area eventually? Sure. But we're talking over the course of many in-game years. So, inexperience, while technically yes, practically no. It's the same thing about, like, could you run out of zombies?
Thank you, Ray in the house, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Raising in the House, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. Out of anywhere on Twitch, this is where you dropped it. So I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. But yeah, it's the exact kind of thing as, like, running out of zombies. On normal apocalypse settings, running out of zombies is pushing into numbers that have been world records in the past. Like, you're not talking a reasonable concern outside of, like, the sweatiest of the sweaty try-hard play. Alright. Yeah, so butter churn, we would need a hammer in those. What's interesting is that one only says ball peen hammer. It doesn't mention, like, I don't have the thing for the many different hammers here. I'm wondering, like, what's up with that. But that's fine. So I can carve steaks, and I've been avoiding that. I just don't want to carve the steaks, because then I end up with a giant mountain of steaks, and they're only good for, like, 2 pokes, and then they're garbage. I also don't get maintenance for that, before anyone asks. Okay. Yeah, it's not gonna be able to see anything. Yeah, so the interesting thing is I should have all the materials I need to make the cabinet. I think it's because it's too dark is the issue. Oh, do I have any carpentry? We have made a couple of those cabinets. I don't think we're gonna have much. Yeah, 4.8. So it's just like 5. Yeah, so working on our carving. The carpentry is getting negligible progress. It's fine. I have only built like 3 cabinets. You played it 16 times, Pop, just so you could justify turning it off? Yeah, you don't need to go nearly as high as 16 to justify turning it off. I'd say, honestly, once you start getting to, like, high and insane pop, that's plenty to be like, yeah, turn it off. Or you could just turn it off because you feel like it. My only thing I'd suggest is if you set lower populations and you turn it off, that can end up feeling not nearly as good because you can very quickly deplete the zombie population in an area. And once they're gone, they're gone. So that can be a legitimate concern at lower populations. I'm gonna go ahead and walk down this way and forage for a minute while we wait to be able to check the radio. Because I have to wait till 8 a.m. to be able to see if the helicopter's coming. That's when it does the update. So the 6 o'clock broadcast, even if we have a helicopter day, won't let me know. Oh, wait. I just had mentioned that it won't tell me anything here until we are more set up. And we are officially in the next month of the year. Let's drop the tree branch. And go to crafting. So we can make a stone cairn to mark a location. Is that carpentry? No, it's outdoors. No, I don't know what it is. Yeah, it's interesting that I'm sure we have a ton of sticks here. Yes, there's 3 sticks there. There's 2 more here. My thought is, yeah. So you have the issue where these things are getting too spread out, which is why I kept making cabinets. I'm trying to consolidate stuff into a smaller space. So when it comes to crafting, I don't have to hunt for all the stuff on the ground and all that. So if we went here now, I can make the crude bookcase and all that. But what would it take for me to be able to make some type of workbench or working area? Drop all those back in the ground in one spot this time. Okay. So what would it take for me to make any type of work table? Because I'm also not sure what does qualify. So this would be definitely qualify as a table, but I require an axe for that, so that's not happening. And these are all seats, so those definitely don't qualify. So until we get to like Carpentry 1, Carpentry 1 would let me make that. So that's going to be a thing. It might roll. A bed qualifies? Oh, really? A bed qualifies. Alright, well that takes an axe, that takes an axe, that takes... Well, never mind. All of those take an axe, so I can't use them anyways. And then actual carpentry... All of those require logs. Or planks. Alright, how many branches do I have now? I have enough for at least 2 more bookcases. Where's my ripped cloth? Because it's going to be... Okay. clean up more here in a minute. What's the top mood? That's saying I'm injured. It's because of carrying too much. It lowers your health. It's not a big deal unless you like it way out of hand. Watching also doesn't matter, but I need to kill time while I'm listening to the broadcast with something to do. Normally I don't bother caring, but I've got an infinite source of water nearby. No buzz, no air activity detected. Alright, so today should be fine. That's good enough. We don't need to fight with it. Do this, turn that off, do this. Have a sip of the poison water. We're all good here. And I'm not gonna worry about sorting out the stuff on this end right now. Cool. Not the biggest fan of the Moodles. I do know a lot of people don't like the new Moodles. I personally like them way better than the old ones. I think the old ones are good and all that. I feel like these ones, because of how much more control we have over their size and everything without having to get mods involved and all that, just makes them way more accessible. I do feel because of stuff like that one's orange, that one's white, there's the blue one, there's the green one, there's like all that kind of stuff. It is just another one of those things that, like, at a glance, very quickly you can identify which Moodle's what, and you just see, like, I see the orange icon out of the corner of my eye, I know I'm hurting. I see the blue one out of the corner of my eye, you know, I notice that. Yeah, no, it's totally fine to not like them. But I do like these ones more for, I don't have to look right at the Moodles to see what's going on. And I usually can notice the severity a little bit sooner. Because for those who don't know, you can actually change the color of these Moodles as well. So like if I go into accessibility and say, hey, what's the good color? It's blue now. I mean, that's not going to show up hardly at all. Let me choose a better color for this. If we go here, we make that blue. Now the Moodles will go through shades of blue and all that. So you can change all of that stuff. The old Moodles didn't have a lot of that functionality. Can't believe I lasted this long with poison berries and drinking water from a river. Really good effort. Oh, we've done worse. Yeah, no, there's lots of stuff, and you didn't have that functionality with the older Moodles. But you can also change if you don't like the size of them, for example. You can go here to user interface, and let's just say, you know what? I want my Moodles to be huge. Boom. You can't miss it. It's right there. You just can't miss it. But you get the idea. These ones have lots of customization you can do. And if you don't like them because they're too big, you can go the other way too. You want a nice, really small Moodle? Boom, there you go. You can have it just as microscopic as the old ones, where you go, oh my god, my eyes are bleeding trying to focus on it. You can do as whatever you want with it. But the old Moodles didn't have that functionality. Now, I get people not liking the styling of them, where it look more like a mobile app than, like, the retro pixel art. That I can understand. I don't, honestly, personally care between the two styles. Like, it's fine to me. Yeah, like, I like the retro pixel art too, but I'm also not against the new one either. It doesn't look like the style of the rest of the game. I mean, I get what people are saying with that, where these are pixel things, but hear me out for my counter argument. This can be more accessible and good versus this. This, once you get to higher resolutions, you can't see what that you're looking at. So I would argue like this is a bad experience. This is a move in the right direction. Now, granted, again, the aesthetic style, not liking it, sure, fair enough. I can't argue about people's, you know, people's view on the style. That is what it is. Have you killed any cows yet for meat? No, they're terrible. I've heard from people who've done a lot more testing than I have that just don't bother butchering any of the new livestock. Some of the stuff that's already been a thing, like the rats, can still be pretty good. But butchering cows, sheep, chickens, pigs are all pretty garbage. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty bad. I don't know how bad, just that it's pretty bad. Is the butchering better if you max out? Yes, but still bad. Okay, 5,000 milliliters. Empty. You have a notepad? Get this. I'm not going to tell you how to do your job, but the animal feed trough doesn't need a notepad in it. Best just harvest their milk? Yeah. Like, I know people are viewing the harvesting milk and making the butter as a borderline exploit because of just how ridiculously powerful. It's more a balance problem than an exploit. But, my counter argument right now is all the other things that should be filling that purpose aren't really working in a good place at the moment. So until they are, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do to survive. Because right now, butchering the deer and the cows and the pigs and all that, they give you, like, the leanest meat ever. What do you need for butter? Just a butter churn. The thing is, it's silly how much butter you get out of it. It's really pretty cartoonishly high amounts. Like, people take care of a cow and get, like, 7 or 8 butter per day or something like that per cow or some ridiculous nonsense. I think it's actually, like, 4 per day. But 4 per day butter is a lot of butter per cow. You did butter for 2 days and got like 30 butter, 2 cows. Yeah, that's the whole thing. For gaining weight, that just does it. Was the first 2 days might be inflated? Yeah, because they might have like, each day they produce so much up to an amount. So it could be maybe only get 200 milliliters of milk per day on average. But because the cow can store 1,000 milliliters, you're effectively getting 5 days at once. I don't know. But the point is, butter is pretty generous in the current version of the game so far as that. Oh wait, is it already after 9? Oops. Alright, chat, bear with me for a minute. No, that can't be right? Yeah. Alright, bear with me, chat. I was supposed to go on break probably about 15-20 minutes ago to welcome my wife home and all that stuff. So that we can get our dinner figured out, and I just lost track of time. So I'm gonna run downstairs, I'm gonna quickly take care of that. It'll be about a 5-minute break. I do apologize, this is my one long break for the stream. So I'm gonna do that real quick, and I will be back here in just a couple minutes. And thank you again so much for tuning in. I'm gonna run the ad in the middle. I know it just happened a little bit ago, but that just means we'll kick the can for like another hour and a half before we have to run another ad. So I do apologize about the stack up. I lost track of time, which is on me. So I'll be right back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier. It's like, you don't fire the gun when you when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. Okay. You saw that crazy move? The one where I advanced on him with the axe, like, hit him with the axe and ran through him? I did not feel good about that move, but I'm like, man, I'm getting cornered here. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you, I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line? You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we needed a new tractor. I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I going to get onto that plate? If that little incline is too much for us? Because that plate is raised. I mean, I guess we're just going to try and go for it. Momentum! Carry me! Actually, it doesn't look like it's going to be that big a deal. I'm hoping. And we're starting to sell the mushrooms. It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there. And we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build the bridge that barely stands. Alright. I have a potato harvest all... Alright. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. Well, that's not gonna help us. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay, die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff. Okay, and the next thing we're gonna do is we're going to declare a variable. We're going to declare that variable of a type integer. And we're going to set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me.
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
I
I
need
shall
you...
put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like... Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. I'm pretty sure I just got Brutal Dane killed. That I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace and you're still threatening. But not you. Okay, sorry about that. Took an extra minute, so we got like a whole bunch of other nonsense going on that I have to go with it. Well, stealthy zombies, that's a lot of zombies. You should see what cities look like in his playthroughs. Oh yeah, no, that's a whole thing. So, what are we doing? What is this game? How do I play? Yeah, sorry about the longer break. Just coming to the holidays and lots of stuff we have to figure out, like when are we going places, what's happening, because schedules are getting all screwed up. So it's become a whole thing. Alright. But yeah, no, that's, I don't think we have the clip of it anymore. I lost a lot of clips a while back. I think it was one of those things that I have a feeling someone who did a lot of clips in the past got banned from Twitch and their clips got taken with them. Because that's a thing that does occur. I don't know if it still occurs, but it used to. And so, like, I've got some pretty spicy clips that are just lost to time. And it might not even be bad. There was a instance where it just seemed like a bunch of clips disappeared off Twitch. That maybe they had something that, like, a bunch of data got lost or something or other. I don't really know. But we did lose a bunch of clips of channel. It could also be the individuals just deleted their clips. But that used to be a problem we'd run into all the time on Twitch is someone would make a clip, their account would get suspended, the clips would go away. You'd have someone who just, you know, they had a whole bunch of clips and they didn't care, like, you know, someone who liked Project Zomboid in the past, but they burnt out on it, so they don't really care about it anymore, and they go through and they clean up their clips, but even though it's your channel, because it was their clips, when they delete it, it would still get rid of it. That's actually one of the big things that changed is if I feature a clip, even if you delete it on your end as the person creating the clip, it doesn't just vanish. Which I appreciate a lot. Music is showing clips a few years ago? No. I don't think it'd be related to that, just considering timing and everything. More likely it was something like, again, someone making a bunch of clips, getting their channel suspended. Well, their account suspended, not their channel. Okay. Ooh! Ooh! Real weapon! Oh man, real weapon! We can do stuff with that. Give! Give! Please! Also, what are you made of, man? Now, the real question I have to decide is one of two things. One, I could use that as a weapon. And I would get to kill a decent number of zombies with it. We'd gain some max, you would gain some max skill. Probably get some durability out of it. And all that good stuff. Or two, I take it back to base, use it as a tool, which also gives me a lot of maintenance. And, you know, I could potentially cut down trees, get logs, build furniture. I'm leaning towards using it as a tool. Because I also suspect swinging that axe around with no axe skill, our character's going to practically puke up their lungs after about 5 swings. So I do think the tool will probably get me more maintenance than using it as a weapon, and I'll probably get way more mileage out of it. Is it at least good durability? Be good durability. Don't screw me. Yeah, no, it's really good. The handles condition isn't the most amazing, but honestly, that's pretty okay. We got the... We can learn to make mildew cure. We're gonna get that magazine. Wait, that's a big find for us. Like I said, it's mostly in good shape. The handle's got a little bit of damage to it. But if I can get, like, a level or 2 of maintenance, which probably won't be 1 axe, but at least a level of maintenance gives me options. But if I can get at least a level in maintenance, we can start clearing out trees around the area, doing some more building and all that. And as the added bonus, once I get that, I get all those tools opened and unlocked for me. I can also turn around and use that to help with my carpentry and a bunch of stuff. Look at all I'm laying around. Oh, this is nothing. This is nothing. Wait till we get to, like, late game. Late game just kind of gets silly. What's your maintenance right now? 1/3 of a level. Because there is a problem in the early game if you're not getting loot. There's just next to no sources of maintenance without loot. Because the only weapons you can make yourself early game is stakes and spears until you hit maintenance 1. And just, they last for like 4 hits. So you get almost no maintenance from them. No. We don't have completely severe, awful loot settings. We have just the default. Because it is a new version, I do want to find, like, what new loot the game has and all that. And honestly, so far as, like, these kind of runs, the marathon-type runs, the loot settings really don't matter that much for the difficulty. It does affect the early game, like getting your generator magazine, but that's a very temporary lived difficulty that goes away the moment you solve those problems. Or if you do get to, like, the late game, like, abundance issues and all that, all it means in the late game is you spend more time fishing and trapping and all that, but not really adding difficulty, just more. You can't take 8 perks? I mean, I can, but then it's not a 0 to hero challenge. So, like, I could do lots of things to solve my problems, but if I do, then I'm not doing the challenge. I'm doing something else. Because my version of 0 to hero is always 0 strength, 0 fitness, 0 stats of any kind, so when I pull up my skills screen, there's literally nothing there when I start. So yes, this is a very atypical run. Okay. Yeah, because if I took, like, for example, the new outdoors trait, that'd be really strong for what we would be doing. Very much you could take a trait that gives me a point or 2 in maintenance, a point or 2 in, like, carving or anything like that. That would tremendously advance things. I'll read whatever that is later. We haven't read it before, there's no check marks, so I'm just grabbing it and moving on. Back off a little bit. How's carving? Last I checked, we're about 2/3 the way to level 1. because again, unfortunately, all I can make is spears and stakes for the most part. I can also make the tongs, but... Alright, 1 second, chat. Thank you. You enjoy yours as well. I love you too. Okay. We already have that magazine? Man, they're really giving me the magazines all of a sudden. What does carving do? You use it for making a lot of wood stuff. So carving is what gives you spears. Carving is what gives you stakes. You can make fishing hooks using carving. You can turn like tree branches into long stakes. Oh, it's pot stickers. But it's for like all your wood stuff. Your little wood stuff. You can make handles, which is necessary for like you make handles for stuff, which is needed to make like hammers and that are not your crude ones making tree branches, but like your actual hammers. So it's just one of the crafting skills that goes into making a lot of stuff. I believe you also use it to make, I can't remember if it's carpentry or that makes like the molds for like making clay bricks and all that. You can make magazine armor, it's so silly. Not really. Paper armor is a real thing. It's actually really good armor, generally speaking. Like, we always like to think of, you know, the old iron and steel armor of, like, the Middle Ages and all that. But, a lot of, like, Chinese and Japanese troops used paper armor. And in a lot of ways, it did better against a lot of different types of attacks than other things. Tried to fang through a magazine, it's impossible. But yeah, and that's the thing. Like paper armor is an actual thing that's been used for a long time. It's genuinely pretty good stuff. We're keeping the teddy bear. I forgot I'd chucked that on the ground earlier when we found it. Because I didn't get a chance to look at it. We were being chased by zombies at the moment, so I just quickly grabbed it, chucked it on the ground so I could check it out later. Because the thing, we were a little overburdened at the time, and I was worried I'd grab the backpack and weigh like 2 or 3. And it'd be enough to push me over the edge. What skills covered paper armor making? No idea. Can you fall over so I could take, I believe that is the ice pick? Ooh, down. Okay. Down's not my favorite direction for you to be moving right now, but at least I don't think there's much north of us. Tailoring? That makes a certain amount of sense to me. Because it's not armor like blacksmithing. So the metalworking wouldn't make sense. I think tailoring is a good fit. Alright. Nimble 1. I'm actually surprised we're only now getting Nimble 1. I think it's because of how much hiking back and forth we've had to do. And how much time I've had to spend, like, not fighting, but actually getting things shored up back home. Ooh. That's the second time I've done that with the ice pick, as I've overestimated its range. Yeah, my understanding is the armor is like really strong for defense, but comes with the caveat of just doing that. We're gonna eat the whole cabbage. The cabbage rots really fast. They'll deal with our hunger, give us a little bit of thirst. Yeah, and it weighs a decent amount, so I think that's gonna help us a bunch.
Take a sip.
All right. Hey, 3 Confident, how's it going? No fun weapons or anything over there? Alright, so I want to back off a minute because that muscle strain is becoming a real problem. And I also want to go ahead and deal with the out of breath a little bit. Okay, I think you finally lost him. Any non-vanilla settings? Yeah, we're doing 16 times pop stuff. Multiple helicopters, all that. I think we're getting to that point that we can start taking the attack speed penalty. All right. It's almost time for us to start heading back so we get home before dark. But yeah, no, good day finds-wise. We got ourselves both an axe so I can actually work on that. I also got the ice pick as well. So that should give me a good amount of maintenance. Oh, don't place it. That's not what I want. Right back into it. You gotta love it. Yeah, no, it's good. Oh yeah, sorry, I don't have a settings command. I missed that. But yeah, no, it's mostly 16 times population. We got our zombie set to that. The loot set on its basic defaults. We have the helicopter set to sometimes. Let's see, what else do we have? I'm going to take apart that game. It just weighs too much as it is. It's 0.8. Versus that cuts it down to 0.1. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Go ahead and eat the dangerous berries. Drink a little sippy cup of milk to deal with our hydration to give us more carry weight. Let's see what else we've got. There wasn't too many things that changed. I didn't change it to make it like the try-hard sweatiest of the sweaty loot-wise and all that. This is our... I mean, technically it's our third attempt, but the first attempt really didn't get off the ground. And then the second attempt, we made some really good progress, got to like 2,700 or so kills, and just because of issues going on with being able to maintain weight right now, we were getting to the point of potentially starving of malnutrition. And thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. So I kind of had to give up where I was living to go seek out some better calories. And while we were out, you know, helicopter led from one thing to the other. We survived the helicopter fine, but it was the night after the helicopter, like the night, you know, after the helicopter had passed. I was in a different house than I was used to. Cleared out one zombie that decided to bang on my windows, and it just kept escalating, and it was too dark to really go anywhere. And eventually I got a laceration trying to retreat. I think it's okay for our tools to take durability damage. for disassembling things. Like, because it used to be you got your saw, and like literally in Project Zomboid, you could do just about anything. If you got a saw and a cooking pot, you could just go out into the wilderness, and you could basically survive indefinitely with little effort on that. And I do like that they've made it so you will have to fix your saw, and you will have to do some of these other things to give you at least some level of a pressure. Your screwdriver broke after only 100 watches, which felt a little low. I mean, 100 watches. I would assume you're going to find a lot more screwdrivers on zombies before you get through that. That doesn't seem wrong to me. Even, like, comparing to real life, like, you get your screwdrivers, especially those really fine-tipped ones, they actually do wear out relatively quick. I used to sell tools, and I can't tell you how many number 2 screwdrivers I replaced. The only reason I didn't replace more number 1s, which I did replace a lot of those too, is because it's a less common size. Which number 1 would be more... Actually, I mean, watches would be even smaller. They'd be like the point... Or was it like P.5? We didn't sell hardly any of those. Not many people are in that kind of very small, fine detail stuff. The muscle fatigue is something getting used to, but it's a good addition. Yeah. It's mostly like when you're fighting with a heavy weapon, it hurts real bad. When you're fighting with lighter weapons, then it's not until you've really thrown down for a bit that it starts to kind of add up. Boo that man. At least you made a good time. It took me a moment to catch the boo that man. Like, boo that man? I was like, what'd I say? It's like, oh, wait, no. I understand. Some punnery was committed. This cannot stand. Yeah, well, there will certainly be mods. There will probably even be, like, game settings so you can change the durability loss and yada yada. So you're going to build with your axe, or go back out after you sleep. Realistically, what I'm going to probably try to do is I'm probably going to try to rest for a minute. And while we're in that gap between, you know, it's too dark for me to go out and do other things, but it's too early for me to go to sleep, knock down a tree or two, and then, like, do it as a gradual thing. I don't think we're going to sit here and just bang out the entire durability of the axe in one sitting and see what we can make happen. It wouldn't honestly be the worst idea. I bet you I could destroy that axe in a matter of a day or two of working on the base. Not that it's necessarily a good idea, but, like, these 3 trees that are in our farm, I figure we get rid of those as, like, the first priority. Because they annoy me. That was weird. Okay, so tree branch on the ground for right now. Electronics in the cabinet. Caterpillar in the cabinet. Cabbage seeds. I'm pretty sure we're out of the window that we should plant those. Cabbage. Cabbage. So we're in a poor month for growing it. I'm going to leave those cabbage seeds here. I think with it being a poor month, I think we let it go. We're gonna drop that on the ground. Drop the clay on the ground. I'm gonna drop this on the ground and organize it later. That'll be one I'll need to figure out. Long term, I'll probably make cabinets so we can deal with that. We'll put the teddy bear away. Actually, we won't. Okay. So place item. We're going to have our teddy bear. It's important. And while we recoup our out of breath, we'll read a magazine. Plant them poorly for science? You know, that's not a terrible idea. So read our 2 magazines, chuck them in the box. I'm down to chuck down that 5, because it's like, what, 4 or 5 cabbage seeds? If it was like the 19 or something, I'd be like, nah, I just don't wanna. That's 4 or 5, that'll go fast. Where are those cabbage seeds? There's just a couple. Not the carrots. The carrots, I have no idea what the season. Same with those ones. Where was the cabbage? Did I put them in the wrong box? Probably did. Oh no, did I toss them on the ground? I probably tossed them on the ground, didn't I? There they are. So there's 5. Yeah, so you can go over here. Because, yeah, it's not a bad idea that we plant them poorly for research purposes. Because then we've got some that are planted at the correct time frame, and some, you know, planted in what is considered an acceptable but not good time frame. So we can remember which one or which, we can compare those results.
Thank you, Starsamar_ for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Starsamar, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing. Alright. So let's knock down this tree. Grab the twigs and the logs. And bring those over here. And we're going to try to maximize this axe as much as possible. So once we get fatigued, we're not going to mess with it. Let's see here. So far as our crafting stuff, we'll actually start with the carpentry stuff. So we can make a bunch of stuff now. We actually have a lot of options. There's a log bench for sitting on, a log seat for sitting on, a log stool for sitting on. So we can make all those. Let's also check here. Nothing exciting I could do with that one. Let's see if I make the... Oh, it's too dark now. Well, alright. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, so in that couple seconds, it was enough that we couldn't see any more to do it. Alright, so I'm gonna go chop down this tree here. It's probably the most dangerous tree to me because it's really close to where we're at. It does block my line of sight. And then after this tree, we drop the axe, we go to sleep. Is there enough room in one of these? Yeah, so put the axe in here. Just for now. How much maintenance did the chopping get you? Let's find out real fast. So if we go to our skills, maintenance, 7 maybe? 6 or 7? Now granted we can't tell for sure because we did do a little bit of fighting with the other weapon. But we got some for it. And I don't think we've done much damage to the axe yet. So there's a very good chance we'll get, if not tier 1, pretty close to tier 1 maintenance by the time that axe breaks. Which that's what I care about. If we get tier 1 maintenance, then I can make stone axes. And if I can make stone axes, we can continue at least working on all the things. Alright, so let's go here, back to the pile, and see what we have for options. So you can go here. The nothing new showed up there. We didn't get a chance to check here before we were already out of the range. So nothing I could do with this thing that I care about. Cool. So I do think we make the log bench. Or the log seat. Probably the log seat. So let's grab the axe. I will need 3 branches. 1, 2, 3. I will need a log. 1. And I will need some cloth strips. Which I look forward to having more capacity. So the question is, does this count as a table for purposes of crafting? It does. It is marking that as white. Okay. That is for our purposes a surface we can work with. So if we get ourselves a hammer, I could start breaking up, Did it give you any carpentry? Yeah, it would have given me some, but probably not much. Probably like 1. It is carpentry. I didn't do the comparison early enough to really see how it went. Alright, so let's go back in here. Because I don't think we want to start our day chopping stuff, so we can go ahead and drop you off. Drop the axe off. Because those will be things we use later. Put the gardening trowel away. That's fine. Anything else we could build? Not that I care of at the moment. Not a lot of opportunity to make stuff here, but that's okay. The bigger question... Okay, so we can make a drill plank for fire. We don't really need that right now. Oh yeah, no, you've always been able to, because you can get, if you get a bunch of loose cloth and logs, you can make log walls for carpentry as well. Yeah, no, the thing is, it'll do a lot more for me as a tool. Helicopter day. It's time, chat. We don't have much time. I gotta take a sip of the river. We're gonna jog. As soon as we get to the trees, I'm gonna jog. The goal here is to be north of where my cows are and that barn is before the helicopter arrives. You could say kill. Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Yeah, you don't need to. That's more of a TikTok thing. And then, you know, like Automod jumping on it. But I mean, at this point, I would imagine Automod would catch. I mean, YouTube's still like, okay, maybe you get demonetized or whatever. I don't think, like, I've not had anything do that. And there's plenty of stuff that says kill. There's a lot of stuff like that some of it ends up being, yeah, it's true, like someone says something weird and, you know, the various things throw a hissy fit. But so much of it is more fiction than truth as well. Like, people's like, oh no, you can't do that. You can't do that on Twitch. And you're like, what are you talking about? Like, and this is one that I even fell for a long time, was, I thought, like, there was a lot of people who claimed there was a rule saying you couldn't, like, your feet couldn't be visible on camera kind of thing. And the reality is, you can't, like, have someone gift you a sub and you show your feet as a thing for getting the subbed gift. But, like, that's a very different thing than just, like, your feet being visible. Because feet being visible is perfectly fine. Unless you make it, like, a whole a whole weird thing. Let me pet the cow. It's important. Why would you not let me pet the cow? Oh, let's also, while we're here. Well fed, not thirsty, ready for milking. Can you use dung for fertilizer? Probably. Why is it giving me an attitude about this? Did I leave part 2 behind? I did. Okay, well I really don't want to be here very long. The odds of the helicopter happening right this second, like at 10 o'clock, is not high. But that would be my luck. The big thing is I don't want to draw the zombies to my cows. I want to draw them away from whatever they're standing on by their place. And hopefully someplace I don't care about them being. Okay. So I keep jogging. Because like I said, my goal here is to just bring the zombies up. Where did you come from, friend? Hey. No, seriously, where did you come from? That actually felt pretty good. Just sneak up behind him and smack him in the head and be done with it. Yeah, no, the default settings that the sandbox was set for at the beginning was at fastest. They did adjust it down to fast, because people were running into weird situations where you would go and, like, enclose 2 rats into an area, and you'd come back later and you'd have literally lag your game out numbers of rats. And it was because it was set to the absolute fastest setting by default, and that was not intended. But if you still have your same save file you started from, like, day 1 of build 42, you're still in those settings. If you did drop your save file down, like if you did start a new run since then, a new world, it will have adjusted it to fast. Which my understanding is the difference between fastest and fast is pretty significant, especially with stuff that has a very fast reproduction rate. Might as well forage in the meantime. Because I actually want to go west farther. Like, up here's the important thing. So we draw the zombies north. That's the thing I care about the most. But, ideally, I would like to draw the zombies north, closer to town. Which way are you moving? Those ones are chasing me. They don't seem to care. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, none of them seem to be responding at all. Because I got the ones following me, and that, you know, they can just live their best life, I guess. I can just walk away. They're not fast zombies. How are we doing on our foraging? We're probably getting really close to level 5. Oh yeah. Only 200 to go. I think I saw an arrow there, but I'm not too sweating it. We also don't know what's across from here. We could end up having Like a large backpack or something like that. Right now, unless we go to an area where there just is zombies, I'm not going to worry about fighting it. Ooh, ginger. Alright, I'm down. Because you'd like the... I think ideally you want the helicopter to drag the zombies from the area west of the farm towards the north to clear out tomorrow's exploration. Well, that's the idea. Is I'm trying to get over to where that is and draw the zombies north from there. Now, granted, if it means I'm going to be standing in the middle of the woods, I'm not sure I'm excited about trying that out. Because that's what we look like we might be dealing with here. The question is it a really thin tree line? Or is it something that we just have this like row of trees and on the other side there's another field? Are you short-sighted? No. We are foraging. You'll find most of the time, if I'm not in the middle of a situation I can't see well, I'm going to be foraging. So I can get food and other goodies regularly. Because as you can see, we just got carrot, we got leek. Man, leeks are like 30. There's a lot of zombies in that forest. Oh, are you forest on this side too? Okay, that... Oh no, there's another field. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Some screws. Radius is very small. Yeah. Stuff like being tired and all that does negatively impact it. Level of panic impacts it. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. Top of the fence. Can you keep going in the same area? Like foraging, or what do you mean by going? You mean like drawing the helicopter? For foraging, stuff does regenerate, but it takes a little while. Yeah, you can, but it is a thing that you will find not as much after the first day or two. Just because there's a little bit of a delay. And it's just one of those things that you'll probably want to move around a lot more. You just won't find very much if you stick to one spot. It's not that you, like, forge it down and it stops replenishing or anything like that. It's just they replenish at different rates, and you can get a situation that you're just hitting it so fast, you're just not going to get enough back regenerated. Now, the helicopter can show up anywhere from now to like 7 p.m. So we might be wandering around for a little while, but at the same time, we're getting to see what is down this way. We're already much farther than I was intending on going north. I was only intending on going a couple of screens.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
That's gonna have to wait just a minute. Like if we hit a point where I'm gonna sit down and rest or something. Because I do have another drink here, but I gotta open it up, and it's not one I can do one-handed, really. Yeah, so you're still chasing me. Yeah, there's another group of the trees. Yeah, those trees we'd want to stay away from. We've had entire groups pop out of those trees. That tells me more than likely that's in the same cell as part of the town. Or like one of the bordering cells to part of the town. And as a result, it is a wee bit spicy. Let's disable foraging for just a minute. Actually, I could leave it on. It won't take my endurance for having it on. And if we spot things, it won't take my endurance. But if I pick stuff up, it does. Because we keep going mildly fatigued. But that way I can skip stuff like bugs or whatever. To just get that little bit of XP. And if I see something amazing... Was that rats or rabbits? Yep, there goes a bunch of rabbits scattering in all directions. It's not realistic for me to catch them. Unless you swing right in front of me. I got ready for it. Yeah, you're not going to cooperate. That's fine. There's ways I could make it work if I really cared. Like, I could push them towards the zombies, have them run back, and just go. I would like to put them in my bag and not in my hand. There's a dirt road here. Oh yeah, I did get it. It ran past me and I gave it a quick slap on the run by. Then I picked it up and shoved it in my bag for now. Okay, I was not expecting this to go quite this far out. Like I said, this is kind of wandering and exploring while you wait for the helicopter. Getting a feel for future locations where I could potentially drag zombies, fight, maybe we find a farmhouse or a barn or something like that. Maybe we find chickens or whatever. The rabbits I'm not too worried about. They seem to scatter pretty bad. Well, there's the road again. So that's good to know. Oh, how did you get it? I ran it towards the zombies. It panicked and ran back towards me, and when it tried to run past me, I slapped it. I got 2 deer, no, actually 3 deer the other day doing that in my other playthrough. I just push the animals into the zombies. They'll run away from the zombies, and I found if they're too crowded, they'll like literally just give up and stand there. Like the AI just goes, throws its hands in the air and goes, I don't know where to go. But in that particular case, it got to the zombies and it ran back. Oh, yeah, no, what I did is I went to the bottom of my inventory, and then I right-clicked it and I chose to take it out of my hands, unequip it. Same thing you do is, like, if I want to take the watch off, I'd go to unequip it, or the gloves off, I'd go to unequip it. Same kind of idea. Yeah, so this is the road going up here. We're quite a bit farther north than I want. How'd you get the leather pouch? We found a survivor zombie who had it. Is the same one that had the hiking bag. Yeah, so right now I'm just kind of wandering around the area to get a feel for what fields are around us, see if there's anything worth me marking. Again, like if we find a storage shed or a barn or something like that, might be worth considering checking out later. Otherwise, we're kind of in wait for the helicopter mode. I'm farther north than I want to be, though. Yeah, I want to be west more. That being a whole tree area kind of threw off my plan. My intention had to go directly above that shed and go from there. Try and get back over to the road and we'll follow it down a little bit. Because I'm not willing to take a helicopter in the forest. That's begging for death. There's the helicopter. Alright, let's just take it over to this field to the left. That'll be a good place to do this. This probably shouldn't be that bad of a helicopter. Yeah, there's a decent number of zombies in the area. But barring something like a really dense place nearby, this should be relatively calm. Maybe if it gets to be like a 3-4 passer, it might get pretty spicy. Injure reflex panicking? Yeah, it's fine. Nice backpack. It's just a regular one, though, so you can keep it for right now. Now's not a time to be picking... Like, we see someone with a katana or, like, a large backpack, I'm gonna take my chances trying to grab it. But barring something really nice, or a crowbar, maybe I might go for the effort. But shy of that, eh. Used to sleep with a helicopter event. If you die, you die. To be honest, there's a certain level of strategy behind that, because when you fast forward during the helicopter event, it actually doesn't draw as many zombies a lot of times. So there's a certain logic to be had there. But it is definitely one of those, hey, how confident do you feel that you're going to survive the night? And do you think the downstairs of wherever you're at is not going to be totally overwhelmed? Alright, so we've got a lot of zombies coming from the north. Like, a lot of zombies coming from the north. So that does worry me that there is something higher density north of me. I don't know what. I will say, honestly, with the different zombie speeds, the helicopter event feels way less intimidating. Like, the zombies are harder to control, which does add a certain amount of variance to it. But these really slow zombies, when I say I can walk circles around them, I mean, like, literally, we can walk circles around them. Case in point. But yeah, with how many of them are slower, the fast ones cutting across that get you in trouble, there's just not enough of them. I can just very easily kind of ignore them. Like, the biggest danger is accidentally circling back into the slow zombies. Which I think just garners even more and more that the strategy where, like, some people would hide, some people would walk. I think that just makes the walking, like, into an open area just even stronger. I think the only way you get into real big trouble, and this would be true of either strategy, like, if I'm camped out and I'm, like, one grid over from the prison or one grid over from the military base, or, you know, I'm in West Point, one grid over from downtown, that becomes dangerous because sheer numbers. That even outside, like, even regular apocalypse mode, if you go, like, right to the peak of downtown of some of those ones, you're sitting, like, right next to it, you don't have many zombies, but you're close enough to drag that wave right across you. Is the map static or randomly generated? It's static in the sense that the cities and the buildings are all rigid and always in the same place. But, like, what loot is where is all different. While the zombies have a heat map that they generally will follow, like, this place is high density, that's low density. The specific zombies, what loot they have and all that is randomized. The loot in the buildings, like, yeah, this is a bookstore, it's going to have books, but one run you might get one set of books, the next run you might get a totally different set of books. So there is a bit of A and B. The big exception being is basements. basements are one of the only things that are randomized so far as actual locations, to my understanding. So when you go up to a house, it may or may not have a basement. And on top of that, what specific basement it has will vary run to run, is my understanding. With some exceptions. There are some that are static. Like, my understanding is that cultist house I went into is a static one, that it always has the cultist basement. I could be wrong about that. Like, very genuinely, you could go to that farm and it could be a totally nice place in another run. I doubt it, with all the zombies having different loot tables and everything. I think that's just what that farm is supposed to be. Okay, I think... Was that just a one-passer helicopter? Because I was waiting to hear if it came back. And I was going to wait till like 20-30 after. The gas station near the new spawn seems to have basement always too. Yeah. Well, I haven't figured out like what the waiting is and all that. Alright, so I think we're done with the helicopter. Let's get out of here. And so you love exploring the unknown. Just went to an old version construction site. They're huge houses, massive Z's now. Yeah. Well, that's kind of been my biggest draw. It's one of the reasons I went for the 16 times pop as opposed to just... Like, I did one round of Apocalypse just to kind of get a feel for things, and just immediately jumped into 16. And that was honestly the biggest motivator for me just jumping into 16, is I know once I see the map, I can't unsee it. Like, I'll just know the map from then on, and I'll know, like, I can get bookstores over here, I can get the gas over there, I can get food over there. You know, there's a wood cabin over there that's a good place to get fishing and hunting stuff. You get the idea. You learn the map. And that's part of the thing that can really help you succeed in runs very easily, is just knowing, hey, I'm in a bad way because of X thing I'm lacking, I can go there to get it. And once you have that knowledge, you can't unhave it. So it is one of those things that it was very difficult not just to fall into the whole situation of, you know, oh, I'm missing this thing. All right, let's go over. There's this place by Rosewood. Oh, you know, like here's the area I know I can start that I've got, you know, a little pod I can go. Oh, one of the things I just realized before I forget. So it was the 2nd of the month, and we took the helicopter right up here. So let's go ahead and put the mark there. Add a note. Helicopter 2 or 2nd. I don't remember what month we're in. We can check this. I'll know if I have it right here in just a moment. Nope, it's wrong. Okay. 08. Helicopter 2nd. 08. 02. 93. Alright. And thank you for the follow stream. If you find flyers, they do open up the map so you can find them. Oh, I didn't think of that. Like, you can open up the flyer and it'll be like, this is for the local Spiffo location. And it'll give you, like, the block around the Spiffo or something. That's cool. Because I did notice they changed it so the annotated maps will actually add that little section to your big map as well. That's kind of cool. I never thought to even check it. Yeah, by the time we get home, it'll be dark just about, because we did go for a pretty long hike. I don't think we were close enough to drag the zombies away from the sheds and all that. I went too far north, I believe. I'm not super confident on that. But regardless, that's fine. We have cleared out most of the zombies away from our property even farther. And all that just gives us breathing area. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people will sit there and be like, oh, the helicopter, it's nothing but bad news. Oh, we got another telephone pole weirdly placed in the middle of a field. Okay. I was not expecting to see you this far down here. This also, again, may have been far enough south that... I mean, they should have heard the helicopter from there. They might not have reacted. It's one of those things, but having the zombies have, like, the random hearing, the random, like, sight difference, some of the zombies are effectively deaf, where if you're not directly on top of them, they don't react in any way. And it does mess with quite a few things that, like, using sirens and horns and yelling and all that to draw zombies away. Just one of those things, you know, a whole thing. Are you supposed to get electronics level 1 now? Dismantling watches doesn't give XP? Dismantling watches gives XP. It's disassembling stuff with carpentry that doesn't give you XP. They did specifically mention that electronics are an exception to the no dismantling stuff. Because, like, if we go into our skill here, and we go to electronics, wherever it's hiding. Yeah, electrical. So yeah, we're at 32 just about. Halfway to level 1. But yeah, it's mostly carpentry and metalworking no longer give XP by just disassembling everything. I'm gonna keep walking. If I slap that zombie there, we're gonna aggro after the stuff here. So I'd rather just keep walking down the road. Deal with anything that manages to keep up. Because it's already 7:30, and it's around 10:30, like around 10 that it starts to get properly dark. And I still got a decent hike left. But the important thing more than anything else is we didn't draw zombies home. That was the big goal, is to not get caught by the helicopter anywhere near the house. Because that's where I start getting myself in trouble, because right now we don't have a lot of cover. So if we start dragging zombies across my property, one, they'll trash my stuff, and that's upsetting enough, and that is enough reason. But it's also kind of one of those reasons that you run into that you just suddenly have zombies hitting you at night and all that. Now, these sprinters will also have random hearing and seeing, so near-death zombie could stand there and suddenly sprint to you. Yep. I have honestly mixed feelings about the randomization. I do see the benefit that by having zombies have different movement speed, different hearing, different sight, they don't just all move as one unit to you at all times kind of thing. But at the same time, there is lots of things that it kind of makes... It kind of messes with your way to play around stuff. Because, like, I've talked about in the past that I arguably would say Conspicuous is a good perk. That, sure, it gives you points because it's a negative, but because it makes it way more reliable for zombies to aggro you, that is arguably better than not aggroing them at all. So I would actually see Inconspicuous as a negative perk. And so it's kind of one of those things, it's like, it gives you the problem that Inconspicuous does, where you can't really tell if you're going to aggro something or not, which makes it much harder to keep proper control and play around the zombies. That there is a variable of variance there. So it's not that I hate it, it's not that I like it, I've got mixed feelings. There's pros and cons, and I'm not sure where I land on that spectrum. Because, like, for one thing, the zombies moving slower has basically killed the entire use noise to drag zombies away Pied Piper thing. And the zombies sometimes being deaf is the same problem as well, that some zombies just don't take the bait. So, in some ways it feels like it takes away some of the tools that people like to do, so people who don't want to fight all the zombies use the stealth and distraction. Because some of the zombies are almost deaf, that distraction component doesn't work. Not as reliably anymore. And it wasn't super reliable to begin with. And then, you know, you add the lower movement speed on there as well, and it's just even more of an issue. Like, I don't know. I think in the long run, I might go into the settings and just make everyone fast shamblers again. Fast shamblers, give them better than average hearing and sight, and just leave it at that. I think that'll be more fun for my playstyle personally. I don't feel like for what I'm doing that the randomization adds more challenge overall. It adds a little bit of different challenge, but at the cost of a lot of challenge. There is a setting so it's random, but not the highest tier of it. Ah, I hadn't seen that. Oh no, I think I'd rather they consistently move fast. It's the really, really slow ones that I think are the problem. The really, really slow-moving ones are the ones that just kind of mess with a lot of stuff, or the really, really can't hear you, or the really, really can't see you ones that are all the issue. I mean, and on the other end, like the pinpoint hearing ones are also a problem. That the extremities mess with stuff. Whereas having fast versus slow shamblers, but they still kind of keep a good pace. I don't know. I'm going to give it a little bit, see how I feel about it in the long run, but with the hours I put in, I do feel like it's something I am going to change.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I already owe a hydration too. I'll get that here in just a moment. First gotta hydrate the character. So, butcher the rabbit. Alright, the sip's gonna have to wait because my drink was gonna overflow. You know, it's just fizzing-wise. So that's gotta sit there for a minute. Did I not butcher the rabbit? If it does butcher and I get the same thing again, we're going to drop the rabbit and pretend it disappeared. Because clearly that would be a bug where it can, like, infinitely butcher the rabbit. Okay, so there's a bug there. There's a bug where I can butcher rabbit multiple times. Okay, so I can drop this down, and drop that down. I guess a rabbit, I'm just gonna go around the corner over here. Just chuck it on the ground. And just pretend it rotted. Okay, and we're officially at the point that I've been putting off making the fire. But we do actually need the fire pit now. Now, I want to decide is where I'm ultimately putting the fire. I think I'm going to put it way over here on the edge. Because eventually I'm going to want to enclose that area. Alright, so time to start grabbing some fuel. Let's grab all these broken sticks and twigs and all that. It's been a long time coming. All right. Destroy for fuel. Broken branch, drop them all in. Destroy for fuel. Broken Long Branch, drop them all in. Okay, so the next time we can potentially have the helicopter is the soonest of the 12th. It can be well after that, but the 12th is the earliest it can happen again. Alright. So no more fuel will fit. Cool. So for right now, let's drop all the twigs in the ground. I'll put the screws in there, put that in there. Put this in here. Drop you on the ground. Yeah, no, I noticed they had a cap on our grills the other day when I was messing with stuff. Drop the pill bug in. I don't know if we even have the right cabinet anymore. We will eat the leek. Drop you in there. You got tiny, tiny little cuts of rabbit. So light the fire using... Those are like the tiniest little rabbits. They give 2 hunger. Sometimes the helicopter's every 6 days. I think that's on often settings. We're on sometimes settings. It was I think often, 7 days is the closest between you could have. Versus sometimes is 10 days is the closest between you can have. And then I don't know what the caps for either of them are. Like, what is the longest between helicopters you can have? I know for both of them, it's a couple of weeks. Which I think is good, because it adds enough variance that you can't just be like, oh, I'm in that day or two. Like, you just know the earliest it can happen. You just know you gotta keep an eye on it after that. Cool, we're just gonna go ahead and eat that rabbit. 3 hunger. I don't think we're getting much out of that rabbit. Yep, almost no calories. Yeah, so it seems like the butchering is just really important so far as managing all that. Like, maybe that might be a little overzealous, how much that's needed. Okay, so we can go over here, go to sleep. We did survive our helicopter, so that's good news. How are we doing on our maintenance? Not a huge change the last time. We only killed a couple zombies yesterday. Didn't cut down any trees or anything like that. But we'll be back into our normal pattern. So I can worry about that a little bit. Go wash our clothes in the meantime. Should you take slow metabolism? That's entirely up to you. Did you manage to pull some away from the base? I haven't had a chance to look. We just got back from it. I'll have to see today. I think we might have been too far away for it to reliably do anything with it. Alright, clear skies tomorrow. Any storm report? Nope, no storm. And there can't be a helicopter day, so we're good there. I'm going ahead letting our character finish washing. It doesn't really matter, but... There we go. That way we got our nice neon pants. They do have a rip in them. Those were there to begin with. That was one of those things that we decided was going to be one of our goals, was to repair the pants. Okay. Yep, so we go back to fighting our way in to into town, finding ourselves some like proper loot and all that. When we get back, we just continue to like clear out the trees around it, use the logs and all that to start building ourselves some walls and all that kind of stuff. Realistically, we're probably going to be going log cabin style building, because the other building requires nails, and I don't expect... That is a weirdly dense spot of trees. And I don't expect to see any meaningful quantity of nails anytime soon. But the good news is, I believe between this and the axe, if we don't hit 1 maintenance, we'll probably be really close. But yeah, as far as where people are asking about foraging in the same area again, that's what you'll notice here, is I've been taking slightly different routes each time, but the amount I'm finding foraging, like right now we're in fog, which is penalizing by a lot, but you'll notice the amount I find is pretty low. It's not because we've depleted the area in like the long term, so much as we picked up stuff and it hasn't had a chance to, you know, meaningfully respawn goods for us to find. But they do come back. I do know the moment I hit maintenance 1, I'm never making another spear. Maybe when we can harden a spear, we'll see how that goes. But the low level spears are utter garbage, and I just don't want to deal with it. We also need to rip up some more zombie clothes. We haven't done that in a while, and I noticed this last time when we made the when we did the fire and all that, I'm down to just a handful of cloth. So you're gonna want to rip that up because you could use it for fuel and a whole lot of other things. Like, I want to say a log wall takes something like 4 of them. Eat the carrot next, I'll probably spoil next. Oh yeah, no, I'd like to. That's why we're continuing to push towards that barn. My hope is that barn will give us more stuff. Well fed, thirsty, not thirsty, healthy, cool. Alright, that's another one. Because that's kind of what I'm doing right now, is I'm moving all the empty ones of these we find. I'm starting to place them outside so I can collect water. We'll have to see what we could do about food later. I have no idea if you fill up the trough with milk what happens. I do feel like if the cows do drink it, it wouldn't help. It's more than 1 calorie per step. Yeah. Oh yeah, and there's a reason why if you don't have anything that's really calorie dense, you burn calories very quickly. That was one of the things they introduced with Build 41. It used to be just walking around didn't really burn any meaningful amount of calories. But then they added that, and it definitely made keeping your weight up a significantly increased investment because you actually had to get some pretty solid calories to sustain your weight. Which, to be fair, was fairly realistic. Running spends less than walking? I mean, maybe. But then you're pushing the whole feedback loop between being sleepy and exhausted, that you run and then you already arrive and you've already got a level of exhaustion. Even if you let yourself recover, you're still going to be sleepier faster. So you kind of have to add all that downtime you're going to have from needing to sleep more. Because there is a feedback loop in the game, for those who don't know, that as you become more exerted, so your stamina gets lower, you get sleepier faster, and as you get sleepier faster, your ability to recover from exertion gets slower as well. So it is a feedback loop that as you get more and more tired and sleepy, you get more and more tired and sleepy and all that, that you do get into that cycle you can't recover from, that you do have to eventually crash for the night. It's not that you shouldn't ever do anything that exerts yourself. Obviously, half the stuff you want to do requires that. But it is those things that running around everywhere does mean you are pushing your character to falling asleep faster. Just the same, me engaging in fighting right away also does that same effect, that as I jump into the fight and start burning my energy, I'm also getting closer to getting sleepy faster. Yep, I'm only running minimal display bars, just that up there. I haven't configured it the way I'm going to ultimately configure it. We mostly slapped it in because we're troubleshooting something, so I need to be able to see behind the curtain of like what was happening with my calories and all that. That I was seeing behavior I wasn't anticipating, and so I wanted to check what was going on, whether it was a trait with a bug, or, you know, the food I was eating that I expected to be very calorie rich was very calorie lean, which it ended up being the calorie lean was the primary instigator. Combat feels way easier. I think it is way easier. Like, while we do have the penalty from the muscle strain, just because we have all the really slow zombies now, that kind of counteracts it. You don't collect multiple color pens to the map? No. I have extremely limited carry weight, so dedicating a bunch of carry weight to a whole variety of pens is just not something I can really afford to do. Like, once we get later, I would be down for it, but right now, I've got a total of 8 carry weight. Yeah, no, I heard they've got that fancy, like, 4-color pen and all that. Unfortunately, I haven't seen it. I've seen the red pen, the blue pen, the black pen, and I've also seen the pencil. And I have the pencil because it comes with an eraser. I was really hoping that'd finish the job. You're strained, aren't you? Yeah, there's also a green pen. Yep, I just haven't seen it yet. Let's just back up more. Split them up. Is that mod making the noodles big? No, that's a setting. You can change the noodles to be as small as they were before, or this much bigger, or anywhere in between. You can actually go way bigger than this by almost like a factor of 4. But you can put it wherever you want it. Push too far with the muscle strain. hoping we can finish off one or two to make my life easier. And the answer is no. Yes, they're only in pain now, not severe pain. And I could use scissors as a weapon, it's not worth my time. Just eat yourself some raw ginger. But yeah, no, literally the only mod I'm running is these bars up here. Everything else are settings you can change or just vanilla to begin with. Yep. Build 42 have scaling options, color change options, all that. That's why for a lot of the complaints about the Moodles, it's like, no, but really, these Moodles you actually have a lot of customization to and a lot of benefits from, and the old Moodles just don't have those options. By doing the pixel art in the old ones, they can't do like the vector graphics and all that do allow you to scale things. They have to make different versions of the Moodle for each side. And there's things you can do to cheat around that, but then you can worry about artifacting and all that because you're scaling up either a lower resolution thing to a higher resolution. Cool, that's one. But yeah, and then, like, the background color is also something that, like I said, you can change. So if you don't like the red, you want to make it blue, make it blue. You don't like the red, you want yellow, make it yellow. You don't like the red, you want to make it pink, make it pink. It's also better from an accessibility standpoint for people who got red-green color blindness that, you know, some of these might... I actually don't think these would be too bad because it's mostly bright to dark, not really red versus green. There isn't... I mean, I guess the Hunger has a green version, but other than the Hunger, they don't use green on the Moodles at all. They're just... Every Moodle otherwise is bad for the most part. I do get people not liking the art style, though. I personally don't mind it, but I do understand people being like, this aesthetic is not my jam. On your knees begging for a happiness Moodle? I know, right? Like, if I do enough to make my character happy, like, give me that little teeny tiny bump that my character could just, for a brief moment, not show as neutral or negative, but actually be like, your character is having a good time. Like, you read a really good book. You were already in a good mood. You read a really good book. Just let them have, like, a giddy emote. Like, a giddy Moodle. Or, like, a joyful Moodle, or I don't know. Ecstatic when? Yeah, like, have like, the really high one be, like, ecstatic. I don't even care what it does. It could be completely meaningless on what it does. But, you know, just to be like, good, like, I'm taking good care of my character. They're just like, yeah, it's a zombie apocalypse, but today is a good day. Hey, Jason Tronics. I mean, I'm not dead. That's pretty much the high bar in Project Zomboid. If you are not dead, you are winning. You're winning until you lose. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The moment you start seeing all the zombie infection cues, that's when you stop winning. New meta, wake up, pet animal, become ecstatic, win. It makes you wonder what would be the benefit. Like, if you were going to actually give, here's the benefit you get for being ecstatic. Because, sure, you can make the action speed faster, so it's like the inverse of the negative. But action speed's kind of, it's fine. Yeah, that's what I say. It's like, that would be fine. Like, it wouldn't break anything. It'd be very tame. Like, part of me wants to be like, give me like 5% to movement speed or something. But I could see that being very powerful. I'm like, you know what? That could potentially break things. Happiness, less stamina drain, less hunger reduction. I feel like the hunger reduction would break some things. The less stamina drain I could see. Slightly more damage, I'd get behind that. Like a small 5-10% buff. You know, something that's like, okay, it's not nothing, but it is enough that you're like, you know what? I'm not gonna go out of my way for it, but if it's convenient, I'm certainly gonna do it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, point and strength. Please target the other zombie. Oh, nope, that worked. I was like, please target the other zombie, so I'm not trying to kill a zombie by stepping on its angle till it gets just overwhelmed with pain and goes, you know what, never mind, I'm out. The happening should be running is faster and less endurance task. Timed actions faster. I think it needs to be just one thing and something relatively minor. Like, I do think it should be something of substance, but we don't want it to be one of those things that's like, no, I must get happy to keep fighting. Like, you know, I must be happy to be, you know, get that extra, you know, carry weight or whatever. Like, you don't want it to be one of those things that you're doing something and because your character drops from happy to neutral, that suddenly you're in a bad spot because of it. Like I said, the action speed would be the most straightforward, because like I said, it's just the inverse of what being sad does. And it's one of those things that doesn't have much opportunity to break things if it's a small, like, 10% or whatever. I was hoping to finish it. You just loot a little faster, switch weapons a little faster. Make Adrenaline Junkie get happy after being panicked. Please fall over. I'm worried they're gonna step just far enough off. I got a key ring. I want to check that body if we get a chance again. Get a key to one of those buildings over there, I'd assume. Oh, it's getting way too exerting. Let's keep backing off because we're at high exertion and we really shouldn't be pushing that more. High exertion is already not good. As sourced by facts, it takes me a bajillion pushes to knock someone over. Pretty sure this is the one we had already badly injured.
Take a
Okay.
sip. What's the worst that could happen?
One more. Let me deal with this one real fast, and I'll take that. Hydrate. Our boot conditions? I was looking for new boots because I suspect they're probably about a, 60% or something. Would be my guess. Back up a little more. Boot condition, though. Oh, no, we're still at about 80%. We still want to swap them out, because they will get holes in them otherwise, and that's no good. That was... We got into talks in the past about, like, what traits we'd like to see. And usually one of the ones that comes up is people want there to be, like, a turrets trait, and I was like, no. Like, this is actually one of the things that got, like, really downvoted on the Reddit. I was like, no, we really shouldn't do that, because one, it's a misrepresentation of what that condition is. I was like, instead, we could just call it the loudmouth trait, so, you get surprised by a zombie and your character just goes, oh, like, says a swear word or whatever. Just, like, goes, oh, crap! Or whatever, and your character yells, so you're not making fun of someone's condition or something like that. That it's just, your character is very emotive, when something happens. And people are like, how dare you hate fun? I'm like, literally gameplay-wise, we're saying the exact same thing. I'm just saying, let's not go and make fun of someone's disability and misrepresent it. That's all I'm saying. Because, like, the whole thing about people with turrets just shouting swears, yes, technically is on the list of potential symptoms, but it's not even a particularly common one. Usually it's more like different verbal tics and that kind of stuff. As someone who advocates, it's just one of those things. There's a very fine line between, you're representing something in good faith or whatever, even if it is still presented as a negative, versus you're making a character of someone who is vulnerable. Your friend Hazard calls it the annoying habits, the condition. Exactly. You're more likely to have, like, unusual tics and those kind of things than to sit there and scream expletives constantly, which is the way it's usually represented in television. But television is pretty bad at representing everything. We still have television now when someone's having a heart attack. They just go like this, they go, "Argh!" And they fall over backwards. It's like, no, that's not... It's like, don't get me wrong, there are people who get, like, really bad chest pains. That is a primary symptom of heart attack. But a lot of them, it's more of a sharp ache that doesn't go away than suddenly the character clutches their chest and falls over backwards. Oh, turrets? Yeah, no, I was just coming up with, like, mentioning people talking about, like, all sorts of new traits, because that kind of came up. But yeah. Versus I felt like the loudmouth, emotive, whatever you want to call it, would be gameplay-wise the exact same thing they wanted, that your character would get surprised or panic and they're more likely to shout stuff, or even for, like, the fun other side, you open up a toolbox or whatever, you find a claw hammer, your character's like, hell yeah, but, accidentally yells so the zombies nearby get alerted because you found something nice. Alison saying, Reddit's a dumpster fire most of the time. No offense to them, but it's awful on there 80% of the time. Occasionally good posts, night arts, neat stories, amount of misinformation. Pretty much. I find Reddit's one of those ones, it really depends on the subreddit, that some subreddits are held really well, and then some subreddits are pretty awful. And I will definitely say the Project Zomboid subreddit is very mixed bag. That you got some good stuff in there, and you got some real dumpster fire in there too. Let's see. Camp's going well. We got ourselves a sweet fire axe. Let's see. Lord of the Rings, but your character reads out entire stories. Challenge to survive long enough to complete the series. Yeah, like events. Hi, gun. If Reddit were a video game, it would be Rust. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, there are some subreddits you can catch that are extremely chill, they're well-handled. You know, if someone starts getting out of line and gets to name-calling, they're shut down immediately. And it's not that you, like, can't be critical of stuff, but, like, you have to do so in a meaningful and constructive way, so you can't just sit there and, like, F this game, it's awful, how dare anyone. You gotta be like, you know, hey, I really don't like this mechanic, it gets really tedious after a while. You know, I really wish it worked like XYZ instead. Hey, Foraging 5. Activate jump. Yeah, there's definitely some sounds that could use a little bit of sound balancing. I do miss, and I'm hoping it gets updated, I do miss the mod where you could turn in and individually change the volume of a sound, and I do understand the devs want us to report sounds that are all different things, and sure. Alright, so that clearly died. Yeah, so this also died. I'm just gonna leave them all for right now. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Everyone's different. Reporting all the sounds with varying result. Yeah, no, there's definitely some subreddits you go to that they're either super inconsistent in the way they deal with a cabin. All right. I unequipped it. I still have it there. Maybe because it's in my main inventory right now. Yeah, we're gonna drop that in the body because I don't want it. We can put all the bugs in here. For fishing and all that later. Correlated subreddits, for example, have its moments. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, what experience you get reporting stuff is inconsistent on a lot of them. Some of them do a really good job. Some of them are pretty awful. And it's just one of those things that, like, how do you tell a good one for a bad one? It's like, you just go there. That's really your only option. You go there and you feel it out. And sometimes you go there and go, nope, this is a hot dumpster fire that I want no part of. Okay. So we're gonna go to this other... Oh, I need to grab my axe out of here. It's in this cabinet, right? There you go. Let's see. Also, video game subreddits are like 95% art posts, basically no actual discussion. Depends on the game. There's definitely some games I've gone to their subreddit where they are extended rage out between different game mechanics about whether this is the greatest mechanic or this is the worst thing ever and the devs should be personally ashamed of themselves. You have lots of people who tell people who they aren't playing the game right and all that.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting the sub to Magic 50.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
So thank you for Randall Thor for the 5 gifty subs.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Y Berserk.
Also triggering Valorant to give an extra sub. Weirdly enough, Twitch recognized the bonus sub that Valorant gave in response for the 5 gifty
Thank
subs
you,
first.
Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub
You
to
know,
Orbital Mechanic.
just patting themselves in the back a little bit. But thank you so much for those gifty subs and all that. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Pixel Hunt.
I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, for those who don't know, there's a discount on subs. I don't know all the details in the discount.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812.
And that
for
Valorant
gifting a
is
sub to
throwing
Klaus
a
1289.
random number of bonus subs on top of the subs if you sub 5 or more. We have seen, we had earlier, someone gifted 5 subs and Valorant gifted 10. So it can be
Randall
more.
For 1812 for gifting a sub to GGG.
But so far it's been all but one that gave just 1 sub for 5, and it was the one that gave 10 for 5. So I don't know what the odds are, but that is what we have seen.
Yay.
And thank you, Such a Cookie, for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate that.
Ooh woo. Woo 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 woo.
All right, how are we doing on our maintenance skill? It's not gone up very much, gonna be honest. It really isn't going up very fast. Let's get rid of that real quick. We still have the axe. What tree next do I think should go? This tree over here. Welcome, you're just off work. An easier Xmas day words. Just off work for an easier Xmas Eve day. I hope everyone's having a nice Christmas. Well, I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Elcar, for subscribing for 5 months.
And thank you, Okar, for
Rual
the Prime
arrive, Rual Chaos, Rual Chaos.
for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get Wells a month and you used it here. So thanks so much for that. I do appreciate it. Oh, I meant to tear some zombie clothes because I think I'm low on stuff to make stuff. And I'm assuming we're at the point where it's too dark to make anything. Yes, we are. Okay, that's fine. Let's see, do you know the stream schedule looks like this week, or still up in the air? It's still up in the air to a certain degree. I do think I'm going to be streaming on Christmas Eve. And then Christmas Day might start late. And then the 28th, I'll probably be starting late. That's how it's looking right now. Like, I don't know for a fact those late ones are going to be late. They'll probably be late, but it depends on things that I have. Like, you know, I'm meeting with family and all that, and you don't want to be like, no, I gotta go because I gotta drive home so I can make stream and all that. Like, that happens, which is like a random whatever. That's like, hey, you know, I got work. But when it's like an actual, like, someone's birthday or whatever, you know, I'm gonna make sure I put in the time. Okay, so let's take this off. Put it away. Yeah, otherwise it should be mostly a normal schedule. I did make the mistake of accidentally agreeing to collab on what's normally a day off, and I was like, well, that's fine. I've been streaming my days off anyways. I didn't mean to schedule it for my day off, but it's like, whatever. Let's be real. I'm gonna be streaming anyways, so it doesn't hurt anything. Gonna be probably, like, the actual game might be in flux, but it's sounding like me and Sui will do a bit of farm sim together on stream. And then I'm likely to be doing some charity stuff the next week, so like the week of the 30th to whenever. Likely doing some charity stuff for Special Effect. For those not familiar with who Special Effect is. Oh, worms rot now. I didn't notice that. So with Farm Sim sounds good? Yeah, I think it'll be a good time. We're gonna start up a run. We are gonna be doing a we are going to be doing... Well, actually, first, thank you for the 6 gifty subs and the 100 biddies in that hype train. I do really appreciate that. Getting to level 2 at 83%, so thanks so much for that. But yeah, so we're going to start with like 0 to hero, but we're not going to do the sweaty try-hard economy settings. Because we know we're not going to have enough time to really see the sweaty try-hard settings through and do anything meaningful. Just because of like the amount of time we'll have. So instead, we're just going to leave it on normal economy and just make it a goal to see how far we can take it. Alright, so let's go ahead and eat some more of the nettles. Let's go back over to the cabinets. So we're building stuff. We got next to no options for this. We can carve a spear. I'm not going to because I don't want to. The question I have is, do I have fabric tossed in here? Because I might just need to make it so that as we're walking around, that I start ripping up fabric again. What I really want to do is get some different cabinets and all that for a bunch of this. Grab the flint nodules. And the stones. And the clay. And the hemp. This. All right. I need to do what we did with Ellen Ennis, where I have like my thing where I have like the cabinets and I put the materials, like what materials is in each one, on top of it. So it's very straightforward, like, you know, it's got a short blade, like it's got a hunting knife on it, it's the short blade box, it's got a hammer on it, it's a short blunt box, it's got screws and nails on it, like that kind of thing. We haven't got anything nearly that organized yet. Okay, so we've got today's weather. Oh, we do not have a fishing rod. We're actually pretty far from the fishing rod still. The big thing I need right now is I'm going to need to get the planks and nails for the butter churn. That'll help us with food in the short term really easily. Yeah, so the thing I need to remember to grab today is I need to tear up some clothes, because with the clothes I can start building log walls. But it's going to take a decent amount of torn up clothes to get us there. So that's something I'm going to have to work on. The downside is we're running out of weapons again. Which isn't surprising. Usually it's around the time of these runs I get maintenance 2 that my weapons are fine. But that's normally being able to craft stone hammers and all that kind of stuff, and we just can't do that till we get maintenance 1. But I think we're at like just over halfway. Yeah, literally just barely over halfway. Which is unfortunate that we're still that far. But yeah, that's the whole thing, is there's just a lot of stuff gated behind a lot of stuff, and that maintenance is a pretty big cliff if you're not going in and looting a bunch of weapons. It's not a minor thing to work on. I'm just gonna run a little ways. We could really use a rain day soon. I'm really hoping we don't run into the problem where I gotta get water for the animals and get it all the way over here. Because I don't really have anything I can carry any meaningful amount of water. Plus, it's a pretty significant hike from there to here. There's no other water inside this little area. Well fed, not thirsty. Pet the cow. Get a tiny bit more milk. Do you still have plenty of feed in you? Those still have plenty of feed. Okay, that one's empty, so we'll go ahead and pick it up and take it outside. Because as I've been doing, but slowly taking these outside as time goes on. That way they can fill up with rain. So I don't have to worry about, like, manually filling them up. Cool. And we move on. We'll go back to searching. Alright. That probably stressed her back. Yup. You can take that off. It's been a long time since we got cut. We got cut while ducking through the trees. We scratched herself on a tree. Alright, how many cows you got? There should be 4. 1 calf, 1 bull, 2 cows. The clothes, I gotta rip up the clothes. I've already forgotten. Alright. I'm not considering rip up like all the clothes we can. We're just gonna try and go through like a couple of bodies, rip up some clothes. Get ourselves like 20, 30 or so rags. Yep, and that should do. Make it a point to rip up 2-3 zombies worth of clothing each day. So that way I'm not doing it all in one sitting at any point. Because that alone will give me like 7-8 sections of wall to build, so that's plenty. Like then we're dealing with like the logs being the bottleneck. Another added bonus with leveling up foraging, we will be finding more faster, but also as an added bonus to foraging being leveled up, is there are items you can only find foraging once you hit a certain level of foraging. So we can start getting more and more interesting and exotic stuff we find as well. Okay. It'll be interesting when we get the stuff for making more than just rope with flax. Like we could straight up pull up, like just get a fishing pole foraging. Just skip all of the process, just get the fishing pole itself. Oh, let's drop off this key ring. Hey, Night Driller, how's it going? There, get rid of that key ring. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to actually being able to go into these barns. Like, you know, it feels like we've just been grinding the zombies. Oh, wait, I missed an arrow. Grinding these zombies and making no real progress. But the last couple times I've looked at the place, I've not really noticed nearly as many zombies nearby it. So it does look like we are getting to that point where we're going to start breaking the number of zombies there enough that'll be able to start pushing in. We've also found, I think, 2 or 3 different keys for different buildings that all could be for the buildings here. One of them mentioned a cabin, which makes me curious. Because unless I missed it, I didn't see what looked like a cabin over here. So it's entirely possible there's a cabin in this area. Is the key ring good or bad? It's just a thing. It's just a building. It's just a matter of I haven't seen a cabin. So I have a key for a building somewhere in this area that I haven't seen. Which it could be one of these 3 buildings here is considered a cabin. I just wouldn't think so. Will you fall over already? And there's a point in fitness. And we got ourselves some new boots. Keep making sure we don't get holes in ours. I do think with keys having weight now, I could certainly see, you know, people wanting to have multiple key rings and all that. So you'd have like your Muldrow key ring, you'd have your West Point key ring, you'd have your whatever key ring. Yeah, so if you remember before, there were so many zombies here, if I got near this tile, I would get bullied away. So there's still definitely a lot of zombies in the area, but not like there was. We are starting to deplete the cell. All right. I honestly think for me, I'm not going to worry too much. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, I'm just going to wander around, and as my key ring gets full, I'm probably just going to dump keys that aren't car keys. Like, honestly, what I ought to do... Nah, I was expecting you to stay down. What I ought to do is, for those 2 cars I know are junkers, I just chuck the keys in the trunk of those cars since they're junkers, so I can never drive them or whatever. It wouldn't be worth me repairing them even if we could. Okay. We got a couple more aggro from the sound. That'll be another 5 down. And we're really hoping for something like a hammer or a crowbar. The crowbar presents another question of a crowbar is another tool that you can use for a lot of things. We probably won't have much use for them right now. And so part of me wants to just be like, yeah, we're just going to use the crowbar. Like, I think I might just use the crowbar as a weapon to try and get that point in maintenance. Versus it just sitting in a box while I wait to a point that we have windows to, like, grab glass and, you know, put it in there and that kind of stuff. Alright, so let's dismantle that while we're waiting. And the watches in case they have alarms or anything. And Hateful Zona, hitting your 7 stream streak, so thank you so much for catching the last 7 streams, not missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it. Okay. And just give it a moment to drain a little bit more. And we will keep the killing spree going. But yeah, that early game maintenance is rough. I know I've complained about it a few times, but just like, I feel like I gotta climb this cliff just to start. That weapons are just not allowed until we get there. Like, I'm wondering if I was gaining maintenance for banging on people with rocks in the first playthrough. Or not. Alright, lady. Let's be real. I might like your shirt more. No, I'll keep mine. We can always test it. Yeah, no, I probably should. I would hate to have to sit there and resort to just killing every zombie with a rock. Because this is one of those things that feels like one of the, unbalanced things right now is how, for as easy as rocks are to come by... Oh, I was really oh, nope, that's not one we're going to be pushing down. We grabbed a bunch. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure we could find a rock real fast, test it. Part of me is trying to save the rocks for building stuff. But I haven't noticed that many things require rocks, so... Let's do our test. We got our rock. Equipped to primary. Current maintenance is 37.7. Still 37.7, but we did get rid of that rock real fast. Not seeing anywhere else I could scoop a rock up real easy, unfortunately. So it could be we just lost a bunch of the rolls. That's a large stone. Looking like a big old bust in finding a second rock. It's super annoying when they space out like that. You know, it's just the moment they space out, I just want to back off and try again. Yeah, and I have a feeling it doesn't count. But it'd be good to test. The first one didn't give us any, but also broke really fast, so it could just be we lost almost every roll. Okay. Yeah, and I've seen some chewing tobacco. I have no interest in using that. Like, they haven't made it clear what it does if you can even use it. Like, maybe it keeps you awake because nicotine or something like that. I don't know. That one definitely feels weird to me. Alright. Okay, we found an orange. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we found cherries as well. But it's neat that you can find those now. But yeah, no, the idea is we found like an orange tree, which is amusing, the idea that you just walk around, you just wouldn't notice an orange tree right there. Hey, hi random crawling zombie. That's not exactly expected, but okay. Alright. So yeah, we're just hoping for a stone to try that some more. See if we can get anything from that. I'm expecting it to be a no. Because it definitely feels like not everything is giving maintenance right now, which might be one of the problems. So a lot of the stuff we can find just don't contribute. I also haven't tried hitting zombie with like regular old sticks and all that, but same kind of thing, I'm not expecting it to count. And I'd rather use those sticks for building things. Or like later on to make stone hammers and stone axes and whatever. All our storage cabinets are made out of sticks. That's gonna take too long. Okay, so let's check for that flint. Can I equip that to primary? I'll make sure I can actually hit stuff with it and everything first. Hey, Night Dweller. Yep, we can use that as a weapon as well. Hey, Night Dweller, getting your 95 stream streak. Catch the last 95 streams without missing any. So thank you so much for that continued support and all that good stuff. And I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Okay, so same deal. We are at 37.7. So we haven't gained any points whatsoever with the stomping. That feels pretty consistent with the stone. $37.7. Yeah, so it's looking like there's a no-go on the stones. Because I would expect it to have at least gotten 0.1 so far. Because usually it is, you get like 0.1 or something like that every other win of the roll. And it's just 0.1 takes a long time to add up to anything. I'll keep using it and let it fully exhaust and we'll check it again, but my expectations are pretty low. Nothing the bad backpacks, are just gonna leave it. Come on. Let's back up since we got out of breath. Okay. Still 37.7. Oh yeah, I know we're getting close to the building. That's been the whole thing that we've been sitting here going. It's like, yep, we're almost there. Alright, so we got 5. We'll just fight it out. Oh, it just broke. Oh, that's interesting. If I use the chip, or if I use the, whatever that stone is, and I hit a bunch of zombies with it, when it breaks, instead of becoming a broken stone, it becomes a sharpened piece of flint. That's interesting. So yeah, I don't see a reason not to use those nodules. It lets me make it into sharp flint before I have the ability to make sharp flint otherwise. Versus the rocks just become broken. Okay. So I can back up here and rest for a minute. Alright, so we killed a bunch of zombies there, still 37.7, so I'm going to call that a hard. If it does give any amount of maintenance, it's so trivially low, it might as well not. Which is what I figured. But it is interesting that the flint nodules, if I use those as a weapon, I do get sharpened flint, which removes any reason for me to not just use them as a weapon. Go ahead and eat an orange, because those rot and most of the other stuff I have doesn't. Alright. Yeah, now right now the rocks are a bit on the strong side. Their durability isn't amazing, but their damage is relatively good. They're very light and they have very low low arm strain, muscle strain. So they're pretty solid weapons. It's kind of like spears where you just need a bunch of them. It's just not as bad as spears so far as like just falling apart in your hand. One of the big negatives of rocks is you can't put them on your sides or anything like that, so when they break, you have to do inventory management. The swing speed is pretty rough. It's okay. It's nothing to, it's nothing amazing, but yeah, it's not a great swing speed. Sure beats going unarmed, though. Yeah, so I think what we'll do is when I go back, I'm going to grab all of my flint nodules, and I'll bring those out for the next day. I wonder if I get napping experience. That'd be a real weird decision. Oh, I stayed out longer than I should have. Yeah, we're gonna finish this one. And I gotta get back home. Okay, and then you two. Or you, one. Which is good, because your character's getting sleepy, and it's going to get real dark real soon. Alright, so let's get out of here. Well, those streaming in at small numbers is a deliberate thing. So I end up pulling like 5 or 6 or 7, but because it's kind of an even distribution between slow shamblers, the really slow walking ones, the fast shamblers, and all that, if I just back off, they do kind of naturally separate out into separate groups. Like, those are the things I have mixed feelings about, where it's like, okay, there's definitely a benefit to it, but at the same time, there's a negative. And my negative is mostly the really slow ones I'm not a huge fan of. Because you grab their attention and you just have to kind of like patiently wait for them to separate out from the group. And be like, come on, I don't have all day. Or the deaf ones. Yeah, or the deaf ones who will not aggro you until you get like really on top of them. I do think if this character dies, I'm probably going to change the setting and just choose something like Fast Shamblers and be done with it. Like, for the randomness, there is definitely a certain interest there, but kind of in practice, I'd much rather than be predictable. Oh, that's weird I can't pull that one up. That's fine. Eventually I want to get the limestone and all that as well. But yeah, like I'd rather the zombies be consistent. I feel like there's more counterplay you can do that keeps it interesting versus I'm finding the variety more limiting, as in a lot of strategies you'd use to manage the zombies suddenly go out the window because they're just inconsistent, which makes them unreliable, so you just can't lean on those things. Like the distracting and the dragging away zombies, it feels like it's almost a completely dead thing for like any meaningful number of zombies. An individual would be fine. But yeah. It just feels like there's more negatives than positives. Let's see, is there any areas with frozen lakes, etc., that the ice pick to gather ice blocks or an igloo or something? No. So this is supposed to represent rural Kentucky, so generally speaking, like, the climate, the topography, and everything else represents rural Kentucky. It doesn't actually have, like, as nearly as much mountains as parts of Kentucky would have. I have no idea how Knox County is, if it's, like, big and flat, or if there's hills or whatever. But just, like, the rural, temperate, a little bit on the warmer side climate. It's, like, not tropical, but you know, it's got winter, but only a little bit of snow, not hard, long, you know, snowy winters, just a smidge of snow here and there. But, you know, unfortunately, because of that, there's no real reason for them to implement a lot of stuff with the cold. Like, that's one of the things that I don't think has been added yet, mostly because of performance issues. Like, I can't just leave a box outside during the winter and have it count as refrigerated for my food. Even though technically I have a box or food sitting out in below freezing temperatures, in theory it should be frozen and preserved. It's just not something that's implemented. And part of that is they would need to go to all food items that are outside during that time and be like, okay, this should not continue. Like, it should have the reduced rot rate that you get when you freeze things. And it would just be a significant performance implication since during the winter, you have, like, during the daytime, it'll go above freezing, then go back below freezing. And it just have to do lots of calculations around that. It's not that it couldn't be doable. It's just, would it be worth it kind of thing? And is that where the focus should be? And I would say probably no. Even though you do sit there and go, come on, I have all this food, and it's winter. It should last longer than this. I got my mountain of potatoes and they're all going bad because they don't count as frozen. Alright. Now I do have a really big pile of, of clothes here that we've torn up that should let me start making the log walls. I think it might be too dark that I won't be allowed to make the log walls right now. So I might just grab the axe and go knock down our tree. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'll deal with all this later. Okay. I'll definitely have lots of cleanup to do later, but I'm going to worry about that later. Alright, let's get this tree over here. Can you eventually get refrigerators working? Yeah, if you get an electric generator, you can feed it gas, and in return you get electricity. And if you have a refrigerator or freezer in range of that generator, it does work. Oh yeah, no. Drinking something out of a cologne bottle, I agree. There's not an amount of messing with it that would make that not cursed. Alright, so let's see here. We can drop the stone down here. And what I want to look for is somewhere in here I had those flint nodules. I don't know how many I have. I don't think I have a huge number, but I do have some. At least I believe I have some. Yeah, it's 3. That's not as many as I thought I had. Still. Yeah, no, we've been chopping them down a bit. It could be I just take a day and I start chopping trees until the axe is busted and see where it takes us. Now we're still at 37.7. That said, it was one tree, so it might be, like, not every time. The catch is the axe also lets me craft with it. Which is the big rub there. Do I focus on using it for the crafting side or what? Alright, let's just go here and let's just have a day of chopping down trees real fast. See if we get anything from that. Like, we'll probably get through the trees real fast. The downside when you chop trees is just it really, really wears you out. Some buildable like cellar in the building menu, which you can build, and it can act as like a campfire internal inventory, but give it refrigerated. I have no idea. It awakens the hostile elves. The Lorax shows up and starts throwing down. Oh yeah, no, butter's always been ridiculously strong calories, just wolfing down an entire bar of butter or lard. Those have always been, like, instant weight gain. Okay. No storms or anything else. So we turned it off and run ad break chat. So I'm gonna quickly stretch my legs. grab myself. I mean, I have my drink, but I go stretch my legs and all that, check on my wife and all. I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a minute. Is there something I don't care about I could just toss in front? Hurry, 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 hurry. Aha! I have shields! Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we need a new tractor. I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I going to get onto that plate? If that little incline is too much for us? Because that plate is raised. I mean, I guess we're just going to try and go for it. Momentum, carry me. Actually, it doesn't look like it's going to be that big a deal. I'm hoping. And we're starting to sell the mushrooms. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? I've arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient Cookie. Ooh.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb, like, say ooh that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that, I mean.
I don't just spontaneously say it.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew, ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What?
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
Alright, and we are back. I was using that excuse so I could quickly, like, eat some of my dinner. Alright, so. The plan is we're just going to go ahead and cut down trees willy-nilly around our property. Make room. And I just want to see if we get any maintenance doing this. I'm not going to worry about cleaning up the logs or anything yet. We are in lumberjack mode. Let's see, you are? When will you be a front? What? Huh? I've missed the joke. Oh, I see. Yes, I've got it. I understand. Yep. No, the high back I'm dad made me go, oh, I see. It's making fun of the whole back thing. Yep. Alright, so we just chopped down 4 trees. Maintenance 37.7. You know what? I'm pretty upset about that, actually. How am I supposed to get maintenance? Like, seriously. The good news is we've lost like no durability on this axe. Part of me is just like, screw it, let's just use the axe as a weapon and go kill some zombies. I think that's literally what we're gonna do. We're not gonna have a whole day of cutting. If 10 trees is enough to get 0.1, or sorry, 4 trees is enough to get 0.1 maintenance, then it's worthless. Yep, back to the barns. Do you get maintenance from using things like steel wool, grindstone, etc.? You have not tried yet? I'm under the impression if you use the whetstone, yes. But I don't have a whetstone. And to make a whetstone, I need the magazine and maintenance 1. Like, that's the thing. Once you get to maintenance 1, you got options. You can make the stone hammer, you can make the stone axe, you can do a whole bunch of stuff. It's just getting it over there. I would imagine that cutting down the trees would do durability damage. It used to. I would be surprised with everything else doing durability damage now if it got excluded from that. More than likely, because we're using the fireman's axe has relatively good durability, we probably either didn't lose enough rolls to be noticeable, or we just didn't lose any rolls at all because it's got pretty good rolls. Did anyone know about how NORAD started the Santa tracking? It's a cute story how it started? No, I haven't heard how it started. Like, I know it's a fun thing they mostly do for, like, you know, get kids all excited for Christmas and all that. That, like, they're supposedly keeping track of Santa moving between the various countries and yada yada. I imagine it's one of those stories that is wholesome AF. Oh, broccoli. Let's see, there was a Sears advertising thing to get people more happy mood with the Cold War looming. It's because Kringle has to fight off the koalas and emo to get to everyone in the refurbished Opal Mined apartments. So there's poop everywhere. This whole place, poop. Nuts and bolts, don't care about the receipt. And we can put you down here. They put an ad in the paper because kids could call Santa. Number happened to be wrong, and the number is to a top secret number that's intended to use for the call to president when there was an incident indicating a war was coming. That sounds like a very Sears thing to do. As someone who spent time at Sears, that's a very Sears thing to do. Okay, so you're taken care of. Oh, not assigned to a zone? What do you mean not assigned to a zone? Cow? Cow, you've been assigned to a zone. Why have you wandered outside of the zone? If I had a rope, I'd drag you back, but that's not happening right now because I don't have a rope. The rope's back home. Yeah, come on, Cow. Get in the zone. Auto zone. Wait, what? Let's see, so the general played along with the kids, then found out what happened, and they changed the number and kept the number so that kids could call when they were trying to call for Santa. They were calling the Santa line to find out where he currently was and continued to today. Gotcha. Right, so what they did is they made it so to, like, probably handle the call volume, they're like, we'll just televise, you know, like, when Santa's supposedly at each area. Because then, you know, that probably gave the kids a little bit of fun and all that without having to have, you know, that poor phone line have, like, a dozen or so operators handling calls at all times. There's a North Pole, Alaska. There's the cable channel it sets up. That's also one of those things that's got to be fun that they probably set it up. And they mostly just probably keep, you know, a handful of people just, you know, tweaking it every once in a while. But otherwise, just mostly make sure it keeps running. Because I doubt it's one of those things that the kids watch it every single year and be like, wait a second. Santa's using the exact same pattern at roughly the same time. Which you could, of course, play off because, well, it's like, yeah, I mean, Santa's got to keep a real tight schedule. He's got to visit every house in the world. You know, you don't do that slapdash planning. You figure a highly efficient route. As well as defying the laws of physics and time. But, you know, to each their own. It's NORAD's idea and run by NORAD. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, no, it's always fun when you get a lot of those, like, just weird one-off things that come about and you're like, I mean, that's really cool, but, like, why? Like, how did it start? Now you know the rest of the story. Yep. And that's a real fun one. And that was something I hadn't heard before. And also, again, sounds absolutely like a thing Sears would do. For as amazingly as organized as Seer is, they're also pretty horrendously bad at being organized. It really is just one extreme or the other. It was on the History Channel today? Oh, that's cool. I've enjoyed the History Channel in the past. I haven't watched much History or Discovery in a very long time because I just don't have cable television. But when I did, like, History and Discovery were some of my favorite channels. It was actually interesting stuff on there most of the time. Versus a lot of the channels just turned into reality TV and reruns. Or were part, you know, or just a whole lot of sports ball. Which, no negative to anyone with sports. I am much more in the I'd rather play than watch. And reality TV reruns, those make little to no sense to me. Or Animal Planet? Yeah, Animal Planet was pretty good. I didn't end up watching that one nearly as much, but it was pretty solid. Okay, so we're only at moderate muscle strain. Because imagine the big problem with firemen's axes from the very beginning was they're very heavy weapons. So you'd get lots of fatigue real fast. And the weight of the weapon also contributes to muscle strain. So I'd imagine it's also problematic with the muscle strain. It Did I mention axes are one of my least favorite weapon categories in the game? They're... I mean, I can't speak for Build 42 yet. We haven't done enough with them yet. Yep, we're at high exertion. And this is the problem with axes. Just 5 zombies, and we're straight up spent. Did we get any maintenance? We did get 3 points of maintenance, though. The big benefit of axes is, generally speaking, they have really good damage amounts that you can mostly get, like, pretty early game one-taps. It's just, the problem is, the big negative is their exertion efficiency is horrendously bad. Like, they compete for the worst in the game. Which means you burn your endurance much faster. But people like them because, 1, they're cool. 2, they sound really good. Like, so far, sorry, they're really cool. They're one of those ones that, like I said, you can get to one-tapping zombies a lot faster than most other weapon categories. It's just the consequences are really kind of good for the for like the small bursts of 2 or 3 zombies, knocking them down and being done. But until you get to like really late game stats, it's pretty hard to use axes consistently. They're also a weird one in that the early game, the fireman's axe is the best axe. And then when you get to mid to late game, you switch over to the hatchet being the best axe. It's kind of when you get to that point that you start reliably killing with the... Starting to worry me. Where did you go? Should have seen you pop between these trees by now. Not willing to fast forward with her potentially popping out right there and being so close. How's the durability on her axe in the meantime? Honestly, the durability, the head durability took a hit. But it's mostly the sharpness we lost. Oh yeah, no, I don't worry about fence play. I know fence play is very popular, I'm not. I see fence play as just way too risky. Where did you go? There you are. So we still have tremendous muscle strain, so we're going to try to not do a lot with the axe until the muscle strain starts to back off. This might be why people complain about muscle strain so much, is that we only got through like 4 zombies and just muscle strain got murdered. I'd imagine the long blunt weapons are probably about the same. Self-care redeems? I literally just stretched and I just hydrated and I've done them. I appreciate everyone's making sure I kept care. I did just do the things. Alright, so muscle strain's starting to fall off. I see, not, no clue how it rates, but you end up using a crowbar, as long as they last. Yeah. Well, crowbar, the magic of the crowbar is its damage is relatively good. Its durability is legendary. It's like 1 in 80 chance or something, or like 1 in 60 chance of you damaging a crowbar per hit. And then it has a lot of hits before that damage becomes meaningful. So, like, it really does stretch a long way. Its stamina use is pretty middling. It's not horrendous, but it is fairly bad. But, like, again, the durability is absurd and the damage is relatively good. It's basically the best tool. I mean, I don't know about build 41 since right now, build 42, because right now I feel like I just cannot get a break with the maintenance. But, in build 41, it was like, if you wanted to get yourself a point or two in maintenance, you equip a crowbar. Congratulations. By the time it's broken, you got 1 or 2 levels in maintenance. Let's sit back down for a minute. Now let that strain really stack up. What you're saying? Oh, a crowbar. A crowbar as long as they... Okay, so it looks like it's drawing the zombies north, so... Oh, I think you heard me again. That's fine. So it drew the zombies north, based on this one. You know, one zombie isn't a good tell, but it did turn the exact moment the gunshot went. This is a very good chance that the sound was to our north. All right. All right. Yeah, no, I found hot dog buns the second run we did. This is our third attempt. But the second attempt, we found hot dog buns. I forgot I had them, and I ended up just letting them rot. Alright. Tree really close there as well. Let's deal with that one since it's faster. Turn around as that one catches up. Looks like that might be just a kitchen knife. Let's back off. Nah, filleting knife. Let's back off. It looks like when that muscle strain kicks in and you start getting that out of breath, the amount to just obliterate your damage is real significant with the axe. So it's definitely not one of those ones we want to push. Yes, this is probably where people are really struggling with the muscle strain, is I do think it's probably grabbing those handful of really heavy weapons. You know, this, the sledgehammer. Why do your moodles look different? You can scale the moodles up and down in size. Still holding the flint modules? Yes, I am. But I'd want my strain to go away first. We'll use those once the axe breaks, because the axe is actually giving us maintenance, which is honestly what we need the most. Yeah, no, it's the new moodles. You can scale them up and down based on the font size, or you could just set them hard to, like, be different sizes. Like, the new moodles add all sorts of custom ability where you could change the colors. You just use the Build 41 mod? That's fine. I've gone on the record to say I actually like the new moodles more. Is the axe holding up sharpness? No, it is not. I checked and we were already about half down last I looked at it. Your icon for the Moodles look off. I mean, they're just the new Moodles. They're not modded. They're just build 42 Moodles. They stopped doing the really pixely ones, and they went for these ones because they could scale them up better. Because as I pointed out earlier, I can go in here with the Moodles and say, hey, I want them to be big. And now I got giant Moodles, so you could scale those up. And you can go here and say, okay, I mean, I don't want them that big. But you can also go into your accessibility settings, and you know what? I don't like that color. I think pink makes a better sense for them. And so now they're pink to purple and all that. So you could change all that stuff. The old Moodles, you couldn't do any of that. So there's a lot of benefits from the accessibility side of it. They look like yours look like the last build. Oh yeah, no, if you're not on the unstable branch, you are not playing a build 42. Build 42 is not in the base game, whatever you want to say now. It is the unstable branch that has that. Yeah, build 41s were often at a glance hard to tell what was getting better or worse. These feel much clearer to me. That's exactly my other thing, is with the Moodles over here, because there's like two different very noticeable things. You'll sit there, like, out of the corner of my eye, I will see red and orange, and I'm like, oh, I'm in pain. Or red and blue, it's like, oh, my character's sad. Or like hydration is also around that same one, but you get the idea. That just out of the, like, or red and green, I know I'm potentially getting sick. You get the idea, is I can just catch out of the corner of my eye what's happening, and I don't have to, like, move my eyes directly to staring at and be like, okay, which one is that? Which is nice that I don't have to, like, constantly be looking over at these tiny little icons in the corner of my screen. There's a reason why I make a lot of my UI bigger. That, and also as a content creator streaming, I know people are watching on, you know, their iPads, their phones, and all sorts of stuff, and making all of that bigger makes it a much better viewing experience for all of them as well. And it's actually a pretty good, like, it's a much higher percent than I thought it would have been watch on various mobile devices. Like, very, very genuinely, it's usually between like 15 and 30% are on some form of mobile device. Give or take the time of year and everything, because, you know, busier times of year, more likely to be on mobile because they're traveling or whatever. Versus, you know, if it's a time of year that everything's kind of down, you're a lot more likely to have people at home. Does one of your devices shows up as a mobile as a 150-inch projector screen? It's basically the same thing. Hey, FG, how's it going? It's good to have you. And the phone watchers appreciate it? Absolutely. Can I get a shout out for FG Squared, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of similar games to us, as well as a lot of indie games. You know, what was it? Luma Island is one of the games I've been looking at that FG's been playing. But definitely plays a lot of fun stuff. Plays like a lot of RimWorld, a lot of Farm Sim 25. Most of the same stuff you see here, you'll see over there. So if you enjoy this content, you'll probably enjoy their content. So that's straightforward enough. It's actually, if I remember correctly, I believe FG was my most watched channel for 2024. So if you would like, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Not a wave of approval, a stamp of approval? Yeah. If you're looking for a stamp of approval, I can't think of a particularly better one than that. This feels like the pot calling the kettle. What if you could, but you do not have that power? Yeah, and I can get it here in just a second. I believe... Did you Did you touch the new product Zomboid update? I feel like you did, but I'm also worried I'm mixing people up because everyone has been grabbing it. And I know you've also been doing RimWorld and Luma. Is it Luma Island? Okay. I could have sworn it was Luma Island. Last week? Yeah. They did massively reduce the muscle strain. Yeah. Gotcha. No, I got a key for... Did I get a key for Luma? I thought so. Oh, no, I think they offered me a key in the email as well as ones I was looking at. I was like, ooh, that might be one I'll check out. And then, you know, Farm Sim and Product Zomboid and everything else and actual sponsorships and... Because I didn't get a sponsorship, which no hard feelings or anything there, just... It's just one of those things. There's a long list of games, and... It was one I didn't end up playing. Alright. So yeah, so we're going to keep using the axe as a weapon. And we're going to keep using our overpowered milk that allows us to defy the laws of physics. Oh, they rehired you? Nice. That's always one of the best feels. Is, not only that a game would be like, hey, we want to sponsor you, but then they're like, let's do it another time. For me, the big one there has been Timberborn. That's like every major version, they come back around. I'm like, I really like Timberborn, and it feels really good that they keep coming back and be like, we like your stuff. It always works out well for us, so we want to do it again. Like, who doesn't want post-apocalyptic sentient beaver city builder? I mean, really. And they're adorable. And you get to manipulate water. And that sounds like a meme, but it's actually a lot of fun. To figure out how to make giant reservoirs. And then how to not kill all your beavers with the gross water. Alright, do I have a bunch of junk in my inventory to drop off? Yeah, so we'll drop the caterpillar. These are getting full and it's a problem. We have a stale berry, so I'm going to go ahead and eat that unknown berry. Probably poison ourselves. Do we know if the broccoli is in season? What season is broccoli? We don't know, so it goes in the cabinet. We can drop that in the ground. That's not a game you predict you put hundreds of hours into. Oh, Timberborn? Yeah, it's one of those games like, oh, this is probably be some cute little city builder. You know, I'll play it a little bit, you know, get my fill and move on. And then you're like, how has this taken so much of my time? How did we get here? Look, man, I just wanted to flood most of the map, so I can make one giant like reservoir system to feed, like, keep my beavers taken care of for literally ever. All right, so it's too dark for us to do more stuff. Do not play Timberborn. It's like Oxygen not included, where you'll be like, I'll work on this one thing, or Factorio. It's like both of those games. You're like, I'll work on this one thing, and when it gets done, I'm going to bed. And then the sun comes up, you're like, look, man, I'm almost done. I'll get it, don't worry. Because things can just deceptively take too long. Alright, so let's go over here. Craft. We'll trim the sapling for a little bit of carving skill. And drop those on the ground. And we can build a log wall. Which I'm going to start doing. So it's for every log, I need just the same amount of these other things. So I've got 22 logs. I'm not going to be able to carry that many. So it's one segment of wall. Okay, so I can carry exactly enough for one wall. Log wall, build. And we got our first section of log wall. And we'll get our second section of log wall. Okay. You're low-key amused that Rual's sweaty 16 times population runs have evolved from bathroom tent zombie grindfest into stick lean to down by the river with patchwork seeded furrows by hand dug in the ground and a cologne bottle with super milk keeping him alive. Hey man, times change. You gotta roll with the reality you live in. Some days, you're bathroom tenting in the gas station. Other days, you're just... I mean, all we're missing is a banjo. We're just missing a banjo. We just need a banjo to, like, really make this. A mouth harp or a harmonica would also be an acceptable alternative for a banjo. Maybe just a bottle that we blow on. Spoons would be an acceptable one if we could play the spoons. Gotta have the guy with the wine jug. Yep. May not be a man of many talents, but he's got one. Because I've yet to hear of someone who can blow in a wine jar who isn't at least good at it. All right. Needless to say, this takes a lot of logs to build. That represents right there 20 logs. It's a lot of logs to build that. Had your first crash in Build 42. Had too many zombies around a ambulance. That sounds like about the right thing. Alright, we'll turn on the weather here. Gonna quickly drop this off. This will probably be the last chunk of wall I shove down for right now. So I can catch the weather. I'm also gonna need to cut down more trees. I'm not going to worry about cutting down trees until I'm able to make my own axes. We're also a bit low on cloth. Also, I still like what is clearly... I mean, actually, we apparently have a rip in the shirt right at the chest on the A now. What is a very 90s outfit. We got our, like, neon, probably glow-in-the-dark, yellowish green pants, our, you know, bright blue shirt. The A doesn't convince me. I feel like we need something better than the A. Oh, we also have a tear in the butt. Cool, man. So you're gonna give that to me right here. I'm just gonna drop it right back there real fast. Doesn't have that purple teal blob going across it. I mean, but like the really bright neon colors definitely screams 90s to me. Where like glow in the dark was all the rage. It would work good about twice, and after the second load of laundry, it would very, very lightly, maybe kind of sort of ish glow, where you're not really sure if it's glowing or it's just your eyes playing a trick on you kind of glow. But yeah, bright colors. Probably would say something about Nickelodeon or GAC, or, you know, it'd say, like, be Bart Simpson saying, "Bite me," or, you know, something along those lines. Probably have Skeeter from Doug. Or, Rocco from Rocco's Modern Life, or Courage the Cowardly Dog. Actually, that blue right there, Rugrats. That's very clearly in our head canon. That's a Rugrat shirt. Eek the cat. I think that blue, it's gonna be Rugrats. Need to find you a pack of glow-in-the-dark sticker stars to put it on the lean-to? Absolutely. If those were in the game, we would 100% try and decorate up the lean with a bunch of those silly glow-in-the-dark stickers. The ones that the glue was absolutely hot garbage. So it'd stick for like 2-3 days and come right back off. And everyone put them on their backpacks and they didn't last. Like, you'd have the people who got clever and they would stitch it onto their backpack, so when the glue gave out, it's still there. Hey, tomatoes. That's actually respectable food. Yeah, we definitely gotta patch up these clothes. Oh yeah, I was gonna grab the rope to try and drag the cow back. Just gotta get some sticky tack for the hard ones. They'll stay stuck until you have to take them down. Yup. And no matter how hard you try, there'll be just a little bit of sticky tack still stuck to the wall. You'll spend, like, the next week trying to, like, wash it off, and all it'll do is it'll make the sticky tack look really gross and, like, dark color from, like, the dirt and other crap that's on your cleaning stuff just getting into it. We haven't had some rain in a hot minute. That's probably why our crops aren't doing well. Like, it seemed like the last in-game month, it was perpetually raining. And we haven't had any in age. Alright, so let's go to the cow. Gotta pet it from the right angle. Don't want to get that wrong. You know, fill up our cologne bottle with milk. Well fed, not thirsty, cool. Cow's happy. Yep, we're using a cologne bottle. Let's see. Did you warm up your hands before milking? I mean, it's 80 degrees outside. It's not like they had a chance to cool off in the AC. Sorry if that picked up. I may not have actually muted that like I thought I did. Oh, there goes Fred. That's okay. Fred was always really stingy on his prices. Either mute. I think it was muted. I think it just unmuted faster than I thought I intended to, but that's fine. You know, just had to clear your throat. It's what happens when you talk for a long time. Want to make sure I don't do it in the mic. No one wants to hear that. I mean, that's not true. There's definitely going to be one person into that, and I'd rather not know who that person is or acknowledge that. Okay, so we're going to rip a couple more clothes, because we did go through all of the ripped cloth just about. So it is going to be just an ongoing thing that, like I said, we'll try and do it about 20 or 30 bits of ripped cloth each time, which is only a couple pieces of clothing. Because you can see it's like 4 or whatever. How's the axe durability looking at? I want to say last I looked it was okay. Yeah, so it's at about half. So it's not doing great. We're definitely not hitting level 1 maintenance on the axe alone. But it is getting there. I mean, we are about just shy of 2/3 of the way there now, which is certainly better than we were doing. I believe low sharpness reduces your damage. Because you're not so much cutting them with the axe so much as bludgeoning them with the axe at that point. Which in turn means you're hitting the zombies more to do the same amount of damage, which in turn costs you more durability. So you get the idea. It also means you get exerted and strained faster. Yeah, and this will be the last one we tear the clothes for here. Trying to space it out so we, you know, keep it moving, but that we're not sitting here just like binge ripping clothes and all that. Especially that nowadays we don't seem to get like any meaningful amount of XP in tailoring for ripping. I actually don't think we get any. We can double check that because I've obviously not sewn anything. I don't have a needle. Yep, literal bumpkus, which isn't surprising. They have moved almost all things, so you have to actually do the crafting side of it, and you can't just shred everything. Electronics being about the only exception I've seen. Alright, well we need a swig of our wonderful, wonderful, fresh from the cow milk out of a cologne bottle. Living the good life. It's extra floral milk. A little sour and a little flour. Ugh. Tailoring seems to be like maintenance, a bunch gated behind one. Yeah. I imagine all of them do have a idea of how you break in. It's been tough finding a way to level it. Gotcha. I imagine it's one of those things of getting the sewing needle and maybe just chucking a bunch of patches on clothes till you level or something of that nature. It'd be disappointing if that is what it's, you know, what is involved in it. Because that's what it used to be. Is you just grab a really big pile of cloth and a really big pile of thread, and you just cover everything with a patch. Take all the patches back off. Put all the patches back on. Take all the patches back off. That was like the only way to level it in any meaningful capacity. Axe 1. Heck yeah. Give me that extra little bit of damage, extra little bit of efficiency when it comes to our muscle strain and getting a little bit of extra crit chance and durability and all the things. Which, low-key, by getting that level 1 in Axe, that does increase the odds of me winning the rolls to not lose durability, which means you get to use the Axe a little bit longer, and because you get maintenance every single time you win the roll, it means I'm more likely to get winning rolls, so I'm more likely to get a tiny bit more maintenance XP faster. Alright, so we're starting to get muscle strain. Man, why are you all in such a move? Oh, it was probably that meta event with the scream earlier. Come on. Die already so I can go to stomping. Alright, we need to back up. We're already at high exertion. Really high muscle strain. But maintenance is at 45, roughly. Yeah, so it's just going to be a matter of us finding more weapons. Like I said, I think the thing that helped us the last time is we found a couple of meat cleavers and I think 2 machetes in the last run. And so I think it was stuff like those, getting just those weapons we can go for a while with before the damage to them kind of caught up to us. So where this axe has done a really good job, we've gotten more than 20 maintenance out of it already. It's just one of those things. Not really. So for the smaller backpacks, the question was, being at the backpacks, even empty ones, would it be handy to drop them? And that way you could use them when you're overburdened later. Not really. It makes sense if they're really good backpacks compared to what I've got. So, like, maybe I would consider a duffel bag. But, like, the little school bags, honestly, especially with my lower strength now, are still going to keep me very overburdened. So I don't see it as being a big thing. We could use that as material for our stuff later. Yeah, I think those are the ones we killed up there. I need to be stomping. That muscle strain is just way too high. Yeah. So let's draw them apart. And we'll stomp them. Okay. And let's just back off a little bit. Sit down and let our strain get recovered a bit more. Yeah, so I think it was we had that meta event drew some of the zombies out from where we're at. But yeah, no, it's definitely a thing that later in the game, when I get stuff like military and large backpacks, a lot of times I'll throw a second large backpack in my large backpack, or with that, because with the weight reduction, it's not a big deal. And when I really, really push my carry, I can put all the heavy stuff in the secondary bag and drop it instantly on the ground if I have to, like, if, helicopter happens and I'm in the middle of lugging a bunch of logs, I just drop the logs on the ground and walk away kind of thing. But that usually isn't worthwhile until I'm sitting at a pretty good amount of strength. Where the bars at the top left, it's the only mod we're currently running called Minimal Display Bars. they basically give me information about what's happening behind the moodles. Whoever wanted someone to sit on their face, please. Whoever wanted someone to sit on their face. Sit on their face. Not really understanding that, sorry. I'm definitely enjoying build 42. Let's see. We can eat the tomato. But since that won't stay fresh very long. It's minimal display bars. The big things I usually use it for is this bar here says calories. It can actually show you how weight gain and weight loss works behind the scenes, because that's kind of unintuitive. But basically, fattier foods make weight go up, not as fatty foods make weight go down. But there's a whole thing where, you know, like there's a whole, like, you can go to negative 2,200 calories, which means you're shedding weight rapidly. Then you can sit there and you gain weight by getting yourself to net positive calories. But it is one of those things, for those who don't know, you physically cannot realistically gain weight with stuff like eating lots of veggies. In Build 41, in an extreme situation, you could use cabbage to gain weight, but you had to eat an absolutely absurd amount of cabbage to make it work. Alright. Cabbage diet. Yeah, no, but I mean, it was, you would have to plant an absolutely obscene amount of calories to make it work. So it's just like Will's things. That was kind of a meme. It's like, technically you can, but no one wants to, because you would spend all your time just farming cabbage and eating cabbage. Just because you literally have to eat, like, it was, I can't remember what the number was. It was some, like, really big number of cabbage in a day. But it was, like, a doably large number. But it was the moment the hunger dropped off where you're allowed to eat our cabbage, you just shove it in your mouth entirely. To watch someone do a challenge on that doesn't surprise me. Well, axe just broke. We'll see if we can't fix that later. Ambiguous amphibian? Yeah, that sounds like something ambiguous amphibian. Really good content. But yeah, some weird stuff. You feel like no progress is being made? Yeah, no, I warned people a couple of times. In 16 times pop, you'll hit what's called the cell wall, that basically the map is spread out into different cells, which are very large grids. And so what'll end up happening is you'll clear up to the cell wall, which then when you get to the next cell, you'll just have all the zombies in that next cell will come up to the edge of it and just kind of wait there, and you slowly pull them across little by little, until you deplete the numbers enough in that entire cell that they don't really have the numbers to, like, reinforce the side. So it is one of those things that you'll feel like you make no progress, no progress, no progress, and it will just drag on, and then suddenly you'll go back, and instead of having groups of 16 everywhere, now you have, like, groups of, like, 7 and 5. And then, like, very quickly you'll go from not making any progress to just, like, bowling across the entire area because you've depleted the numbers. And then once you've gotten past that, you go until you reach the next cell, and then you slam into that wall again. Eventually, though, as your combat skills get higher, where I can just kind of fight for the entire day without having to sit down and wait nearly as much, then my speed of, like, pushing into the next cell just gets faster and faster until you do get to a point where you can kind of just, by the time you reach the cell, you're already able to just kind of push into it just because of how many zombies you're killing a day. Because even the cells that have, like, 23,000 zombies, if you're killing a sustained amount of around 700 a day, that still means you're clearing the entire cell in a relatively reasonable time frame. But yeah, it is one of these things that we're also running in a situation that I'm probably only killing 50, 60, 70 zombies a day because I can't keep weapons on hand, because I can't get maintenance. Nor do I have the ability to craft weapons because they did change the crafting to require maintenance 1 for axes and hammers. Versus otherwise, I'd be making a ton of weapons, which would mean I could get a much higher kill count per day. Right, the flint bricks. Because we found smashing zombies in the face with a flint brick, gives me flint. And it's actually a relatively decent weapon. You feel like it levels so much slower? Yeah, no, it is one of those things that the speed of which maintenance levels has been massively punished. I don't know exactly what changed, but it just seems like there's way fewer sources for maintenance. And as a result, it's just taking way longer to level it. Like, I'm wondering if certain weapons don't count and other weapons do count or something like that. Like, it doesn't feel like they just did a nerf that they cut it to 10% or something like that. It feels like there was something mechanically changed with it. I don't imagine it was a deliberate decision. This feels more like they made a change, like made a new category, and then forgot to add that category for maintenance consideration or something. Like, I don't know what happened, but it does feel like something got changed. And that it would be really weird decision for the description of the thing to say, you fight to level this, and then not get it by fighting. Alright, we need to back up after this one. It's getting late. Hey, an actual eraser. I'll take that. Okay. Meanwhile, we can take a sippy sip of our milk. Yeah, so all in all, we're about 2/3 the way to level 1. So that axe did buy us, like, about 1/3 of a level of maintenance. Give or take a little bit. So that does imply if I get myself one more actually decent weapon for maintenance, we should hit maintenance 1. And then it's a matter of all those sticks I've been, stockpiling and the chipped stones I've been stockpiling, that suddenly I'm going to be able to make myself like 10, 12 of the axes, probably make a bunch of the hammers. Let's see, you'd assume if they do have an issue with maintenance, it would probably be due to the new weapons and having multiple part systems in the game. Yeah, no, my guess is to accomplish that, they've added new categories or readjusted the way categories are handled in the background or something like that. And this is going entirely just guesswork. There's no basis on anything that they've said or I've seen from them specifically or whatever. That something changed in that regard. And as a result of that, a bunch of weapons or whatever don't count. Because, like, we did find that, smashing stuff with rock and flint does not count for maintenance. Which, fair enough, it's a rock. I would assume stuff like the tree branch and all that also don't count. And the broken wood, long wood stick and short wood stick also probably don't count. The spear probably does count, but it lasts for like 2 hits, so good luck getting any maintenance from it. But you get the idea. So where I'm at, I'm assuming 90% of the weapons I'm doing probably don't count. Thank you for the follow. Welcome back to the stream. Or welcome to the stream. Jeez. Brain. Gotta take my rock back together? Yep. I do think it would be good. Like I said, I do think it'd be good for in here. Not this one. This one. For stuff like the whetstone and that. I do think it would be good for at least one of those, whether it's the hammer, the axe, or the whetstone, or all three. Some combination of them, drop the maintenance one off of it. So you at least have something you can build. Because the spear is downright horrendous. Which it always has been at early game. It's just usually you could grind out a couple levels of spear and maintenance. And then once you did that, spear started to feel at least tolerable. To be fair, you were just sharpening a stick and poking people with it. Which they did add fire hardening of spears, but then it's also locked behind skill levels and stuff. And I think actually it's also locked behind a magazine, which I think is okay. If it makes those spears any good. I just think there needs to be some place we can start. You'll see the changes, like, forgot to change the description. Yeah, no, it's going to be, like, in unstable. We're going to have stuff. Like, for the record, I'm not, like, tilted or upset or anything like that. It's just like, oh, man, this is, like, of the things I expected to have to fight with. Getting my first point in maintenance, not really high on that list of things I expected to hold me back. Oh, I'm accidentally trying to put on my key ring, and the character's like, nah, man. I will say, with all these bugs we've been picking up, if we get a fishing pole, we're gonna be able to do some heckin' fishing. Alright. Bug soup. Now my question, this is one of the things I want to test. Can I sneak behind it? Yep. So I need one more segment of wall. I actually might be okay and make that the door. I figured there's a good chance to be able to sneak past that last tile. We got a bunch of rags and all that. Broken stick. Clay. Twigs. Stone. Branches. You didn't know you could make a makeshift fishing pole? And you found out by accident, checking the building menu there was available to you? Yeah, so we definitely will be able to use this axe in some capacity or not. I mean, actually, it does show all the conditions as not... We'll see. We'll see if we can repair it. I'm guessing that's probably done. But we'll check. I'm assuming we can't build anything right now. Nothing I want to do right now. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. If we hurry, I might be able to build the next section of wall. Okay. Cool. And we are slowly getting ourselves a nice little secure perimeter and all that. And chuck all this on the ground. I'm pretty sure we don't have 4 logs left. I'm pretty sure we have 3. Yeah, so I have to cut down more trees to get in our log. But we don't have an axe for that, so we won't do that thing I just said. In the meanwhile, we can go ahead and wash ourselves to kill some time so we don't wake up too early and still have to wander around at night. Let's see, so zombies only destroy your crops when you walk in them? You can walk over the crops? You didn't know that? Yeah, no, you're fine. You got four logs on the south side of the clearing? I thought I already picked those up. I'm pretty sure I already... Oh, no, wait, you're right. They're right here. Okay. So we probably can't build the wall anymore tonight, but yeah, we'll do that in the morning. All right. I don't see a zombie. We may have just had a nightmare. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Let's see. I heard tell of washing becoming more important than you believe at the moment in the near future, Proxite. Well, there is a setting that is optional that you can get like seriously ill from infection. But it is an optional setting. But that's about the only thing, is that keeping clean ends up important. That's kind of annoying that we woke up. Because it'll be a minute before we can go back to sleep.
Hey! 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 Hey!
They'll give the ability to zombies to smell you later. That's been a rumor forever. I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah.
Hey!
Hey, listen!
Hey! Hey!
I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but the idea of, like, your character smelling bad and you need to wash to deal with that. There's gotta be a zombie nearby or something. Stressed out. What do you know that I don't know? Maybe across the river?
Hey! 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 Hey!
Because even if it's across the river, I'd expect it to make noise.
Hey!
Might be an animal waking you up? Yeah, but we're not seeing anything. Like, we're stressed out, which is weird. So I'm not really sure what's happening right now, other than it's a bit annoying. Where do those logs go? Okay, so there's the logs. Hey, Devlon, how's it going? Alright, so grab this. Grab the rags. Yeah, I do realize some of them are quieter. There's a difference between quieter and just like, I'm yelling and they're just not showing up.
Hey! Hey!
Watch, there'll be some deaf zombie standing nearby who's also not making noise. So we're just standing here, like, slowly losing our minds trying to sleep. Because our character is aware of a zombie that we, the player, cannot witness, acknowledge, or anything.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Because I really don't want to run to the other side of the river looking. Part of me wishes I had the gun from the beginning, even if I didn't use it or its ammo or anything. So I could just, like, point it across the river and just see if we get an outline. Not actually use it, like, pop off and shoot everything. But just use it as a way of, like, detecting. Maybe stressing out because we're outside? I mean, there's a trait for that, but I don't have it. How to Sleepy working in multiplayer? You've got different options. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There's like one that you all have to go to sleep at the same time. There's an option where like your character will go to sleep and it's like a much shorter time, but you'll just have like a black screen while everyone else can run around and do their thing. But there's options. You can choose what you prefer. A lot of multiplayer will physically not require sleep of any kind. Well, I'm just going to assume there's not actually a zombie here. Or it's on the other side of the river. I feel like the other side of the river is far enough away we shouldn't wake from it, though. All right. They could still be targeting you, which I imagine would cause you to wake up. You really don't know. So usually it's not even being targeted that wakes you up. It's more so being a zombie is within a certain proximity of you, or like banging on doors or other things nearby. Does lighting still give you vision bonus while foraging? I mean, These are buffs right now. We don't have specifically thing. It's more that light doesn't penalize you. I'm assuming we didn't get good rest is why we still have a radius of 3 despite being as high skill as we are. You're finding more clay on the riverbed? Honestly, it's been relatively split between the riverbed, the farms, and the road when I've been foraging. It doesn't seem super rare. Oh, light benefits if it's dark out. Yeah. No, if you're talking about that, you can use flashlights to help you forage. Yeah, minor pain. Oh, that's from carrying out stuff. Let's see, how bad is it idea to put a generator out a point of interest? With the amount of apocalypse? I mean, it's fine. They don't attack or damage the generator, just kind of hover over it. Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Weirdly, it won't let me put it there, so we'll just put an extra gap. Probably something blocking it that I'm missing. Oh, good. Petting the cow seems to have relieved her. Ah, you are thirsty. Well, you see, cow, I don't actually have the means of bringing you anything to drink. So, because the nearest water we have is the river, way down there, and moving that crap 10 units of water at a time is gonna be bad. Are you all thirsty, or is it just the one? Dying of thirst. Well, okay, fine. I didn't really want to detour away from this, but those cows are my intended long-term water. So I am going to have to run back and forth all the way to this area down here, 10 units at a time. It's going to be great. Actually, I take that back. 11 units at a time. So I gotta drink all the milk. Bear with me. Is there a way to lead them to the water? Honestly, that might not... Well, the problem is if I lead them to the water, I don't really have a means of... I don't really have a means of feeding them by the water. But you're not wrong that that might be something to consider. Taking the rope, dragging the cows down to where we live, so that they can just drink from the river. I think that might be the better play, because I'm already sitting here going, man, it's going to take me forever to go back and forth. Because I think carrying the food down this way would probably be more practical than carrying the water up that way. But the problem is I'm already building down here, so I probably don't want to deal with it. But yeah, so if I put the water inside the zone where I'm going to put the cows, and I can let them meander in the trees, and just over time we can clear the area up. I think they'll eat the grass here, but we can bring one of their food troughs, bring food down, that kind of thing. See how that goes. So let's go ahead and plan for this to be up here. Add zone. Yes. Close. I didn't actually check what that said. I should read that. Animals will not leave their designated zone as long as it's safe. They will leave if they're too stressed out or if zombies are nearby. Okay. So let's get rope. I'm going to see if I can drag multiple cows at once. I'm hoping we can. I don't know if we can. So let's go craft here. I'm going to make 3 more rope. I lied. I'm going to make 2 rope. I would need to have iron buckets. The other one, we died of thirst because I started the run headed north and didn't realize there was, like, no sources of water for an extremely long way. So we just basically kept getting worse and worse and worse until we eventually died. Alright, there should be a rope around here somewhere I already made. Where are you at? Because I'm hoping I could do it all in one go, but I actually have no idea what the... There's that one. Oh, it was a Minecraft joke? Yeah, nah, didn't catch it. Yeah, no, I'm aware of the way you could, like, break stuff in Minecraft to get yourself infinite water, infinite lava. Okay, so let's see here. So I've got 3 rope here. There's the 4 rope. Drop this off. You can also drop off the bug. Can you make walls? I've been making walls, yes. It just takes a lot of logs, and I need an axe for that, and we don't have an axe anymore. I have to wait till I get maintenance 1, and then I can make more axes, and then we can, you know, make that manageable. Right now, we got cows, and they're dying. And we need to deal with that.
Sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Yep, we're going to hydrate our cows. So we do have a baby calf and 3 adults, and my hope is I'll be able to take all of them in one go. If I have to do it one by one, it's fine. But we gotta deal with this. The big thing I don't know that's going to work, how it's going to work, is the feeding. I'm going to grab one of the troughs and some food and chuck it in there. You can make walls. Yep. I mean, I've already made log walls. And you can make wood plank walls, and then you can plaster up your wood plank walls, and you can paint them. Oh, you can't make wells. No, sorry. My apologies. I do not believe you can make wells, no. Yeah, that's my bad. Misreading. Alright, so let's grab one of these. That's not what I want. There we go. Cool. The cow's sitting down because I think it's because it's unwell. Well, no, you're just thirsty. There's the other one that's actually dying. Okay. Oh, I need to put those in my inventory, I believe, my main thing. Alright. Attach rope to cow. Attach rope to cow. I'm gonna save your life, cows. Don't you worry. Your time in this barn is done. We will live free. Attach rope to cow. Attach rope to cow. Follow me, all of the cows. Weirdly, Automado's like, his cow is like, nope. Where are all the zombies? West of us. We've killed the zombies over here. What do you feed cows? Just grass, or do they need hay? I have no idea what the actual requirements are. They do have both hay and grass. I just don't know what they actually need. That's part of why I'm bringing the feeding trough, and then I'm gonna bring hay back today. And we're gonna do all that. How do you collect hay? That I don't know. Because I've cut plenty of grass, but it hasn't become hay from being cut. So, normally, you just cut grass and you let it dry out and it becomes hay. In real life. So I'm not sure what needs to be done there. Yeah, no, I was getting, like, grass, like, itself, grass clippings. You can magic, cows. I even went out of my way to choose a spot that was less dense in the trees. I don't know if we still have the calf with us or not. We'll have to maybe go back and check for it. No, I see 4 ropes. There's the calf. Oh yeah, no, I wasn't too worried. Clearly all this rope is it's just a vector between the you and the cows. It probably has a limit on how far it can go before it detaches, breaks, or whatever. Okay. So, detach animal. Detach animal. Detach animal. Who's still connected? Detach animal. Well fed, dying of thirst. Alright, well, what we're going to try and do for right now is I don't know if they're going to drink from the water by themselves. Yeah, I brought a trough with me, so I'm going to put down the trough and start filling it with water. Okay. I'm trying to fill the trough. They're drinking all the water as fast as I'm filling it. We're definitely going to need something bigger we can move water with. Let's see. Okay, so you can carry 50,000 liters. I definitely don't want to sit here and do all of that. I really wish you would not swarm this thing so I could actually get at it easier. Alright, so we're gonna go for 10,000. That's what we're gonna do. That's already more time than I want to spend doing this, but the cows are way too important. And I made sure to include the river in here. Just in case. Because it'd be nice if they could just drink from that. Wouldn't be so bad, but so many menus to go through. They're drinking the water faster than I'm filling it. Not that. Can you find or make another bag? Probably. I can't make it. But I could find another bag. But that's the whole thing. With what we're doing with our challenge settings, me getting loot is very slow. I have to fight my way slowly into any place I want to loot. Because the population's just too high to, like, run in, check real fast, and do all that. Alright. Like I said, just trying to get it up to 100, or the 10,000. I do not want to sit here and full-time job fill this up. My hope is that they'll be able to drink from the body of water here. I'm really hoping it's not strictly they'll drink from that. Okay, so we got 10,000. Goodness gracious. Can drop that in here for right now. We can wear the bag. Nope. Hang on, let me grab milk. All right. Yeah, and that's my hope. We're drowsy? Oh, right, because we had, like, multiple nightmares and all that. Alright, well, you know what? Fine, then. I'll fill the stupid thing, because I know it's not raining tomorrow. So we can drink all of the milk. The wiki says they need a feeding trough for the water, you mean? Yeah, I figured as much. Going too fast. I'm not sitting here filling this one thing at a time. I don't have it in me. That is way too monotonous. You know, I think it'd be good if they could drink from a body of water. Yeah, no, my assumption is the feeding trough, what Very Last Lardina's saying is, the feeding trough is required for water, is what my guess is. Not that it's required for feeding, that it's required for water. Oh, for food? Ooh, that's fine, we'll go grab one. I hope they don't eat a lot today. I really don't want to have it be a thing that I gotta run back and forth. Is there a graphics built for Build 42? You don't remember the models looking so good? Mostly it was just they've added new things to the game, the lighting when it comes to graphically. I don't believe they massively overhauled that. You know, I feel like, I mean, them being able to drink from the lake, that's probably just an oversight, that kind of thing. Alright, well, let's go up here. Let's grab one of these feed troughs. And just some feed. We're gonna go ahead and push ourselves into Exerted. I don't care. I don't want to do the laps like 10 times. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so I've got that. Animal feed bag. Let's grab food that they've already got in here. We can slowly try and pick it all up. Okay, so they do have grass cuttings. So if I just need grass cuttings, that's actually not bad. I don't know what all of this we need. I'm gonna just grab it all. And to heck with my knees and my shins and my spine. This is just a storage thing. Whoa, box of paper clips. Give me that. That's basically fish hooks. Did you grab a trough, though? Yes, I grabbed a trough and a bunch of food and the box of paper clips. Your husband, you are going to be playing this new update. You're going to be very excited.
Enlighten Corgi for subscribing for 2 months.
And thank you, Excited Corgi. Sorry, Enlightened Corgi, not Excited Corgi, but I feel like an Enlightened Corgi would also be an Excited Corgi. But, thank you so much for that, for the tier 1 sub. It's 2 months that you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, understand that Build 42 doesn't have multiplayer quite yet. It will be getting it, but we don't know exactly when. That is an unfortunate decision that they didn't want to keep delaying it for more and more, so they released it without the multiplayer, and then we'll get multiplayer in a little bit. I would guess it's going to be a couple of months, though. How do you get the small map at the bottom right? It is a game setting when you set up your world, go into custom, and there's a section that says maps in the bottom right. And you can choose in your sandbox setting to show the minimap, have the like the world map exist, pre-populate the world map. And there's a fourth option. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. But it is when you initially set up the game. Oh, that's right. You'll just be playing and talking about it. You do the same for RimWorld. Hey, that, I mean, honestly, it makes sense. Yeah. Oh, gotcha. They already got the mod that lets you change game settings. Be careful changing your game settings after you start. Stuff like the mini-map is fine, but changing stuff like the zombie populations after you start, weird things can happen. Same with, like, if you change loot and other stuff. Yep, no, literally the only mod we're running, like the only mod we're running right now is just minimal display bars. Anything else you see here, icons, minimap, all that, that is all vanilla. Just either game settings or sandbox settings. And even sandbox settings we haven't changed very much. Just massively cranked up the zombie population to its max. Usually I turn on the minimap and all that, just so people can see where I am at a glance. You know, because not everyone's watching at all times. Let's see, wish you could change the daytime from 1 hour day to 2 hour day. You'd prefer 2 hours? There is a setting for that. You change the day length. The only downside is changing that does have lots of side effects. Anything that has times, like time, will adjust the, you know, same ratio, whatever you want to say. Hay, grass, animal feed bags. That box of paper clips is honestly a big find. That's basically a full box of fish hooks when it comes down to it. Oh, you forgot it and you forgot to change it. Yeah. That's, if the mod that Lardine's talking, I'll probably take care of it. It's our first time sitting on something other than the ground, chat. We have moved up in this world so much. So you have a wall on one side? Yeah, we're working on it. I need more axes and all that to chop down more trees. I know you used to be able to make it, like, literally real time. Like, 1 hour in game is 1 hour in real life. Don't do it. Having a helicopter event that lasts 4 in real life hours is not a good time. There's a point where you're like, please, just make it stop. Okay, so they've drank a lot of water already. Because we did put over 10,000 in it. Like 10 or 11. They're already down to 5,000. So that is deeply concerning. Would they drink from the river? No. Like, does a helicopter find you if you never go outside? Never figured that. It does not. The helicopter, like, there is supposed to be a difference between whether it sees you or not, but it will always circle where you are. The thing I have heard is if it sees you, it's a tighter radius for longer, but if it doesn't, it's a wider radius for shorter time. I have zero idea how much truth there is behind that, because it still circles around you, so to me, it's not really worth dealing with it one or the other. I'm gonna try to run up and grab one or two of the troughs and bring them down while it's raining. Yeah, generally my stance is I usually won't hide from the helicopter unless, one, I'm in an area I know I'm not getting any zombies, and two, if, like, really I cannot go anywhere. Like, if I am kind of stuck where I am, which is very rare. Take the metal ones. The metal ones didn't look like it was getting liquids in it. They're bigger? We'll have to see. Nope, we are running 0 to hero, no stats of any kind. Where are the cows? This is one thing I am going to have to deal with, is I am going to have to go in here and clear out the trees. Yeah, so I have, like, no stats. No pets for you, I guess. Not thirsty, well-fed, cool. You are a healthy cow again. Alright, so let's be quick, go up, grab 1 or 2 troughs. Just try to make it a habit of bringing the troughs down here. Hold V. Well, no, I selected pet cow, and the character just stood there. It was like, nah. I've just found sometimes you can pet them, sometimes you can't. I think it's something just about, like, if just where things are at, the character can't get quite the right angle, it just doesn't work. Alright, so we're gonna have to try and get up here. Like I said, I want to grab, like, 2 of the troughs. Maybe we're just gonna run it. We'll grab, like, say, 2 of the troughs, bring them down, then we're gonna go tangle with some zombies to keep things moving. Are the cows a mod or vanilla? They're vanilla. If you go to the unstable branch, that's build 42, and it has cows, sheep, chicken, rats, pigs, a whole bunch of stuff. I thought they were beef. Yeah, I mean, well, maybe, I don't know what the cooldown is on that. Yeah, be warned that the unstable branch does have bugs, and it does have some, like, balance issues. Because it literally just dropped it unstable a couple days ago. Alright. Okay, 1 second. We'll move that to that inventory. Grab one of you. That's 1 trough. That's 2 troughs. And 3 troughs. Who needs a spine? When I pick it up, the water will disappear. But when I reassemble it on the other side, the water should reappear. Or, like, it shouldn't reappear, it's raining, so they should fill up. Hate free strength training? I don't think it makes that big a difference on how much strength you get, as long as I believe it's like 0.6 of, like, 60% of your max carry weight, as long as you're over 60%. I believe it will, it'll give you strength passively. But I don't think it scales up by how much over. I could be wrong in that one. But yeah, no, we are getting strength for it. I guess not, actually. Oh, no, there we go. Oh yeah, no, we usually are almost always at 60% our carry weight. Yeah, and I'm still not sure what the panic was. Because, like, you saw me looking around for the zombie and yelling, trying to bring it out, but nothing showed. It could be the other side of the river. I just figured we're far enough from the other side of the river. I don't think a zombie hanging over there would trigger us to wake up in a panic. Could be wrong. It didn't show up, though, so... Maybe sleeping event? Well, sleeping events aren't turned on by default. They haven't been for a very long time. Because they used to be experimenting with the idea, like, you'd wake up, a zombie would break into the room with you, but the deaths on those just felt super unfair, so they turned them off. And I don't even think if you turn it on, that does it anymore. Versus, I know even with that turned off, you can have nightmares where your character just wakes up in a panic. And that there's things that can contribute to a higher or lower rate of that. I don't know if that's still the way it works, but I remember that was a thing. But I will say, well, I mean, no, we've slept outside for more than a month before. We've done runs that this has been required. Why does the generator keep falling out of your trailer? Your trailer is probably too damaged. That is a mechanic that if your trailer is very damaged, things can fall out of it. Or open? Is that a thing with the new trailers? Yeah, it's fine. If we notice the water getting low, we'll deal with it. Alright. So we're in a lot of pain because we really strained our back carrying all those. But I feel like that should keep us tied over where, yeah, I might have to fill those up a little bit myself with the rain stopping. But I do hope that with that many out in the rain, that we should be handled where I don't need to micro them quite as much. Alright, and with that, we finally can resume fighting zombies. You kept dropping a generator out at the door. You didn't understand until someone did say the door was open. First to expose the seats or interior. And it was like, well... so you can just leave your door open on. Okay, well, good, the rain's back. Now, one thing to know is if we get too far away from here, it actually won't update the things. Like, we're in range right now. But if I get all the way to that barn, I believe these won't properly update that they're filling up. So bear with me, chat, because we're about to have an ad break, and I have really got to use the restroom. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And we're going to pause right here. We're going to let these fill up, and then we'll go kill some zombies. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. I'm pretty sure I just got Brittle Dane killed. Wait, I can attach the stick. Oh. Alright, I guess we're just gonna hit a zombie. Oh! Oh, okay, no. Alright, the wrong way. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nope, that's not the way we're going. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just gonna keep this going. Just no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. I'm okay if you're anxious, so long as we don't get anxious. Right now, I don't want to see anxious on our character. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now, our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car. Is the stream down? I'm having a whole bunch of people being like, did he ruin the computer? Like, what's going on? No, I see the stream. Okay. Okay. Refresh if it dropped for you. Yeah, no, it's nothing on my end. It may have been like one of Twitch's nodes went down or something. Because I'm not showing like any drop frames or connection issues or anything like that. Alright, Rain, pick it up. We got places to go, we got things to do. If the audio and video are out of sync, refresh your browser. Anytime you're watching any video and it gets out of sync, just refresh your browser, because 99% of the time it's on your end. Like, somebody just got messed up with the codec. Like, don't get me wrong, if everyone's reporting it and they're being like, yeah, man, your audio's like super delayed, but it's like everyone's consistently saying it can be on my end, but it's very rare. That's usually if you're doing some weird shenanigans like special effects and there's like a processing delay. Sorry. But yeah, generally anytime you see like, you know, the category's wrong, the title's wrong, the audio's desynced, the stuff sounds all pixely, the audio sounds like you're talking to a Cylon, it's all cyborgy. All of those are just refresh your browser. And if it still persists after you refresh your browser. Is that trough collecting water through rain? Yes. Okay, that's good. I just wanted to give it a moment to make sure they're all topped off, so that I don't have to manually do that. Because doing that 1,000 milliliters at a time is not fun. Yeah, no, I saw that the sleeping event is 1 is in the sandbox default apocalypse. And isn't 0. So maybe it's something. Maybe it is. Why did you move the cows? They were dying of thirst. Because we ran out of water over there. And running the water over there 1,000 milliliters at a time was a problem. So I drug them home so that I could, you know, get that sorted. Well, I mean, it rained afterwards. They were dying of thirst like 2 days ago. Yeah, I mean, they may have survived until the rain came, but it was one of those things that, who knows. Yeah. Also, 100% what FG says. With a content creator, I would rather you let me know and then go, hey, it's on your end. Or rather you let me know and be like, oh, there's nothing I could do about it. Or stuff like that. I would rather that happens than the alternative, which is one of those things that you get, like, halfway through stream, and then the person's like, hey, did you know your audio's not playing? I don't hear the game audio. I have almost finished streams and realized we had no game audio the entire stream. And I'm like, but please, let me know. It'll be super convenient to have the cows next to you. Yeah, when we get the... Because that was one of the things I was debating whether I was going to move the milk churn, like I was going to build it by them or by me. And I was thinking by them, but that just makes by them and by me the same place. But yeah, no, 100%. Unless you see it, like, in the person's title that they're like, yes, I know my audio's scuff or something like that. Or they have, like, pinned. That's about the only time to not say something. Because, obviously, they're letting you know. But anything short of that, if their audio's scuff, you know, let them know. And if their audio is scuff and they say, yeah, I know, like, it's just what it is, it is reasonable to be like, oh, you know, like, you could add it as a pin or something. I didn't know, kind of thing. You have one streamer host always forgets to unmute their mic every time they come back for start break. I've been good. I don't think I've ever forgot, especially when I was using the Blue Yeti. I like the Blue Yeti, but I have had it for like 10 plus years, and so its mute button little dodgy these days. And so there's times I will push the button and I'll hear it click, but it won't actually do anything. And so I won't realize I'm still muted. It got to the point I would, like, paranoidly watch the button blink out of the corner of my eye to be like, are you really muted? Are you unmuted? Let's see, Windows yesterday turned your line in stream mic down to 50% for everything. It was fine, sounded fine on your end, but it was noticeably quieter stream. You're so glad people mentioned it. I haven't heard of Windows doing that one. The one that, and this is actually an issue on the application's end, but Windows does cause the application to have the issue, is the number of programs where when a device gets not detected for a moment, i.e. you're doing a Windows update or a driver update, that it forgets all your devices and sets them to Windows default. And I cannot stand how many programs do that. Like, games and all that tend to be fine. It's like OBS. I want to be able to say OBS, like, this is the device you use. If it's gone, I don't care. Try to use it anyways, and if it's not available, give me a warning that it's not available. Don't try to use my other devices, because I'm not going to notice it until, like, I'm at, the 11th hour, and there's, like, I'm never going to just want you to automatically switch devices. Also, Discord. Do not try to automatically switch my devices and ask me every single time. Like, I realize I have software devices. They turn on and off every time I'm changing things. It's a constant shift. I don't need to be asked every 10 seconds, do I want to use the new device? I will let you know when I want to use the other device. I can understand if, like, device is straight up gone when I open Discord, sure. Be like, yo, we don't detect your device. Would you like to use a different one? I get it. You are trying to make it helpful for me. You just have pencil, that's boring. Just slapping him with a chunk of flint. Just the whole time laying his hair and going, bam, 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 for a terrible way of referencing. And with that, now I've got sharp flint. And next piece to flint. Oh wow, that's actually a very strategically intelligent formation. Ooh, hunting knife. I'm pretty sure that's a hunting knife we just saw. I think my favorite of the animations with the rock and the flint is where instead of like swinging and like an arc, you kind of just mash it in their face. Because one, it wouldn't be effective, but there's something almost insulting about it. Be like, I have a rock, look real close for me. Alright, your shoes already have a hole in them. I got excited. I thought that was a hunting knife. It's a stupid fillet knife. The fillet knife is just not very strong. Like, it's fine. It's just, when you look at the short blades, you have some weapons that actually have some decent durability and damage, and then you got, like, the fillet knife, the butter knife, and these are ones that you poke something, the knife just creases in over itself. Instantly breaks. And the fillet knife is in that second category. It's only good for a couple of hits and then it's done. I'm surprised we're not in pain yet. And another flint broken. Imagine ping pong battles with defensive weapon. Just get the weapons like the really silly noises. There was missed opportunities of like the tennis racket and all that. Give me that. Minor pain, out of breath, that's fine. Okay. Best part of Project Zomboid is after thousands of hours, you still discover new things. Oh yeah, and you'll learn new stuff from like the newest players to the game. It is one of those things that we've talked about a number of times, that a whole lot of us have been playing Project Zomboid for ages. And you know, we'd take screwdrivers and knives and all that and clear glass from broken windows. And we just had someone who was a brand new player and just ripped a sock, put the sock in their main hand, and cleared the glass. And a bunch were just like, you could do that? Like, you could just take a sock, tear some cloth, put it in your hand, and pull the glass out? I mean, it makes sense, but we just hadn't done it. We just kind of assumed it was like you needed a tool. But then we found that just about anything in your primary hand would qualify. Which, to be fair, fabric actually specifically does make sense. You can grab the fabric so you don't cut yourself and, like, pull it out. You know, like if you had, like, little leather strips or whatever. Like, that's for clearing actual broken glass. A lot of times they'll use, it's a, not Kevlar, but it's like a metal meshed cloth. You do it with a gun case? But yeah, that's the whole thing. Or one lesson you learned the hard way is you grab something heavy in both arms and you're like, okay, cool, I can still just push the zombies, it'll be fine. Here's a hint. If you carry, like, bags in both your hands, you can't push anymore. Your character doesn't do the animation. So when you walk up to that zombie to push it to make room for yourself, you just fed yourself to a zombie. You still use your weapon, but early game, if you can't find a weapon, just rip your socks. Oh, yeah. No, it used to be a thing that one of the first things I'd do in a run is I would ditch my socks. And if they gave me the shirt and the tank top, I would ditch the tank top. Because weirdly, the tank top historically has had higher total insulation for your main torso and all that than the shirt. Ready to passively receive hugs. Yep. Yep. Like, the catch being the shirt actually covers a larger area. If we see a tank top, I'll show you. You learn all that stuff if you do cryogenic winter and you're like, please, I'm begging you, I just need a little bit more heat. And you start learning, like, what the stuff for, like, good heat is. And the tank top actually does relatively well for core insulation. Yeah, that'll be a good one for a tank top demo. I can't remember if my shirt has a hole in it or not. Now it's got tons of hole. Okay, so we go onto your thing here. You can go to temperature. And actually pause while switching through that. And if we look at our skin temperature, right now I'm wearing just the shirt. I think I'm wearing just the shirt. We actually want insulation. So you see here, I've got very low insulation. It's still in the blue area. I believe, unless it's changed. But actually, we can go there. So you can keep in mind that's around the 1. Now it goes light blue. Because we got them stacked. And we can go to our shirt real fast. And you look at the insulation on the shirt. So the insulation is literally almost twice as high. So I've taken off my shirt, and I have just the tank top on, and we're at the light blue range. Versus I put on the regular shirt again. It stays a darker blue. It's just that's how much more, like, how much better a tank top is. You wear the tank top and the shirt over top of each other. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You can only assume that, like, the tank top is a thicker tank top, like, it's a thicker level of cotton or whatever, versus the regular t-shirt, like it's a really cheap t-shirt or something. It's still weird. But it is one of those points that the regular t-shirt's actually pretty terrible insulation. So if you are dealing with cold, it's worth considering the other one. How's the stream going? Going pretty good. The shirts are baggy? Yeah, and there's all sorts of reasons they could make for it. I don't have a problem with it. I'm not like, oh, how dare they, it's unrealistic. I genuinely don't care. It's just one of those things that catches a lot of people by surprise in the cryogenic winter that's like, no, the tank top? Tank top, good. Ooh, that's a good magazine. That had almost every plant that I'm missing on it. You're curious they made winter harder. I think that depends on your ability to feed the animals and all that, and fishing. if the fishing still takes a nerf during the winter, with the current game balance, the strategy for winter is going to be fatten yourself up as much as humanly possible before the winter starts, because you're not going to be able to keep that weight up. Because right now, fishing and the butter on cow seems to be like the thing. You might be able to do trapping still. I would guess trapping's the same. I haven't done it yet because I haven't found the book. And then I need bait for the traps, and that's kind of hard to come by. Build 42 is going well. Some minor balance issues and bugs, but I mean, it's the unstable branch that just came out, so... Alright, we're probably getting to be extreme pain pretty soon here. Not extreme, we're at pain. Whiskey bottle isn't the best bottle anymore? I've heard. It used to be like the most efficient for carrying weight. I heard it got a... Not that it got nerfed so much as there was something else that kind of pulled ahead of it. Oh, we're at 7 p.m. anyways. We should be on our way home. Maybe I'll grab another trough or two on the way home. Then got the plastic soda bottle. It got boosted to 2,000 milliliters of water. Oh, really? The plastic one I thought I saw was only 1,000. Oh, goody! Toothpaste. A partially worn, used thing of toothpaste. Count me in. You think it's the cola ones? You think the metal ones are better? Yeah, we'll have to see how much they weigh. Let's see, is there any way to change that light color from red to the usual green? Yep, you just go escape, options, accessibility, and you see where it says good and bad? You just change bad. So if you want them to be white, boom. I don't have an example because there's no zombies nearby. But that does change a lot of things. So for example, I change that to black. It will change your Moodle colors as well. So you can make those the darker they get, the worse it is. So it is a thing that does handle a lot of different things. But if you want it to be green, you could try flipping those colors or whatnot. But it is the bad that goes to the outline. So if you want, you could change it to... Like, I used to keep the outline white so it'd stand out really well for people. But now that sort of gets weird. Actually, let's see what it looks like when I make that white. And that's pretty hard to distinguish how severe it is. That's not a good one. Plus, I probably want to keep it the normal colors so people can better gauge it based on the familiar UI. But yeah, you can change all of that coloring under that. Do you have sadness turned off? Your dude's constantly depressed in the state. We were sad all the time. Actually, what did change that we've been not perpetually sad? I mean, we're taking care of the animals. That seems to be helping our mood quite a bit. We just hug our animals every morning and seems to do okay. Wait, does it actually? Does bathing make you happier now? I wouldn't actually have a problem with that. Yeah, no, I know the petting helps. I mean, a big part of it is I think I'm not eating stale or, you know, stale and stuff, or like really awful food anymore. Oh, right, we wanted to check the metal ones of these. So how much will the metal one weigh if I go to pick that up? 10 encumbrance, and it looks like it's... I mean, it looks like it's 2 pieces. That's fine. I'll come for the metal ones as well. We're going to bring them all. But it's going to take me a number of trips. Oh, you're full? Alright, so I guess I'm only taking 2 this trip. Yeah, no, I can't do the third one. Slightly too much. So better food and fewer bugs, petting animals. Yeah, no, we haven't eaten a bug in a long time. How many water troughs does one man need? I want to get a lot of cows. Yeah, actually, now I think about it, that's too dark. We haven't eaten anything that hurts our mood in a long time. Like a real long time. We've been eating like thistle and rose hips and berries and all that for a while. It takes 2 in-game years for baby cows to grow up. Oh, that is ridiculous. Not yet. I don't have the materials I need for a milk churn. All right. No, it does give you food, but it's not much for the milk. Like, it just gives a little bit of hunger. It does give good thirst, though. Like, it's actually broken that it gives you... Literally, if I drink milk right now, I can push my meter past the maximum thirst that you're able to handle normally. It's clearly not running the check to see that you're at maximum hydration, so you can pre-game your day by drinking a ton of milk, and as long as you don't consume anything else that gives thirst, you can literally just like build up your thirst for days. But as far as hunger goes, it's pretty negligible. Alright. No, that's not right. There we go. Asymmetry panic. I fix it. Man who mounts for organization, but the tromp being one tile is unacceptable. Hey, the floor organization is not is not something I particularly want to be doing. The floor organization is what we've ended up with. Okay, because eventually once I'm able to start making axes, I'll be using these materials versus piling them up on the ground. That's the reason everything's a disaster here. And I don't know what I need to put with what right now. To really know, like, oh, I should put this over here and that over there and that kind of thing. All right. Yeah, so it's, cold and wet can get you sick. We do have outdoorsmen, which does make it much harder for us to get sick. Not impossible. And I didn't specifically do it because of that. I wanted to be point neutral. Okay, cool. So I've got that. Oh, we still have these. I want those in my main pouch, because I will just let them sit there. So I could eat the berries. Let's go check on the cows. Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't guarantee protect me from it, but it does make us far less likely to get a cold. So I'm feeling pretty good about the water we've got now. Let's go check on our cows, make sure nothing happened because of the storm, because I don't really know what scares and startles and everything else the cows. That's fine, I guess I just don't get to check on you. Cool. Have a nice day, I guess. We've gotten caught up in the extreme swords having to fight. It's really, really scary, but fine. Oh, I've done that in the past. Not since build 42. But yeah, I know I've done, like, getting stuck in a fight in a tropical storm, and it's a mess. I think one of the most intense moments I ever had was, dealing with, like, pitch black nights. Or no, it wasn't pitch black night. It was, I used to do, like, the random traits, and I got the death train. We're like, alright, let's just see how far we can go with the death train. I had actually lived for, like, a good couple of weeks or whatever. And, you know, I couldn't listen to the radio. My character was deaf. So, I was caught off guard when I was on my way home. And, you know, like, and this is, like, Riverside. This is very early in me playing the game. And so I was following the river back home, and it just kept getting darker and darker because a tropical storm was rolling in, and I didn't get all the way back home, and so the screen was pitch black. I could see absolutely nothing, and the character's deaf, so there's literally no game sound. And so I'm just standing there with, like, a weapon up, just, like, hugging the edge of the river, just like, please. And just, like, having my character just stay up the entire night, and just kind of looking back and forth, just hoping that the outline would appear. If anything gets nearby, just hoping I happen to be looking the right way at the moment that they show up. It was a little stressful. So I know we got broccoli seeds. Grab the paper doll, drag you down here, do this. So broccoli can be planted in August. I mean, it's poor. We'll leave it alone. We'll leave the ones that are, like, poor alone. So do we have any... So flax we could plant now. Garlic we could plant. kale is actually supposed to be the best this time. Granted, I think we already planted it. I'm pretty sure we already planted our kale. Radishes. Let's look at what we got in the box real fast. Wait, do we know when carrots were? Because that was one we didn't know before. Poor month August, okay, we'll skip it. Broccoli we don't have enough to care about. Potatoes and radish. Potatoes, nope. Radish. Radish is supposed to be a good month for planting, so I'll drop that in there. Basil. Nope. Cilantro and mint. Cilantro's a nope. Mint. Nope. Onion and oregano. Nope. And nope. Sage and strawberry. Nope. And nope. Thyme. Nope. And that'd be all of it. So we did have one thing of we did have the radish. If growing time is less, you'd be right as rain. Yeah. The problem is the grow times right now are really long. And I'm mostly watching for the crops are obviously dead now. Even when it gives me the only option of remove, I'm just kind of ignoring it. I'm waiting till you see, like, the plants, like, tipped over kind of thing, or they're all wilty and gross. And crop sow. Because that'll get watered. But yeah, we've had very little luck growing anything. One is the grow times are just so long now. Well watered. Yeah, so that died. I'm not gonna fight with it, it's fine. We can deal with all that later. Alright, and so we are having a significant penalty to our foraging by weather. The shortest grow time is longer than you've ever survived. Yep. I get where they want to go with that. They want people to push to surviving a longer time. And to potentially push to having, like, things... Oh, it looks like we caught the ick. No, we're good. That's because I ate a poisonous berry. We're deliberately eating poison. Don't worry about it. Builds character. Yeah, this Moodle, we spend a lot of time with this Moodle. We're really close. We actually start to feel uncomfortable if we're actually not feeling sick. We're concerned there's something wrong. You were saying in the grow time? Yeah, so I feel like right now, with as long as the grow times are, we're just not likely to see many people do farming at all. Because, as mentioned, very genuinely, people just don't live long enough to see it through. And then on top of that, you've got to continue to water the crops the whole time, that it feels like the payoff for successfully growing your crops is just not adequate for the effort put in. You loved farming and base building mostly? Well, if you're doing the thing where you're primarily base building and you are surviving for a number of months, that's different. The big problem right now is it just takes so long. Yeah, all your crops died. Most of mine are dying too, because I'm not willing to sit there and water the crops every day for months at a time. I'm sorry, I'll forage. And if they nerf foraging to the point, it will just be like, alright, but now you're just making, like, there's a point where it's not making it hard, it's making it tedious. For me, the survival element of Product Zomboid's never been its strongest point, and they can certainly work on that by all means. They just gotta be careful that they don't fall into the trap that so many other survival games where just maintaining your weight and all that becomes very repetitive. Can you make irrigation systems? I don't believe so. There's mods for all that, but in the base game, no. It's not as bad when you get the rain pails, because the rain pails have, like, weirdly very, very high volumes of water they carry. But that was always there, especially. Like, that's the thing I used to keep in the back of the truck when I was driving around in my main runs. I used to keep a couple of rain pails in the back of the truck because they were the highest volume things I could bring with me for carrying water. Let's see, do you think you'll get to the buildings this game days? I think you're like a stream away. We'll see. I mean, it depends on a lot of things. It depends on, like, if we have a meta event. I'm just gonna turn it off so I can actually see. Alright, so we're getting cold just sitting out here. So I might grab someone's sweater or something. Or that tank top will probably be enough. Why passing on large branches? The large branches are just like a meme weapon right now. They're so absurdly heavy. I want to see if that's enough before we go super duper bundle. Yeah, so we already got enough. Just the, like, you don't really need much to keep your temperature up. Even during the winter, you barely need to put, like, a sweater on, and that's usually enough, or a jacket. It's one of those things you can actually get yourself in a lot of trouble. It's very easy to over-bundle and overheat your character. Drinking our several-day-old milk, unrefrigerated, in the pocket. Yeah, I don't mind being wet. We're just a little uncomfortable, it's fine. Cologne bottle with raw milk and poisonous berry. What could go wrong? Hey. Don't tell Ling how to live her life. It's just extra floral smelling milk. It really hides the sour tones. You know, the devs had fun making the zombie noises. I would love to see the clips of them doing all that stuff. You look at some of the stuff that people have to do for those. You know, see a person who takes like a bunch of socks and shoves it in their mouth and all that kind of stuff, just to like get the right sound they're looking for. It's really fun to like check out the work of people who deal with sound effects development. Yeah, no, I mean, in real life, the reason why you get sick from being cold isn't because of the cold. I mean, unless you're going, like, hypothermic. It's because people, when it's cold, all tend to go inside and be all together. So you're spending a lot of time in close proximity to others. And that, you know, opens you up for contagious sickness like, you know, flu and colds and, you know, whatever else is going around at the time. But, like, the temperature itself, again, unless you're starting to push to the area of, like, hypothermic and, you know, where it's literally doing harm to your body, then you know, you've got a weakened immune system from all that. A steel bar half. Okay, I'll bite. I'll take it. Bear with me. Gotta catch up with chat. Let's see, sorry. Let's see, they must have been fun imitating the noises. It's your son, yeah. Let's see, you had an asthma Ventolin in your middle console of your car. And you had, I had a can of deodorant, which was a must. I kept spraying when you shut it. When you shut it, you could not get the smell out of the asthma puffer. Even cleaning the cartridge with another one, it just seemed to seep inside. Eek. Like it had like a leak or something. Voice actors that wreck their throats doing voices, aka Gollum's actor, for example. Oh yeah. There's definitely been times I've seen like all sorts of stories where voice actors would have something happen to the character just so they could alter the voice a little bit. So it wouldn't be quite as bad, doing like those really gruff voices. Plastic seemed to absorb it? Yeah, no, it's the whole thing. There's a reason why when you get a new car and all that, like it has that new car smell. It's that plastic aerating all the smells it picks up as part of the manufacturing process, and it just takes time. But just the same, you can get smells to permeate into plastic. It's not like it's completely... I mean, most plastics. There are some, like plexiglass is pretty closed off. But a lot of plastics, they actually will take in different things. They can absorb stuff. Depends on the plastic. Like, PVC is another one that doesn't really absorb stuff, but like, you get to your old, like, ABS plastic, which is used for, like, a lot of high-impact stuff, that kind of thing. It'll just soak it up. Yes, we're still at minor pain. imagine they're pretty, pretty high on that muscle strain here. Yep. Collecting all the muscle strain. Hey, could you slow down? I'm trying to loot here. Serves you right, lady. Also, please die already. A map of Riverside. We'll deal with that in a moment. Grab the digital watch. Just a pencil and a book in that backpack, and not like a book we can read and get anything other than a little entertainment and not boredom, which, eh. Alright, so let's get away from the bodies. We need to rest. 666 kills. Oh yeah, we had that 1 kill ago. Alright, that'll be fine. Okay, so let's read the map. And get that out of our way. That map is dead to us forever now. Did I not grab more watches than that? I thought I grabbed like 2 or 3. That's fine. Let's put that away in my inventory and chuck that map on a body. The steel bar might be nice as a source of maintenance. I don't know. So I probably can't build much with it right now because I don't have like a blacksmith anything. But it's a thing I haven't gotten before. And it sure isn't going to hurt our maintenance, so, you know, I'm not going to complain about it. I've seen cash in wallets, which doesn't really have a use in Project Zomboid. I've seen band-aids in that in wallets. I've seen the ID cards. So far, most of those things I don't think have much use for us. I honestly haven't been watching. I mean, I guess I could do that for the flyers, but I don't want to go through each one of those pockets. Like, it's one thing to do a very fast, like, zip by and be like, do I see a weapon? Do I see a watch to take apart? Anything particularly exciting? Trying to see if we see another wallet real fast, just to kind of take a peek. Yep, so that one just has cash. What do you have in there? Oh, that's gonna be a picture. Photo of people in a fancy dress. That's not what I wanted. Okay. One's had a good run with 7k kills and 10k cash. Are you killing zombies with stone? It's actually a chunk of flint, but yes. Because of the chunk of flint, when I break it on their face, I still get the sharp flint out of it as if I used a hammer. And since I don't have a hammer, it is a way for me to get sharpened flint. By just, you know, sharpening it on their face. I know the one behind me is, and I don't like it. Fall over. Oh, you're over there. That's fine. money and an ID card. Okay. A large knife. Yes. Yes, I think I will take that. Give me the knife. I need to back off for a minute. Eating our poisonous berry. Attach to the right, because that's a spare trowel. I got my actual trowel in here. Is that purse over your shoulder for extra carry? I don't think we could really make the purse happen. I want to say the purse qualifies as back. I could be wrong about that. Generally speaking, though, with as little strength as we have, the capacity of my bag isn't my main limiter. It's my actual carry weight that's my main limiter. So, like, it's this number up here because we're very low strength. Forgot I found the lemongrass. Might as well eat it to mitigate the eating poison effects a little bit. Can be worn along in the backpack. It carries liquid. Wait, what? Where is this supposed purse? Oh, your shoulder? Yeah, no, I've got that. Yeah, I've got this. Sorry. I thought you were talking about we literally looked at a pink wallet and I was just like, oh, it's a wallet, I don't care. I understand now. Yeah, and if you're asking me where I got it from, I found a survivor zombie and I killed it. And that's where I got the hiking bag and the water container. It also gave me, I think it was like a crappy weapon that I used for about 5 minutes and I broke it. Alright. Weird kitchen knife, but okay. Alright, muscle strain's starting to become a problem. Okay, we just broke the knife. Next up, the trowel. Because I'm hoping that'll still give us at least a little bit of maintenance. The R spares. No problem. Kitchen knife 1. Kitchen knife 2. These are gonna last for like 2 stabs. We're actually okay. Alright. So drop off those 2, drop off that one. We can grab the other trowel and put it on our right side. dismantle the watches. You're not draining. Okay. So it looks like only the stuff sitting on the shelves seem to be draining by themselves. Because we did notice that stuff like that was draining. Oh, some bodies disappearing because they've been there so long. That's good. Alright. I know it's late. It's gonna pull more. Okay, we'll head back. So, did we get any maintenance for that? Anything worthwhile? I mean, we're at 52. We're getting so close, but it feels like it's so far. We're also getting close to getting our first point in short blade. It's just been this ongoing thing to try and get that first point in maintenance.
Thank you, Haron, for subscribing for 2 months.
And thank you, Herm, for the tier 1 sub. That's too much. You've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Got tired of the ads? Yeah, for the record, like, if you do end up subscribing to more than 2 channels, like you're going for that 3rd channel, consider getting yourself what's called Twitch Prime. It doesn't, you know, sure, it doesn't give quite as much of a kick to the content creators as your subs do, but it does make Twitch almost entirely advertisement free. Like, about the only exceptions is some... Yeah, sorry, Twitch Turbo. If I said Prime, it's Twitch Turbo. Yeah, it's Twitch Turbo, sorry. I misspoke. But yeah, so Twitch Turbo, it runs usually roughly around the same price as about 3 subs a month. But if you do that, it will get rid of almost all ads on the entire platform. About the only times you usually will get ads with Twitch Turbo is on the very, very rare occasion that someone has gone out of their way on their channel to be like, no, even though they have this, I want to still play ads. And there is really no reason for a content creator to want to do that, because we get paid as if you saw the ad, even though you didn't with Twitch Turbo. So it really is a weird choice if someone does that. And then sometimes a special, like, very specific live events, like sporting events and some of that, sometimes they will also have, like, ads anyway. But that's very rare. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. Because you'll have people like, oh, no, I don't want to get it. I want to make sure I'm actually supporting you. I was like, no, you're still supporting me. Basically, and this is also true of subs and all that. That we get compensated as if you saw the ad, even when you do not see the ad. Because of whatever's given you, like, an ad-free experience. Now, it doesn't count, like, if you're in a location that you don't get ads in general. But the point being, Twitch Turbo still does support the content creator. Even then, just sitting here and being in the channel make number go up. And number go up makes more people see the channel. And more people seeing the channel indirectly supports us because then more people pop in. Yeah, no, viewer count is huge. In so many more ways than just that. For those who don't know the behind the scenes, when it comes to dealing with, like, sponsorships, whether or not developers give us keys, whether or not we get considered for certain events, whether or not we get into certain things during, like, TwitchCon and the various conferences that all of us go to, like, you know, meet the developers, meet people who are, like, the Moon Shakers, like, the agencies, all those things that do help us, you know, do this full time. There's what's referred to as your CCV, which is your concurrent average viewers. That is, like, the one stat they consider more than anything else. It's not the only thing they consider. Obviously, if they feel like you're a good match for their brand and all those kind of things matter. But the CCV is the thing that kind of opens doors and all that. That it very much is a thing as a content creator that there are very distinct kind of like lines in the sand that like when you cross them, you start to get way more opportunities, and when you fall back behind them, they suddenly dry up real fast. So I'd say like usually if you're below like 50 CCV, 50 concurrent average viewers, you don't see hardly any actual sponsors whatsoever. And it's not that you can't get keys. There's just not many that branch out as much. You're usually looking at a lot of the games that they're willing to give a key to just about anyone because that's just the situation they're in. Not that that's bad or anything, just, you know, they know they need all the word of mouth they can get. But, go out to your VODs to catch up with your runs. You deserve a sub. Your subs are crappy because you live in a country with the crap conversion rates. Hey, you know what? It still supports. I would take a sub from a crappy conversion rate over a not sub. One of those is direct financial support. The other one is not. Which again, that's not to say like not subbing is a thing. That's not the implication I'm saying. Just, you know, even if it only gets me 50 cents, that's 50 cents I wouldn't have made otherwise, so... Every little bit counts when you're in content creation, because it doesn't pay well. But yeah, so it is one of those things that very much, like, the concurrent average viewers just, like, literally everything. Like, I watched when, like, Project Zomboid was first, like, kind of at peak right after Build 41 dropped. Like, the number of opportunities that rolled in the channel blew up. And then when, you know, it had started, like, Project Zomboid kind of really started falling off the radar. You know, it'd been out for a while. We hadn't been seeing any updates, and there wasn't really any big events going on. Then we started to see, like, the numbers really kind of come down. And then that's around the time my world record run finally died. And, like, it was night and day that my channel went from, you know, pulling in a bit over 100 a night to, like, 50. Like, 40, 50 a night. And it was, like, all these sponsor opportunities just vanished. Just gone. Because I had fallen below that threshold. Versus, like, once I got back over that 100 barrier, it was, again, a bunch of sponsors started showing up again. And I don't want to overstate it, like, suddenly, you know, they're just rolling in. It's just... It goes from you hear literally nothing to you start getting some opportunities to potentially consider. And to be fair, a lot of them, the sponsor approaches you and they're like, we would like you to do this, this, and this, and you go, no. No. No, I'm good. You can keep your crypto, you can keep your NFTs. You can keep this absolute disaster of microtransactions. I'm good. I don't really want to do your mobile game. And no judgment for anyone who takes those. Everyone's got to pay their bills. No tomb tokens? No. Alright. So we don't have anything listed here. What I don't know with the steel bar is I don't know how rare that is. And is a steel bar half? I assume it's a blacksmithing thing. I don't have any direct way of using it. I kind of don't want to use it as a weapon if I can use it as a weapon. Let's find out. You can use it as a weapon. I really worry if we use it as a weapon that might be something I actually really want. So I'm gonna pass in using it as a weapon. No raid sponsors? I've had requests before. I haven't taken them up. Because honestly, most of the time, it's not really a good offer. Like, regardless of people's impressions about it. And I do hear some people get good offers. So I'm not, again, I won't fault someone for taking a sponsor. Especially, like, if you're facing the whole, are you making rent this month? You do what you do. Let's see, we would like you to eat raw potatoes on stream for the next 3 months and pretend to love it. I'm sorry? No? It's like all the farming sim and Zomboid you're doing reach out to the Potato Farmers America sponsor. I've heard some pretty wild sponsors and collab stuff. Like, I really found it pretty cool that, there was one of the farming associations in Canada. I think they sponsored her one time? But, like, genuinely had, like, you know, had like a collab thing where she's, like, talking to the dairy farmer working a dairy and all that. I mean, like, Ultra also works on a farm, but, like, having someone, you know, on her channel to interview that was, like, genuinely just this person who does a bunch of farming stuff with the dairy animals and, like, a really nice farm and all that. And it was kind of cool. So sometimes you will get pretty wild. Let's see, the food delivery company in your country sponsored WoW streamers deliver food in-game to random players. Oh yeah, you'll have some of those really gimmicky ones. I haven't had any of those come across. A lot of those really gimmicky ones, they tend to only target, like, pretty large creator. But that, again, is one of those CCV things. What dictates a large versus small creator? Get your CCV. Because, like, with followers, it's a fairly meaningless number. It's kind of a vanity number. Like, yeah, it can mean a lot to have a lot of followers, but that doesn't necessarily mean your channel's relevant now. You'll have a lot of people who they do stream, they hit partner, and then within a year they burn out, and then they stop streaming entirely, and they'll still have, you know, 10, 15, 20,000 followers and all that kind of stuff. And then they start streaming again after years and have, like, no viewership. They're just doing what they want. That is not giving me hardly any of the words. So it just is one of those things. You asked in an interview if you'd be able to care for dairy cattle. I mean, that's the whole thing. Alright, no problem, Infinity Simplex. Okay, so I should have 2 more days till the helicopter can arrive at its earliest. I also like we've got our little lean here that we sleep under our little cover here. We got our little radio to help us sleep. We got our teddy bear, of course. We got our cabinets of stuff, our little stool, and our farm, of which a lot of the crops are actually dead. But you know, who's keeping notes? Don't worry about it. So we got our cozy little living arrangement. Is that because it's in the rain outside or busted? I'm missing the context. The crops are dead. I don't know why. Probably not enough watering. How you doing, cow? Well fed, healthy, calm, cool. Oh yeah, no, it's Storm. It's very, very low quality radio. So far, sorry, quality is not the word. Durability. It's a very badly damaged radio. I pulled it out of a car wreck. So it has a higher tendency to, like, static and fuzz. And then the storm will cause it to get worse signal. So more static and fuzz. It's just this is particularly bad. We are level 5 foraging. So what exciting fun stuff do you have on the schedule, FG? It's okay if you're trying to actually get stuff done and you're like you want to lurk or whatever. But if you're not, you got anything fun or exciting? I also wouldn't be surprised, like, I don't know what everyone's doing for their holidays. Because I realize over there, well, actually, No, you're in the UK, so yeah, it'll be Christmas Eve over there. First, wasn't Germany a day earlier or something like that? I'm blanking. I remember there's something different about it. I always forget. There's some place that Christmas was a day earlier. Hey, Dreadvink, how's it going? Yeah, Germany celebrates today, as does most of continental Europe and South America. Ah, well, that's a lot of some places celebrate a day earlier. It was like a place celebrates earlier. Yes. A place, like half the world. A pool cue. It's a badly damaged pool cue. And Orthodox people celebrate in 2 weeks? Yep. One poke is torn to splinters. Yeah, this is genuinely a day we shouldn't be fighting. But I don't really have much else I can be productive with until we get maintenance 1, so... Because now that we celebrate 1 day earlier, that US celebrates 1 day later, I'm not going to argue that because it wouldn't surprise me if that's literally the difference. Like, you know, that it was like, we celebrate this day, and the US is like, nuh-uh, America, and just shifted the day 1 or something. There's a lot of things that you look into the history of here in the US, and you realize that's what it came down to. It's like, why is this pronounced differently? Because America. Because we didn't want to do it the way those other people did it. Alright, we're just not going to worry about foraging. This is already bad enough visibility. The entire Anglophone world does the 25th, really. Gotcha. So, very clearly this is a proper storm in the game. Not just rain. We got trees waving. We've got slight wind chill. We've got actual wind noises. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. These are the types of days you generally don't want to fight. You can make out the zombies in the fog. They do poke out above it. But anything that hurts your visibility is actually pretty dangerous. But I'm also in that headspace of, like, I want to get things done. I don't want to sit at my base and just waste a day. And I can't fish yet. Thank you for the follow on the stream. I can't trap yet. I don't have maintenance 1, so I can't build most of the things I need. Let's see. Good morning. I see fancy neon trousers. Is this the same run from yesterday, I assume? Yes. I'm going to try to avoid pausing during that wind, because that's pretty jarring when it all goes silent and back on. So if I miss your questions, I'm trying to not make it go silent noise, silent noise, silent noise. Because it's also what I can't really afford to not focus with it unpaused. Because my visibility is so poor. Honestly, the pull queue was always, you know, decent-ish, not great because the damage wasn't very good. But this honestly isn't that bad, all things considered. Oh, wait, can opener. That's right. The cultist run, I was fighting those old-fashioned can openers everywhere. I need to not use that. That's my first can opener. Okay, it did aggro. Yeah, so now I think about, we're in the cultist area. I got a couple of meat cleavers, I got a couple of machetes, I got a ridiculous number of those can openers. That's right, executed with a pair of scissors. Ooh, we are getting properly cold. Hang on, we need to find a jacket. I was like, why is my attack speed slowing down? That is extremely dangerous. So we're looking for someone who's got a sweater or a jacket. You look like you might have a jacket over here. Alright, so you added 2 more layers. I don't know if the hood up or that is better. Put the denim shirt on as well. Okay. So we're really bundled. We can technically benefit from quite a few more things, but I think that's about as good as we're gonna get for right now. Wait, do I have socks on? I don't. Let's put the socks on. Yeah, because we can check our temperature and insulation. So right now with our insulation, we have one hand and part of our thigh is exposed. And a big part of this is we're getting soaking wet. Okay, so we got a lumberjack shirt that is not damaged. So that's even better. Oh wait, is that a jersey? Jersey's a better jacket. That's a lot of holes. Because that's the big issue right now, is I need one that's not full of holes. The holes let them get through. Found a good undershirt. So our gloves have a hole in it. The hoodie has a hole in it. The jacket has 2 holes in it. Our pants have a hole in it. The undershirts are fine, for the most part. Yeah, so standing by the corpse is too much. Crafted denim shirt. Okay, this doesn't have that much insulation. Oh, is that long socks? Yep, long socks would be better than we've got. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. You look like you have a jacket on, maybe? Yeah. Still 2 holes. Yeah, we're like outdoorsmen's doing work for us right now, but we are dealing with our core temp going down. So if we look at our temperature, okay, so our body heat generation is going. I can't see if we're losing body weight or body heat still, or we're stabilized. We're still losing. If I get into a fight, that'll probably help. Otherwise, we can run back. Yeah, no, we have a sweater. The problem is the sweater will replace the hoodie. And I don't really know what's more important for us right now for temperature. Because the hoodie, I can cover my head and my torso and my neck with insulation, but the sweater gives me better insulation on my torso. But you do heat up as you do actions, so I'm kind of hoping if I start fighting, we'll start picking up some body heat. It looks like it's working. It's just whether or not I can sustain that. Not push our luck with that. Yep, so we're no longer cold, we're just chilly. Okay. That's too many for us to fight without a weapon. Alright, let's back off. I don't think we're gonna be able to sustain ourselves in this cold. And the reason why we're getting so cold isn't because of the actual temperature outside, it's because we are soaking wet. And the worst thing is we have to ditch almost all these clothes. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to this barn. I'm going to hang out in there for a moment. Try and dry off. Because we were actually risking potentially overheating. Like right now we're actually holding up okay. Because it is one of those things that the colder your core temperature is, the less body heat generation you have. So getting cold makes it easier for you to get cold. But that's the reasons why when you're doing like cryogenic winter stuff, when you're out in the exposure until you've got like good clothes, it's running around and fighting, and that you'll keep your body temperature up. Yeah, so you see my body temperature generation now I'm sitting is slowly going down. I think we'll be fine in here. We're bundled up a lot. It's 70-something degrees inside the building. We're slowly ditching the cold. Probably good that we backed off because we were getting drowsy earlier than I anticipated. Big part of that is probably because of how cold we were. That's a real proper storm there. Okay. Now the real question is, do we try and make it home at 7 p.m. knowing we're going to get soaking wet and cold again so we can actually sleep in our sleeping thing in the storm? Because sleeping on the floor here is going to suck. Because if I go too late, then I'm not going to be able to find my way home, and then we get into that whole awkward situation. Oh. Looks like the storm may have calmed down. Thanks to the timely calming down at when it's my usual walk home in the bad weather time. That really does work out well for me. Like, it's still storming, just not quite as aggressively as it was. And then we wake up the next day and it's not storming. I'll probably need to shed, like, almost all of these layers. Because we very quickly tossed on, like, 4 layers. Because this is not our style. Oh no, this is the drowsy, not sad. We're sleepy. Yeah, no, we went out there, we were trying to fight, and it was just like, oh man, the storm is worse than I gave it credit for. I'm surprised we didn't notice on the radio. This is the kind of storm it warns you well in advance about. Yeah, and the reason we backed off of the fight was I had pulled a bunch, I had to rely on pushing. I couldn't see particularly well, and then all of this garbage. Hey, Billy, how's it going? Hey, cow. How you doing? You cowing? Good cow. It seems like even when it shows it going to be placed over there, I do need to always place it down in the bottom right corner. There we go. Almost instantly fills up with water. Well, cows don't need to worry about that. We'll take a sip of the water. Because one of the other things you got to worry about here is as you get tired, you become more and more vulnerable to cold as well. You have storage emotes? Yes, you do. One of the favorites being the tomb taps, or it's like just Rual Storge tomb is one favorite. Another favorite would be the extreme panic, or panic extreme. I forget the order. Yep, that's the one. That's one of the channel favorites. Gonna watch that body temperature start. Okay, so body temperature is starting to drop. We're just doing some laps around here, keeping that body temperature generation up. It's gonna get real hard to keep that body temperature up. Because as we get wetter and wetter, it'll be harder to keep it going. Yep. No, we all know this channel is just for Tomb. So what I'm trying to do is stave off going to sleep as long as we can. And then each time we start to get chilly, we're just gonna do a little jog around the block. Get that body heat generation up again. Has she learned what a cow is yet? Nah, she's still misled. We'll get there someday. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we're almost at the midnight. Midnight is when I like to go to bed, and the reason I like to go to bed at midnight is that typically means you will be, Would poison berry help with the temperature? I have been eating the berries. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I like to go to bed at midnight, that way we wake up after the dark has already passed, so it's light time again. And thank you for those follows. Welcome to the stream. That is a lot of follows rolling in back to back. Thank you so much for that. Oh, don't rest. I want you to stay standing. Follow bots? No, I don't think so. How's 24? Build 24 is pretty good. It's probably just getting to that time where, like, a lot of people are getting ready to wrap up for the night, and so gonna follow before they leave, or you have people who popped in because whoever they were watching just dropped and then, you know, wanted to find another creator and yada yada. We have definitely been follow-botted before in the past, and it's very different experience, where you just sit there and it just, they don't stop. How's the run? We're trying to not freeze to death right now because we're like in a nasty storm. I tried to go out and fight with it, and it was just like, oh. Alright. Device options, turn that on. Okay. So we are gonna need to ditch some clothes. Because there's gonna be way too many layers for a normal temperature day. So let's see here. So I'm thinking for Hey Warren, thank you so much for the raid. Give me just a second. We are dropping our clothes real fast. Don't worry about it. It's fine. That'll probably be good. But thank you so much for the raid, Warren. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. How was your stream and all that? Bear with me just a moment. I'm trying to pay a close attention to this radio to make sure we don't have a helicopter today. Actually, I don't think we can have one till tomorrow. Okay, we're good. Alright, let me go ahead and get a shout out for Warren real fast. And all that good stuff. And our fellow content creator on the platform, as you probably figured because that's how raids work. But it's a fantastic content creator on the platform. So I definitely recommend checking out. Plays a lot of RimWorld and other such good stuff, you know, like no pause, 500%, all that kind of stuff. So if you like the rimmiest of the RimWorld, where things get the sweatiest of the sweaty, you can find it there. And that is absolutely a thing. But absolutely fantastic content creator that can absolutely recommend. Okay, so we did get through the storm without getting hypothermia. And very clearly this plant is dead, so I'm going to dig it up. Most of these are actually dead out of the tomatoes. But, you know. That one looked bad. So it gets our attention. And the wrath. As a great streamer? Yeah. No, I've definitely enjoyed what I've checked out of Warren. Alright, so our cows all chill over here after the storm. Just be aware, Warren loves to dab and plank at a whims of his chat. Why would you do this? So I'd no longer recommend Warren. I'm teasing. Warren's good people. Hey, you seem like a less tiny cow. You're well-fed, thirsty, calm, and healthy. Cool, cool. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna go give the cow a pet. It legitimately makes us happy. I do need to go run, though. No problem. I totally understand the raid and run. Do what you gotta do, but thank you again so much for raiding. We need to get ourselves a little bit of a drink for the road. So we are going to go ahead and milk our cow real fast. And now I've got a nice, small cologne bottle of milk. That's the life we live. I wouldn't say it's a good life. But, you know, we got our nice little arrangement. I mean, yeah, raw milk out of a cologne bottle. It is what it is. What? Oh, it's a beaver plushie. I was like, what am I looking at? Right, it's the beaver plushie. Without being in the toy store, it really threw me off. It was just a weird mask-looking thing. But yeah, so we got ourselves a nice little arrangement. We got our little troughs for our cows. We've got, you know, the little feeding trough with actual food. Does our cow have a name? I haven't named any of the cows yet. Why did this one just get destroyed just now? There. It's solved. So let's unequip that. Yeah, we can actually name our cows. Which I hadn't thought about doing. So we can place our little plushie. We can place our little beaver plushie right next to our little teddy bear plushie. Look. Ling is living her best life, and she doesn't need you to tell her how to live. So let's turn that off. So yeah, so we've got our many cabinets. They've got bugs and rocks and sticks in them. They're pretty nice. We got our lovely little stool here so Ling can sit and contemplate her life. We've got our wonderful, wonderful bed we can sleep in. It's a lean. We've got the fire pit. We used it to cook rabbit once. Just once. We haven't caught any more rabbits since then. And we mostly only caught those rabbit because one of them ran straight at me, and I'm like, alright, I'm willing to bash a rabbit with a crowbar or whatever the heck it wasn't a crowbar. What did we have? I think we hit it with a rock. Whatever. A rabbit ran past us, and I'm like, hey, if you're just gonna feed yourself into the jaws, I am all about taking that opportunity. And he found a random map laying on the ground. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, so I believe you can name the animals, so I could go here and rename the animal so it's not Angus Bull. Males will attack other males of the same species. Note to self, if we get another male cow, someone's getting eaten. That's all I'm saying. Speaking of which, I actually don't know what gender the baby is, so I probably should really check that. Are you going to be a problem in the future? Are one of you going to have to be taken out to pasture? Oh, that is unfortunate for you, little cow. In all reality, when it becomes an adult, I'm probably going to kill the one that's already been an adult a while. Veal time? Nah, it's beef. That's cow. Oh, you mean veal as in... Alright, never mind. I don't often eat young calves or something like that, so it just completely slipped me for a moment. My brain went to veal and was like, venison! Those are the same words. Do the animals only give milk after being pregnant? Yep. That is a thing. Like, if you don't have it, it says, like, has to wait for a baby or something like that. I can't remember the exact verbiage. Yeah, venison can be good. If it's cooked right, venison can be really good. If it's cooked poorly, it's a tragedy. It's opportunity lost. It's definitely one of those ones you can overcook it and ruin it real easy. You can also undercook it and ruin it real easy. Let's see, so you get the Gen Mag at 3 electricity. You wonder if you get Herbalism Mag at 7 foraging? Oh, do they give you the Generator Magazine? I know that's a new thing they do now, that there is a lot of stuff that was locked behind the magazines as the only means to get it, that they have changed it so that now certain things you can like level up the skill enough and it just gives you the understanding. They don't give you the mag, but after level 3 you don't need the mag to use generator? Right. But you get the point. You're able to use the generator after that point. Without requirement of the magazine. We're gonna jog a little because I just really don't feel like walking the whole way. Yeah, no, it makes sense to a certain degree. Because, like, I can see where, like, the really advanced stuff... I could see, like, never being able to get from just straight up leveling. But all that basic stuff, yeah, like being able to plug something into a wall, sure. Why don't you use walk and fast forward? I don't like using fast forward that manner. I have seen so many people, even like really, really veteran players, accidentally murder their run. No car yet? Oh yeah, no, we're playing, for the record, so where Warren was playing 500% naked brutality, no pause, that kind of thing, I am playing pretty close to the equivalent in Project Zomboid, where we've maxed out the number of zombies in the world, and really made it awful. There's definitely ways I could make it worse that I have done in the past, but I'm not doing in this run because it's a new version, so I kind of want to check out the new content. So normally I could also nerf the loot real bad, and we're not doing that. Yeah, so taking off the clothes we took off, we're actually still getting unpleasantly hot while jogging. Is the cows near your base, do you feed them, or do they eat grass, and you just need to... So I need to give them water. That's one thing I have to do, which luckily when it rains, it spares me that, which is why I have so many troughs there. And you can cut grass to put in the trough. There's hay. There's also feeds of bags of feed. I don't really know all the requirements for caring for the cows. This version of the game only just dropped this past week. So part of this is me learning it. I'm not pulling up a bunch of wikis and a bunch of guides and all that to try and figure it all out. Because to me it's more interesting that way. Wait, what do you have? What is that? Chopsticks? Please tell me. Ah. Not that I expected them to work well if they were allowed to be weapons. But you know, it would have been kind of comical to run up to the zombie and poke it in the face with chopsticks. Probably breaking them instantly and doing not much damage. But you know. Would you fall over? Thank you. Alright, we got a meta event. As the gunshots were in the background. That means the zombies will be going a random direction. That's not a good direction, in all honesty. Hopefully that's not too many doing that. Because that's the kind of thing where they could spread into the farms that are nearer to me. And it'd be harder for me to notice. Unless they just go schlepping through the farms. Which I might have to do at some point. So let's go up here. We can rest for a minute. There were no actual animals last time we played? Yeah, no, the animals are a very recent addition. Just this past week. That's even worse direction. I hate everything about where you're going right now. Because that is straight towards where I live. They probably won't go very far, though. They'll probably go about a screen or two before they forget what they were doing and go back to just wandering. But the real bummer is that might have drugged more well, it depends on how many zombies we have cleared out of that cell. I'm trying to get into these 3 buildings here. We've been slowly clearing. So let's take a quick peek, see if we can't, like... do the 3 buildings start to look a little bit clearer? That's still too many for us to just bully in there. I think we need to go through and clean up these ones that started to walk away. Going late? Yeah, a little bit. Kind of taking advantage of the fact that there's way less content creators on the platform right now. Just, you know, everyone's got their holiday stuff. Product Zomboid, which has been like a mainstay on the channel, is like really doing well for the moment because it did just have its update. It's just, if I'm gonna hustle, now's a good time. What's the deal with tomorrow? I believe we are going to have a normal stream tomorrow, is what I assume is going to happen. Tomb did get, is going to need to work Christmas Eve night going into Christmas, unfortunately. Which does mean, like, I'm not heading over to our town until she's back from work, so I might as well stream. Like, if I'm gonna be here anyway. How's Tomb friends? It's actually Tomb's coworker. I don't really know. He had a pulmonary embolism, which is, like, really a serious deal. But I don't believe he is actively in the hospital anymore, so that's promising. Which, for those who don't know what that is, it's a blood clot in your lung. It is a no joke kind of thing. That's a pair of words you don't want to hear. Not that it means it's like a death sentence or anything that severe, but it's definitely one of those ones like, no. This is not something you sleep on. You don't wait to see if it just clears itself up. Do you have any rocks to smack him with? I think I dropped my rocks. No. This is gonna back up. I cannot wait to this maintenance one. Where are we? We burnt a bunch of trowels and all that the other day, trying to at least do something in that direction. 15 points. I only need 15 more XP points, and we can finally make at least some crappy weapons. Branch, I'm pretty sure the branch won't count as a weapon so far as maintenance is concerned. Kill it, kill it. Yeah. Because 2 is way easier to juggle than 3. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So all we need to do is find a couple more random little weapons on them, and we'll get that done. Fishing is very OP, early access version. You catch 2 fish with 0 fishing, 3.5 kcal. 1 is 5.5. Oh yeah, no, there's like, people are pulling up like 40 encumbrance fish and then having to figure out how on earth to move it, it's so big, which is a pretty comical problem to run into. You got 340 hunger fish, 14,000 calories. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's, they've got a couple things. I think it's like a gator gar is the really big one I've been hearing about. That's just really obnoxiously large, and then you go, okay, well, how do I deal with this fish? I was joking with, Allison and her channel that it would make sense, like right now we have a mechanic where you can drag bodies now. Like your character just lifts them up and drags them. It almost feels like they should have just a generic fish graphic for when the fish is just too big, that you like drag the fish. But do that same thing where it just absolutely obliterates your endurance as you drag this 40, 50 encumbrance fish all over the place. Because it feels like that would be a good way of like encouraging you to actually build yourself like a little fish processing hut near the river. Because with the bubbles now, you can't just fish from one spot by just poking the water a bunch. You gotta go like seek the fish out. But it'd be one of those things like if you had like a lake or a river, having somewhere along it, you'd have that spot. Well, get away from that before we get bit. Oh, you got something in you. What do you got? Don't disappoint me. I don't care what it is, just a little... You know, I've not actually tried to use this as a weapon yet. Okay, they didn't make it a weapon. It didn't used to be. It looked like it had pretty awful stats, though. But if it gets me 1 point of XP for maintenance, I'm willing to do it. I mean, that's a decent number of hits without it breaking. And that's all I need for maintenance. Lots of hits. I think that was a point maintenance, like a full point just about. It's actually not shabby. I thought it was gonna just be like a lot of the short blades, if they're not like an actual knife, like a hunting knife or a large knife or whatever, usually poke something and it just snaps in half instantly. So I just kind of wrote this thing off immediately. Serves me right. What hat were you wearing? Ah, just a baseball hat. It just... For a moment it looked like one of those, the hats with the flopped ears that you wear in the winter to cover your ears. No, I don't know why I'm doing that. There's like 4 more there. Oh no. Andrew Smirk's cats got their keyboard. You saw you drank water on the ground. I didn't drink water on the ground. I drank it from a river. You can drink from rivers and lakes if you do not have weak stomach. If you have weak stomach, don't do it. Yep. Go real quick, go real quick, go real quick, go real quick. That was not... That was an unnecessary risk. Yeah, 4 and 5 is not worth trying to do the push fight. Bear with me, chat. I'm gonna quickly, while we're on the last little bit of this ad break, I need to quickly grab myself another drink, and I'll be right back. Not gonna be a big break, just like 1 minute. I'll be right back. I'm about to go. Up, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Okay. I was just grabbing a drink from the other room super duper fast. Alright. And then thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so I got those 4 over there. I need them to break apart. In the meantime, it would be good to get that. But yeah, no, you can, yeah, the little metal fork. I mean, I guess it makes sense for that metal fork to have more durability than a random wooden stick. You just kind of made the end of it kind of pointy. It makes a certain amount of sense that the wooden stick with a pointy end, not really the most durable thing. All right. How much did it give you in the end? It gave us about one maintenance XP. Like, roughly. Which is not nothing. You object to crowbars not being durable, breaking after 10 to 15 hits? What? Like, that is some wild bad luck. Crowbars last a real long time. They still break. But I mean, genuinely, when I use the crowbar on most of my characters, I can go through usually a pretty large number of zombies before it finally does give. Let's even get 0.1. Give me maintenance. Give me a maintenance. Alright, we got 2 hits in it. I'm pretty sure it failed both rolls. Give me those matches, I'll take those. We'll swap out our boots. Because we do a lot of stomping, so we go through a lot of boots. Take my busted stuff. How's the strength and fitness? We're what, 2 and 3? Yeah, 2 and 3. Like, just a little ways into 2 and 3, really. I mean, it's actually a third to a sixth of the way. Foraging, we haven't been getting as much because I haven't been putting as much effort into it. That maintenance is getting there. Is there weapon crafting now? Yes, the weapon crafting gets very involved. You get why people are complaining about glass crafting? I haven't done any glass crafting yet. We've been struggling hard on getting our first point in maintenance. Because once I get that, I can make the stone hammers, which opens up a lot of crafting. I can get the axes, which opens up a lot of crafting. We can start doing a lot of stuff. If nothing else, it means I can make actual weapons, so I don't have to push over and stomp on half the zombies now. Is there a list of mods you use? You can't find a description. Sorry, I don't have it there. The one and only mod I'm using is minimal display bars. Literally everything else you see here is vanilla, no other mods. And it's not only quality of life mods, like literally just the one mod is the only one. Did you fall over? Thank you. Man, I need to do some stuff to figure out the bot on the YouTube side. I haven't been able to get the bots to work consistently. I mean, my gloves have a hole in them. I'm gonna take your gloves. Even though I like the leather gloves more, but that's fine. Riding helmet? No, so a lot of your headwear constricts your vision. And so, like, character-wise, like what you see for fighting, that part's fine. But when you're doing stuff like foraging, you take a penalty. Generally speaking, in Product Zomboid, you know, quote-unquote armoring up is usually not worth doing. That a lot of the drawbacks outweigh any benefit. So like, for example, the whole idea of like getting a heavy jacket, covering it all with your leather straps and all that, getting what is it, the under thing, the long johns, getting them all covered up with leather straps. You can get yourself to be almost immune to scratches for most of your body, but your character will be overheating so often you'll end up walking slower and moving slower from overheating that you're just going to get scratched way more. And depending on RNG to save you, when you could just avoid the initial thing, you're better off just not doing the RNG route. That's not to say don't give yourself any protection. There's certainly very manageable protection, like wearing a pair of jeans and like a long sleeve shirt, and maybe putting leather straps on that to give you something is worthwhile. For jackets, I'm blanking on it, the jersey. Like, the jersey is, pretty good for defense. There's a word for it. Like a jacket for high school students and college students. Like, that's a pretty good balance between defense and heat, where it's not too... Varsity jacket, thank you. Yeah, the varsity jacket is a pretty good balance for defense and heat, versus, like, the leather jacket has way more defense, but just heat-wise, it's real rough. It's just a lot of heat. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people... Like, the cryogenic winter early game is a bit hard. Just getting that first bit of clothing on and all that. You know, just picking up scraps and whatnot. But once you get past that phase, very genuinely, playing Product Zomboid when it's really cold gives you advantages versus when it's hot, because you bundle up enough that the cold doesn't bother you. And once you've reached that point, now you can just like really kind of armor up without nearly as many penalties. Versus the summer, you can get to the point where you're wearing almost nothing and still overheat. Especially when you're in the middle of like fighting and all that. Yeah, we keep going to overwhelming stench because of all the bodies. Oh, we're at like 8:30. I need to be going back. We're gonna get caught out in the dark. What the hell happened here? We stepped on zombies' faces. A lot. So, like, here's a demo. We did that, but a lot of times. So as time goes on, apparently zombies get better weapons in them. It's possible that the zombies really... Yeah, so that is a mechanic, but there's only a few weapons that are locked behind it. How are your boots? We just switched them very, very recently. Like, literally earlier in this outing, we switched them. But yeah, like, the katana... Unless something's changed in Build 42, the katana is locked behind surviving, I believe, 30 days. The machete, 15 days. The hunting knife was, like, 7 or 10 days or something like that. A lot of that is likely changed. But there are certain weapons that aren't available on day 1 to be found in a zombie that, as you survive, will eventually show up in zombies to be looted. I will say, my experience with Build 42 so far is that we do have a much lower frequency of weapons on zombies. But that could just be the parts of the map I've been on, because we've been experimenting with this part of the map. I've heard others mention that they're getting less, but I believe most people are playing the new part of the map because, you know, new things are new, and why would I not do the new thing? Did you become a farmer? We are farming. We have had no success so far, but we are having okay success with the animals. We are getting milk. Does that mean you're kind of getting less because you kill less zombies overall in the same period of time as you did in 41? Yeah. Well, there's that, but even then, like, we're getting up to the 700s in kills, and we haven't seen a crowbar, we haven't seen any kind of hammer of any point. We've only seen a handful of knives. We saw one fireman's axe, no hatchets, no machetes, no katanas, no baseball bats, no, you get the idea. We've only got a couple of things. Even hand tools, we haven't seen a single hand fork. We did get one ice axe. Yeah, we got one ice axe, a fireman's axe. The fireman's axe is a really good find. We've got like 3 or 4 large knives. No butcher's knives. A handful of just like regular kitchen knives, some trowels. So yeah, we're pretty skimped on weapons. Would you recommend you cancel all your mods? So the good news is you don't need to unsubscribe from all the mods, Rachel Kitten. It is one of those things that, like, when you look at the mods for Build 42, it shouldn't load them all in by default. But you can check your list. Generally speaking, I would recommend running mod free for now. We are going to see some mods get updated over time. We are seeing a couple of the earlier ones and all that. But it is one of those things that this is an unstable version. They are going to be making change, and there's going to be a little bit of ping pong between the people who make the mods and, you know, like, it getting updated. Let's see, you used a bucket to milk a cow, and you got about 800 milliliters. And then decided to milk another cow with the same bucket, and the bucket was nowhere near full. It wipes out what you had and gives you a new amount. So you lost 800 milliliters and got 200. Interesting. So the lesson we have here is don't one bucket many cow. Yeah. That's what it do. Is like right now, I would just disable mods. Plus, like, there's been a lot of changes in the game. I'd expect a lot of stuff to break. And also, you kind of want to see what the base game is like with the changes. And certainly you can always add in the mods later. But that's kind of always one of those things with those type stuff. When, like, a new version of a game comes out, or a new DLC, or anything like that, it's usually best to run mod-free for a little while. Generally speaking, I run very little mods to begin with. But you get the idea. And the reason we're struggling so much is I am carrying 2 animal troughs on my person. Don't put it that way, for I learned my lesson. There we go. Cool. Oh, we just got a lower torso scratch from going through a tree. Ah, that's fine. We'll just keep shredding her clothes little by little. You don't have to do that manually? And is it instant? Is what instant? Sorry, I'm missing context here. Oh, like, you can't, for the record, hurting yourself on trees, you can't get zombie plague. That's just a regular old boring scratch. We'll be perfectly fine by that. Yeah, now you gotta butter churn. I assume butter churning takes a bit of stamina, probably causes fatigue as well. Is there anything here? No, it's too dark. Okay, that's fine. Even if you're bloody? Yeah, no, there's, for the record, for those who don't know how the zombie plague works in Project Zomboid, it's at the very second you get hit by a zombie, a dice is rolled. And that dice decides if you live or die. That if you got bit, it just says, yep, you're dead. If you were experiencing too much pain... Alright, well, we'll have to deal with that. If you get lacerated, it's a 25% chance you died. And if you got scratched, you have a 7% chance you died. And it's predetermined. There's no amount of disinfecting, no matter how dirty you are or anything around that makes any difference to your odds. Like, it's rolled that dice, it's made that decision, and now you play, and eventually you die. Or you live. All depending on what happened. But, you can only get zombie infection from zombies. Like, you can absolutely slice your person apart on everything, while, like, bathing in zombie blood, and you're fine. It's just not how the game works. Like, you don't have to worry about that. Do you have an instant infection on? No. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I have the normal one on, which means it will take roughly 2 days for us to succumb to infection, if we do get infected. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I know I should be wrapping, but I'm going to go a little bit longer. Okay, so we've got heavy rain today, later in the evening. This is the first day that the helicopter can happen again. The window is a very large window, but this is the very beginning of that window. Because we do have it set for multiple helicopters. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and disable that. No helicopter today.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah. No, I would definitely say that the butter's a bit on the overpowered side, but I would also say there's definitely right now, completely separate from that, a problem that there's a bunch of weapons that are currently really underpowered. Or, sorry, not weapons. There's a bunch of food that's very underpowered, as in, really needs to be buffed. Like, not it's a balance issue, it's... I mean, it is a balance issue, but it's like a balance issue in the sense that you realistically, you can't survive without the change. Got a pet or cow. And you are well fed and not thirsty, so you have a good day. Yeah. 300 calories for a full pig. Is that what it was? It was... No, yeah, no, you're right. Because it was 90 calories per chunk of meat, and we got 4 chunks of meat out of it. The trough looks empty. Yeah, that's a water trough, and we just put it down, so it didn't have a chance to fill up yet. So that's totally fine. Well, what do you say about realism in Project Zomboid? Don't care. It's fine that it exists, but at any point it comes at the cost of balance rate thing. That's the whole thing. But my problem is realism, or regardless, I'm not complaining about the pigs because realism. I'm complaining about the pigs because the way the game normally works is fatty food make weight go up, lean food make weight go down, and a whole freaking pig is a really fatty food. And really should give us something, because it runs counter to the way that the game has worked historically. But the fact that, like, right now you can pull up a fish and be set for a week, and that you milk a cow and you're set for a week, but you can butcher the whole cow or the whole pig and get basically bumpkiss for it, needs an adjustment. Because otherwise the pig serves no purpose. Now some thick fog? Yep. And then foraging in the off chance we get lucky, because we already found the fishing, like the Fishing 1 book and a whole lot of magazines and all that. It's a bit of an oversight. Yeah, no, it's like, absolutely don't blame that it happened. Like, this is literally the unstable branch. There's going to be something that slips through. But it is those things. It's like, because of that, there's only like 2 ways to gain weight that are practical. I keep saying too, I don't know where trapping situation is at. I'm expecting the fact that our crops grow so low to be in many ways a nerf to trapping. Because for those who don't know, when you do trapping, you have to put in bait. And maybe the berries are fine. I've honestly not tried. But generally, you usually use farmed goods and you basically trade, like, you trade tomatoes or cabbage or whatever, you know, for a rabbit, is kind of the way it works. So I take the low calorie thing, I put in the trap, I catch the animal, I get the higher calorie thing. Because they can nerf animals by needing to care for them more, by making the butchering take longer, or needing special nights. Well, that's the thing. They didn't go out of their way to nerf the animals. The animals are new, and it's just the baseline calories aren't high enough. Like, I just think it was a simple numbers mistake. Like, that's genuinely, once they get back from the holidays and all that, I suspect all they're going to do is they're going to look at it and they're going to go, okay, you know, a chunk of pork, you know, instead gives you 200 calories. So that when you kill an entire pig, you get a couple thousand calories, or whatever they think is fine. I honestly think for as much effort as it goes into butchering the animals and everything, I honestly think it'd be totally fair if the animal did give you, like, a solid week's worth of food. Because it takes a long time to raise the animals. So you need to get a pretty big payout for it to be worth the effort. Otherwise, you're just going to do something else. Couldn't that be too low butchering? My argument is, though, the only way to get butchering is to butcher animals. And if you get nothing for butchering animals, you're just better off not butchering animals ever. How many zombie kills? We are at, like, about 720. This is a fairly new character. We only started them, I believe, was it yesterday we started them? Or was that the day before? I don't remember. I think it was the day before towards the end of stream because we had died on the previous one. So it's a fairly new character, but 700-something kills. They really want me to use large branch. Yeah. No, it's one of those things. I know they're planning on taking at least some level of vacation. Not like a huge, like everyone leaves for a month or whatever. But, you know, giving everyone who's been hustling and working on this some time, you know, to enjoy their Christmas and New Year's. So I don't think we're going to see huge changes until after that. But yeah, no, they've been making changes. Like, they did an update. It was this, you know, the morning that I started stream. Morning. So it's been getting... Oh, okay, so that we found out was actually pretty okay. Which I was surprised to find the carving fork pretty okay. Like, the damage wasn't particularly good. But I did get a decent number of hits out of it, and that's what I need for maintenance. So it's not skip on the carving forks anymore. Okay. I remember being all excited when I saw the construction people, but because when I found the construction people, you almost always got yourself like a claw hammer or something out of it. And now I've yet to see a single one carrying a weapon at all. Yeah, no, they added 3 major towns to the west, 2 that are relatively big and 1 that's very, very small. No, I'm sorry, that's a lie. There's 4 towns. There's 2 that are fairly big, 1 that's kind of a medium town, and 1 that's small. When I say big, I'm talking like Rosewood, West Point kind of big, not Louisville kind of big. Not talking zombie pops, I'm talking area. They did add basements as well that have a bit of procedural around them, where there's a bunch of different basements. So when you go to a house, what basements in that house will be changed each run. And sometimes just won't have a basement, other times it will. And then there's some locations that do have static basements, that like, this building always has the same building. Well, that time the carving fork didn't go so well. Oh, you had to go crawl around me, didn't you? Just enough that I couldn't just stand there and finish the 3. Alright, and we can put you in my bag. Walk over here a little ways. No, I gotta deal with you. Did you get bit? No, Queasy-Moodle doesn't mean you got bit. I'm eating poisonous berries. And standing around lots of dead corpses. Bottom torso? I got scratched in a tree. But yeah, no, anxious doesn't mean you're necessarily infected. Queasy doesn't mean you're necessarily infected. It depends. Anxious is more of a tell, because there's less things that cause anxious. But even if you go to sleep and you get anxious, you're like, oh man, I'm dead. It can just be a zombie banging on a window in a building nearby will also make your character anxious. So it's just one of those things. Now, obviously, if everything's going buttery smooth and then you get caught by a zombie and nothing else happens and you see queasy and anxious, yeah, you died. But when you see someone who's got queasy, especially with a lot of the veteran players out here, that's That's normal. That's usually us just being around zombie corpses too much, and in my case, I'm eating poisonous berries. You just said infection to instant? Yeah, no, if you've played a while, that's fine. One thing I would generally recommend is if you are a new player, do not go for infection instant. Take those moments when you got nothing to lose to do that reckless stuff you wouldn't do otherwise. So, like, if you're like, oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna drive my cars really fast, it's how I get killed. Well, you're infected. Get in your car and drive real fast. See like what you can get away with and what you can't. Figure out your limits. Get a little practice in. Oh, you don't want to use guns because like they're always a death trap. But you hear they're kind of good sometimes too. Okay, go load up all that ammo you've got sitting in that storage box. Go out and start blasting. Is the hiking bag better than military pack? No, military backpack, unless something's changed, is usually, like, it's historically been the best in slot kind of thing. Now, granted, it does look like this can now have a tent underneath it, but the military backpack's increased efficiency for carry weight and all that more than likely way overcomes the benefit. Generally speaking, military backpack is best, large backpack is second, big hiking backpack is third, little hiking backpack, which is what I have, is fourth. Then it's duffel bag, regular backpack, satchel, and I think the purse is after that. I think there's one smaller than the satchel. And I'm not counting the bags you can hold in one hand, like garbage bags and that, because they're all pretty rubbish. You use them if you don't have another option, certainly. But if you do have any other options, they're always not as good. Military backpack also has one? Oh, good. It didn't used to. I mean, that's a new thing. So yeah, now if it has an attachment slot, yeah, then it's still just better. I mean, the result is it's still better. It's just better. Garbage bag is rubbish. You see what he did there? Yeah, the pun was definitely intended. Oh yeah, fanny packs are also good. I'm also not counting them on the list because you can use those with the other bags without having to give up a hand or anything. The steak knife is terrible, but honestly, I'm desperate for that first point in maintenance. So if it's something I could hit a zombie with, that may give me a point in maintenance, even just one, like 1 XP towards it, I'm taking what I can get now. So it's things like the fillet knife that breaks almost instantly, the steak knife that breaks almost instantly. Yep. Point in maintenance is point in maintenance at this point. I am tired of not having maintenance. Ooh! I see you're holding on to the seeds, friend. Okay. Alright, we need to back off and recover some endurance pretty soon. Got a different key than the ones we previously found in them. Alright, so let's get back out to the field, sit down, all that. You look like Dora. I mean, okay, I see it. I was going to say it's like, no, I don't. I was like, nope, I'm sorry. Short black hair, bright colored clothes, fanny pack, little backpack, little side pouch too. Yeah, I'm sorry. That actually does work. Man, you're getting sleepy early. I mean, I guess you've been nauseous, well, not nauseous, but not feeling great the whole day. I still think I'm going to kill 1 or 2 more zombies before we go back. Because going back at 4 p.m. is pretty early. Are they dropping vitamins yet? No. I mean, they should be on the loot tables. You like that you can read the seed packs for info? Yeah, no, a big part of that is that they've added the seasons to the game for crops. Which I think is a good change. I just don't think the growing time change. Are vitamins still nearly useless on bulk? They were never useless. Vitamins were amazing. You had to scoop down like an entire bottle for them to be worthwhile, sure. But like, if you got separated because of like a bad helicopter event or meta event, you just shovel in an entire bottle of vitamins. Just eat them. Eat them like they're gummy bears. And you could roll for a good couple extra hours in your day. You couldn't quite go a whole day of no sleep with just one thing of vitamins, but it actually went a long ways. But yeah, a single vitamin was worthless. But popping a whole container of vitamins? That's where it's at. Oh, you had to go crawler. Oh, I can work with that. Alright. And I think that's probably... I'll take this one here. Yeah, we're looking like... This is looking good, chat, for us getting in there soon. I see 3 zombies in that yard. So we're probably talking like the next in-game day or 2. We're gonna be getting in there. We're at that home stretch. Yeah, I won't worry about the makeup kit. Yeah, so it's getting skimp pickings. I am gonna be wrapping soon. I normally go for 9 hours, but I figured we'd go for 10, because I mean, 1, it's a good time for me to go long. But realistically, I'm going to probably be streaming again tomorrow. And 10 hours is a heckin' long stream. It really does limit how, like, when you consider that person normally needs between, like, around 7-8 hours of sleep per night, you add the 10 on there, and you only got 6 hours of not stream/sleep to deal with. Eat up, like, 2 of those for eating, so you got 4 hours left to deal with. And that's where you know, you take your shower and you do all that, and you deal with, like, the admin stuff behind, and there's just not enough hours. Have we found ginseng yet? No, but I did... What did I find? It wasn't ginseng. It was ginger. We found ginger earlier. Yeah, no, we'll be wrapping up here in a minute. Yeah, we found ginger root earlier. I haven't seen ginseng this run. I've seen it in the past. But not since build 42. You need to talk to Allie about her 12 plus, 12 to 16 hour streams. Well, I mean, I used to sit there and do 11-hour streams 7 days a week. That was my normal schedule for a while. I also don't like this. We're gonna go around this. This is tomorrow me's problem. Don't you screw me right now, game. Luckily, okay, it's maybe north. Your schedule sounds like the game you are in right now. Sleep, eat, rest, craft, stream. Eat, sleep, stream. Yep. I mean, that's one of the things that... I'm not going to say it's what's required to become a successful content creator, because that's certainly not true. But it's very genuinely, like, as a content creator, you work... If you're full-timing, you work long hours. Like, I've done some pretty obnoxious jobs in my past. But it's just one of those things. People can't find your channel if you're not live. Which means you could have butter tomorrow too, depending on our luck. To do butter, I believe I need to... Oh yeah, no, if you mean tomorrow, like next stream? Like next stream? Yeah, I genuinely believe that is a real possibility that we could accomplish butter tomorrow. Because regardless, almost certainly we'll have maintenance 1 tomorrow. I'm less than 10 XP away from it. I need just like 1 okay-ish weapon or 2 or 3 crap weapons. And that should get me across the finish line to maintenance 1. With that, we get the axe and the hammers, which means I just need the 2 planks and the 2 nails. If I got the hammer, I can actually disassemble stuff and all that. And like the nails will be the hardest part. Oh no, the butter churn I don't think was carpentry 3, if I remember correctly. No, it's 1. It's straight out the gate. 1. Or not even 1, it's 0. Skill check? Okay, so skill check, we are at 1 axe, 2 short blunt, about halfway up long blunt. Short blade is about 2/3, is very close to level. Spear is about halfway. Maintenance is 10 XP from maintenance 1, which is the big one. Carpentry, we're about halfway to level 1. Carving, we're about 2/3 of level 1. Electrical, we're most of the way, a little over 2/3 for electrical. Animal care, we're at 1 1/3, give or take. Fitness, 2 and just a bit shy of 1/3. Strength, we're at 3 1/3. Light-footed, we're at basically 1. Nimble, we're at 1 and some change. Well, actually about 1 1/3. Running, we're about 2/3. Sneaking, we're at pretty much 1. And then foraging, we're at a bit shy of 5 1/3. Like a decent amount shy of 5 1/3. Still level... Yeah, still low level with carpentry? Yep. Yep. To be fair, the stuff we're constructing isn't that many instances of stuff, and a lot of that stuff is only going to give me 1, 2, or 3 XP. Log walls are pretty crap XP and are very... So it's... 45 is when you can start finding the good stuff. Oh yeah, there's lots of amazing things. Like, even before we were in that range, we found ourselves a fishing book, we found a bunch of magazines, we found a lot of good stuff foraging already. Nothing amazing, but definitely some solid stuff. And I mean, to be fair, for the most part, foraging has almost exclusively been what's been feeding us. Which is why we're queasy all the time. Now, do you have the map at the bottom right? It is a setting when you... Goodbye, Forever Rock. It is a setting when you start the game. You can choose to have the map run at all, the mini-map as well, and you can also choose to pre-populate the whole map. I do not have the whole map populated, but I do have the mini-map. Okay. Potato and rosemary, when are your grow seasons? Oh, here, so it stops pulsing. Go ahead and eat a lemongrass. Discovered. So we have rosemary. Can be planted today, and that would be fine. And then potatoes is a nope. Alright, so let's go here. Potato goes in the box. We can open the rosemary. We've had a couple of these that we've already pulled up because they're dead. Which I think is because I'm not watering them. What's your peak day set to? 0. I mean, we're literally, the game will start at max population. 16 the whole time. When you set to 16 starting, it doesn't matter what you set the rest. You're still getting 16 times. Because you can never have it where your population starts high and gets lower over time so far as, like, your game settings, because the game doesn't have the concept of deleting zombies after the start. Alright. Just sitting for a moment. It's too early for our character to sleep, so we're gonna just wander down here and forage a little bit. Oh yeah, I forgot these tree branches were here. Oh hey, acorn. Acorn's good eating. Where do you start? Echo Creek. I'll probably be starting at Echo Creek for almost all my runs in the immediate future, just because it's the new place. It's the only part of the map I really don't know well. So I'm gonna want to start on this end of the map. What's the egg moodle? It's saying I'm injured. It's because I'm poisoned and I've been carrying too much. So our health is not maxed out. When we go to sleep, it'll max it back out again. It's actually slowly recovering as we speak. But yeah, it's because I'm constantly eating poison and then occasionally carrying too much. Carrying too much by itself can never kill you. Unless something's wildly changed, but I don't imagine that's the case. Yeah, so we're just going for a little stroll while foraging. Grabbing some, like, random junk here and there. And we can eat that, too. I'll drop this off. Yeah, because I don't know what all we're going to be able to use flat stones for and all that, so I'm figuring right now we'll just hoard things. Eventually I'll get a trash can if we find out there's something that's like genuinely actually useless. We can just chuck it there. Sheet of paper, fine. We can burn that for fuel. Kindling, that kind of thing. These are also some things I figure will change over time as well. Is we'll start learning, like, what stuff we need, what stuff we don't, so I'll start grabbing a bunch of just, like, everything we can and dragging it home. I'll be like, oh yeah, we don't really need the stone, or we don't really need the branches. So you just leave it on the ground, that kind of thing. I might actually sit here. It can make a crude wooden fence. I don't think I want that right now. We already have the crude wooden bookcase. I don't think I need another one of those right now. Under the crafting list, I'm not going to make the spears. They don't seem to be giving me, like, any maintenance, and I'm just tired of dealing with them. Oh, but I'm going to have to keep making those. Alright, so the thing I might need to keep making the spears for, is to keep our carving skill moving, because I just realized we're not getting any carving whatsoever. That's fine, I'll make the stupid spears. Spears are fine, I'm just not a big fan of spears. But yeah, that helps us get, because each one of these is like, what, 2? A little bit, just shy of 2 XP. That's fine, I'll stop being stubborn. Yeah, so carving the spears doesn't give us maintenance. But yeah, no, there's always a possibility. We weren't getting any maintenance when we used the spears earlier, but with as bad as their rolls are, it very well could just be we botched every roll. Yeah, no, I gotcha. So back. Hands. Can I carry those, or is that unreasonable? No, I can carry those. That's fine. So we're still 6, so let's not... Let's not eat those. We will go ahead and eat the lemongrass and all that first. Because those are things that go bad. More spears equals faster zombie kills. That's not been my experience. We hit the zombie, break the spear instantly, then hit it with a stick, and then break the stick, and then hit it with a really short stick, and then go back to stepping at things. We're just contemplating existence right now. Don't mind us. We're also a little sad right now. Alright, so we're gonna drink that. Gonna eat one of my unknown berries that makes me sick. Alright, but with that said, chat, it is about that time. So if you're watching over on YouTube, I don't have enough subscribers yet to be able to host out to the next person, so if you subscribe, that can help make that happen. And I'd really appreciate it, but that does mean the stream will be just ending abruptly for you, because that's just how it works if I can't host out. So thanks so much for tuning in on that end. And then for over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because we are going to raid someone, because I do have those possibilities. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to put this here. And first of all, for